Chapter 1162. By the time Han Yunxi finished reading the letters, she could tell that the main problem in Western Zhou was the various generals fighting for merits. Was Long Fei going to urge her to sleep? He could only keep chatting with her. He had to admit that compared to Bailey Yuanlong and the other rash generals, he much preferred discussing politics with Han Yunxi. For one thing, it saved him the trouble of explaining too much. For another, this woman could always come up with a plan that would surprise him. On the Western Zhou battlefield, Emperor Kongqing had once invaded Tianning's borders, but retreated to defend his own borders when he saw that the situation wasn't looking good. Since then, the two armies had been in a standoff ever since. Long Fei hadn't stationed many troops at the western borders, mainly relying on the Chu clan troop. After the Chu clan troops rebelled, Long Fei transferred a few troops to the western borders. Currently, the western borders were occupied by the Bailey clan, the Ning clan troops, and 2 or 3 other armies stationed in the central and western regions. As long as Long Fei gave the order, any of the western armies would be able to break through Western Zhou's defensive lines. Within a year, they would be able to reach the imperial capital and cripple the imperial family. Long Fei had been so busy that he hadn't given the order yet. The generals began to try to figure out Long Fei's intentions, trying to figure out who Long Fei would send to attack Western Zhou and gain military merit. In the future, who would be stationed in Western Zhou to control the forces of Western Zhou? But no one could figure out Long Fei's thoughts. Thus, these people began to take the initiative and write letters to volunteer, hoping to become the commander of the Western expedition. At first, it was the Bailey army and the Ning clan troops who fought for the position. Later on, some of the central and western regions received the support of the local clans and financial groups and joined the fray. The Bailey clan and the D clan's Ning clan had always been in conflict, so there was no need to talk about it. As for the local powers, they were simply afraid that the western regions would fall into the hands of the Bailey army or the Ning clan troop. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to keep their position as local hegemons. If it was in the past, the Long Fei could still assign a suitable army for the expedition to the west. But now, faced with a pile of volunteer letters, the Long Fei had to weigh the pros and cons and seriously consider it. "The trap I set up is a good one," Han Yunxi said with a smile. In fact, Long Fei already had an idea of the situation on the western battlefield. However, he was willing to listen to Han Yunxi's opinion. "What will it take for you to speak?" he asked. Han Yunxi hadn't even kept him in suspense, but he had seen through her. Han Yunxi smiled slyly. "Just one condition. I guarantee that you won't lose out." Long Fei smiled helplessly. "Take me to the army." Han Yunxi was very serious. Although Long Fei hadn't arranged to leave the medical city yet, she guessed that he would send her to nurse the baby and wouldn't let her run around with him. As expected, Long Fei's face turned serious at her words. "I have no objections if you want to find a few more Zhao Mama to follow you. I'll be good and listen to you. I'll eat what I need to eat and sleep when I need to sleep, as long as you take me and the baby," Han Yunxi said seriously. Long Fei looked at her silently. Han Yunxi grew nervous and said, "I can agree to any condition as long as you let me follow you. Long Fei, you definitely won't go to the western battlefield. You won't go to northernly either. You'll probably stay with the Tianning army." Long Fei arched a brow at her. "You're so sure? You'll have to stay with the Tianning army for at least 2 to 3 months. You'll only come to the south to accompany me during the new year, right? Right?" Han Yunxi asked next. Long Fei dearly wanted to tell her that wasn't the case, but that really was his plan. "So you," before Han Yunxi could finish, Long Fei interrupted her. He took her hand and said seriously, "There's too much work to do in the army. I'm afraid it'll affect your rest. Moreover, the army is stationed far away from the city and is lacking in resources." As he spoke, he lovingly rubbed her nose and said helplessly, "I'm afraid you and the baby won't be able to eat anything good." Han Yunshi arched a brow at him and said, "Excuses? None of that is a problem. Tell me, do you think a pregnant woman like me is too troublesome?" Long Feiyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had no answer. Seeing Long Feiyi's reaction, Han Yunshi was secretly delighted. She knew this move would definitely work. She put on an aggrieved expression. "Fine, fine. I won't talk to you anymore. You can throw me anywhere you want. I'm going to sleep." Han Yunshi really lay down and turned her back to him to sleep. Long Feiyi finally understood that this woman's real motive for going to the study tonight wasn't to share his burden, but to take the opportunity to talk to him about whether he should stay or leave. He looked at her back view and frowned. He didn't say anything for a long time. No matter how noisy the army was or how scarce resources were, as long as he was willing to, he could take good care of her. He was only worried about the biggest problem, which was that if she knew too much, she would be overworked and wouldn't be able to relax and rest properly. Just like the issue of fighting for merits in the Western battlefield, there would be a lot of power struggles and conflicts that would erupt from the army. Long Feiyi frowned as he pondered. Han Yunshi, on the other hand, didn't sleep at all. She was waiting with her eyes wide open. She counted silently from 1 to 10. She had already counted to 7. If she continued counting, she wouldn't be able to keep her cool. But as soon as she counted to 9, Long Fei scooted over. He asked gently, "You said you wanted to set up a trap. What is it? Tell me quickly." Han Yunshi was stunned at first, but she quickly turned around and was overjoyed. "You agree? If you say it well, I'll agree. If you don't, you'll obediently wait for me at Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Garden," Long Feiyi said seriously. Han Yunshi looked at him and couldn't help but burst out laughing. This guy was too obvious when he went easy on her. When had he ever been dissatisfied with a trap she had set up? "Ask them to surrender," Han Yunshi said seriously. "Just tell them that we don't want to use our troops and hope to get them to surrender." When she said this, Long Feiyi looked at Han Yunshi again and again. He didn't know what to say to her. He had originally wanted to let the generals each propose a strategy and choose one in the end. However, Han Yunshi's move was even more ruthless. He didn't give any orders and didn't make any decisions. He just expressed his attitude and let his subordinates fight for it. In the end, the great responsibility of conquering Western Zhou would naturally fall on the shoulders of whoever had the ability to recruit the Western Zhou army. In fact, how to conquer Western Zhou and whose shoulders the great responsibility of conquering Western Zhou fell on were not the most important. The most important thing was that Long Feiyi didn't need to directly express his opinion on this matter. If he didn't express his opinion directly, his subordinates wouldn't be able to figure out his true attitude towards the bias of the various factions in the army. If the head of a family wanted to be stable, he had to be fair. It was the same for the ruler of a country. However, no one could be truly fair. Whether it was on a single matter or the overall situation of a country, true fairness didn't exist. True fairness might not be the best way to rule a country. Now that there were many things waiting to be done, the entire situation had been reshuffled, and the various factions were already fighting fiercely. At this time, what Long Feiyi needed to do was to stand firmly in a position of fairness so that no one could guess his thoughts. "What are you looking at? Did I say something wrong?" Han Yunshi asked. Long Feiyi smiled but didn't say anything. It was 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts affection. "Say something. What are you smiling about?" Han Yunshi was anxious. This guy should be able to understand the meaning of her words. "It's a pity that you don't call yourself emperor," Long Feiyi said seriously. Han Yunshi was stunned at first, but then she smiled. "I prefer to help you give birth to children." Long Feiyi didn't say another word. He got up and left. Not long after, Han Yunshi heard him give orders to Su Donglin. He had Su Donglin order the Bailey garrison within Tianing to find a quiet place to set up camp, prepare sufficient water and rations, send Zhao Mama over, and make arrangements for the servants. The stone in Han Yunshi's heart finally fell. She couldn't help but look forward to the coming days. That night, Long Fei Yi kept watch by the bed, accompanying Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi read the letters with him. As she read and read, she didn't even know when she fell asleep, but she slept very peacefully. In the dead of night, Gu was startled awake from his sleep, because Gu had appeared out of thin air beside his bed to take his pulse. "What are you doing?" Gu retracted his hand, a guarded expression on his face. "You promised the princess before to let me take a good look after returning to Medical City." In the afternoon, the princess and His Highness both asked about this matter. Gu Beiyue said seriously, "Even if they asked in the afternoon, you didn't have to come in the middle of the night, did you?" Gu said unhappily. "If I didn't look for you now, when would I find you?" Gu Beiyue retorted. "Tomorrow morning. I'm going to sleep now, so I won't see you out." Gu maintained a good-natured smile. It would be strange if he could find him tomorrow morning. Gu Beiyue couldn't find him in the morning, and even after returning from Clear Breeze Mountain in the afternoon, he still couldn't find him at night. If he hadn't found him in the room tonight, he almost suspected that Gu had disappeared. "I'm just taking your pulse, I won't disturb your sleep. Go ahead and sleep," Gu Beiyue said gently. Gu's smile immediately fell. "Cold," he said. "Gu Beiyue, are you going to scram or not?" Gu Beiyue didn't answer. He grabbed Gu's hand and grabbed his wrist. Gu Qishao used all his strength to break free and leap up. With 2 somersaults, he reached the door. "Bye!" Gu Beiyue didn't chase after him. "Seventh young master, if you can't fulfill your promise to the princess, I can only alarm her." Gu stopped when he heard this. He said word by word, "I'm fine. I won't die. You can tell the princess yourself." As soon as Gu Beiyue finished speaking, he appeared beside him and grabbed his shoulder. This time, Gu couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. He could only compromise. He didn't say anything. He impatiently turned back to the room, sat down, and stretched out his hand. Gu Beiyue felt his pulse for a long time. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. He asked seriously, "Seventh young master, your pulse is very special and different from ordinary people. This pulse may not be accurate. Do you still feel hungry these 2 days? The food in your medical school is so good, why would I feel hungry?" Gu retorted. "Do you feel tired? Do you feel powerless?" Gu Beiyue asked again. Chapter 1163. In the face of Gu Beiyue's patient questioning, Gu was getting impatient. He pushed aside Gu Beiyue's hand and explained, "This old man really did recover. I just used up too much energy inside the seal, that's all. I've been eating and sleeping my fill for the past 2 days, so I've really recovered? If you don't believe me, why don't we go out and fight now?" "Okay, let's fight." Gu Beiyue actually agreed. Gu was stunned at first, then regretted his decision. "It's not good to wake Poison Lass up in the middle of the night. Let's do it tomorrow. At daybreak tomorrow, we'll meet at the back of the mountain. Those who don't come are cowards." Gu Beiyue's gentle gaze suddenly turned serious. He didn't say anything as he scrutinized Gu. If Gu didn't avoid the question, he might have thought that Gu was in a good state. However, Gu's evasive attitude made him very sure that this guy was hiding something from him. Gu Qishao rose to his feet and avoided Gu Beiyue's scrutinizing gaze. "I say, Academy head Gu, why are you bothering this old man in the middle of the night instead of accompanying your 4th young Miss Ren? 4th Miss Ren isn't mine. Don't spout nonsense." Gu Beiyue stood up as well. Gu couldn't wait for this guy to change the topic. He laughed and sat on the table. "Didn't you say that you would definitely marry her? Why would you let go of such a good candidate like 4th Miss Ren?" Gu Beiyue couldn't be bothered to answer. "Let's go to the backyard." Gu suddenly closed in and narrowed his eyes. He whispered, "Gu Beiyue, you like Poison Lass, don't you?" Gu Beiyue was unperturbed. "Are you going or not?" I could tell when we were at the Duke of Qin's residence and the Han family. Gu continued. Gu Beiwei still ignored him and asked, Are you sure you don't want to go? Gu Beiwei, you don't want to marry a wife, but you want to marry a dean's wife, right? Gu Beiwei looked straight into Gu Beiwei's eyes, as if trying to see through his eyes and see his truest heart. However, Gu Beiwei used one sentence to completely defeat Gu. He said, Seventh young master, tomorrow morning is fine too. However, I'm not free tomorrow morning, but His Highness is. Gu's expression froze. Suddenly, all the strength in his body disappeared. He returned to the couch and lay on his back, muttering, Gu Beiwei, there's no need to fight anymore. You've won. Gu's words about Han Yunxi and fourth young mistress Rin didn't seem to affect Gu Beiwei at all. He strode over and asked seriously, What's wrong with you? Gu Beiwei, I can stay in Medical City with you and not go anywhere. However, you have to promise me one thing, Gu said seriously, don't tell anyone, including Poison Lass and Long Fei Yi. Seeing Gu Beiwei hesitate, Gu hurriedly said, We'll talk about it after Poison Lass gives birth. Gu Beiwei considered it for a long time before finally nodding. Okay. Gu didn't say anything else. He pulled up his sleeves and revealed his arm. Gu Beiwei gasped when he saw the condition of his arm. How did this happen? Gu Beiwei, do you think I'll die? Gu asked with a smile. No. Gu Beiwei was very certain. Gu smiled even more brightly. Okay, I'll believe you if you say you won't. That night, Gu Beiwei stayed with Gu for the entire night. The next morning, he hurried to the prison cell in the medical school to look for Gu Yuntian. As for Gu, he didn't go anywhere. He didn't even know that Gu Beiwei had gone out. He lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. During breakfast, Han Yunxi asked, Why haven't I seen Gu for the past 2 days? What's he doing? If Gu knew that Poison Lass was thinking about him early in the morning, would he be happy? Poison Lass had never thought about him. She always found him annoying and chased him away. A complicated look flashed across Long Fei Ye's eyes. He said mildly, I even saw him with Gu Beiwei last night. Han Yunxi didn't take it to heart. After all, she didn't know what happened to Gu in the barrier. Gu had always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. It was normal to not see him for a few days. Su Donglin, go and find both of them. Tell them that I have something to discuss with them. Han Yunxi said seriously. What she wanted to discuss was none other than Gu's immortal body. However, Su Donglin couldn't find Gu Beiwei and Gu even after looking around. Gu Beiwei isn't here either? Han Yunxi asked. Su Donglin shook his head. Why don't we go and take a look at fourth Miss Ren? Helplessly, Su Donglin made a trip but still couldn't find him. Where's Lil Thing? Let Lil Thing look for her. She'll definitely find her. Han Yunxi was rather uneasy. Princess, Lil Thing is over at the obstetrics department. However, fourth Miss Rin said Sir Northmoon hasn't been there in the past 2 days. Su Donglin replied honestly. Then what's Lil Thing doing over there? Han Yunxi became suspicious. Su Donglin said, It's just squatting on the roof beam. It's not doing anything. Fourth Miss Rin said Lil Thing has been watching her for 2 days already. She doesn't know what Lil Thing wants to do either. Han Yunxi said nothing. She wanted to communicate with Lil Thing through her consciousness, but she suddenly discovered Lil Thing had lost the poison beast's blood. It had been unable to communicate with her a long time ago. Nothing's happened to them, right? Han Yunxi looked towards Long Fei Yi. She had no time to worry about Lil Thing anymore. Don't worry, Long Fei Yi said indifferently. It wasn't until nighttime that Gu Beiwei appeared in front of Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi seemed to have guessed something, but he didn't say anything. Han Yunxi, on the other hand, was extremely suspicious. Where did you go? You couldn't find him for an entire day? I went to look for seventh young master. I searched the entire medical city for him for an entire day but couldn't find him, Gu Beiwei said helplessly. These words immediately diverted Han Yunshi's attention to Gu. She was about to ask when Gu's chuckling voice rang out from outside the door. Poison lass, guess what Chi brother brought for you? Gu Qishao strode through the door with 2 large bags of piping hot snacks in his hands. He placed the things on the table and spread them out, filling the entire table. The aroma immediately spread out, making one's mouth water. He began to introduce the snacks as if they were his family treasures. These were all famous snacks from the towns and villages around Medical City. I heard that pregnant women will suffer from anorexia, so Chi brother specially found these for you. I ran all day and tried them all. They're harmless and non-toxic. Hurry up and try them, see which one suits your appetite, Gu said seriously. Han Yunshi couldn't even remember how many times she'd done this. Gu had almost cleaned out all of Cloud Realm Continent's famous snacks for her. Long Fei Yi only commented, "Too idle. As long as Poison Lass is happy," Gu retorted. Long Fei Yi was too lazy to argue with him, so he simply sat down and started eating. Seeing Long Fei Yi start, the gluttonous Han Yunshi immediately sat down as well. She called for Gu Beiwei Gu and Su Donglin to sit down and eat. Just like that, everyone's dinner was taken care of by Gu. After the meal, Gu prepared to slip away. Han Yunshi called him back. "Stop right there, I've been waiting for you all day. Let's go to Academy Head Gu's consultation room." Gu turned back with a smile. "I'll go wherever you say." Long Fei Yi glanced at Gu Beiwei, who happened to look back and shake his head at him. It wasn't clear whether Long Fei Yi understood Gu Beiwei's meaning, but he didn't say a word. When they reached the study, Gu Beiwei took out a thick record book and a thin booklet of medicinal ingredient. "Princess, this subordinate got these from Gu Yuntian. These are all records of the medicines Qishao used from the time he was in his mother's womb until he left Medical City. Here's the list of ingredients this subordinate compiled. Princess, you can just look at it." Han Yunshi only glanced at the booklet without looking at it in detail. She asked seriously, "Qishao, how did you grow these thorny vines?" "Why thorny vines? Isn't it something else?" Gu's blood could nourish the thorny vines, allowing them to be immortal and immune to poison just like him. Han Yunshi had always suspected that the secret behind this was Gu's blood. And the reason Gu became like this must have something to do with him being used as a test subject since he was young. In other words, it had something to do with the medicines he used. No matter how rare these medicines were, it was impossible to become immortal after taking them. However, there was a complicated reaction between the medicines, so it might be possible. This matter couldn't be solved in a day or two. Han Yunshi knew that she couldn't solve it with her own abilities, so before she left Medical City, she had to tell Gu Beiwei and Gu everything she knew and guessed so that they could stay in Medical City and slowly study it. Gu took out a blood-red seed. "Look, what's the difference?" Han Yunshi looked at it carefully and didn't see anything strange. She asked seriously, "Gu, what kind of plant is your thorny vines?" Thorny vines weren't actually thorny vines, it was just a name for the plant. Thorny vines weren't a type of plant, but 2 types of plants. To be precise, thorny vines referred to thorny branches, while thorny vines referred to thorny vegetation. Thorny vines were a general term for thorny shrubs in the forest. Thorny vines, on the other hand, were generally referred to thorny vines. "Blood vines," Gu said as he pried open the blood-red seed. A drop of blood dripped out of the seed. Gu Beiwei looked at it seriously and asked, "Seventh young master, this is your blood?" "Yes." Gu was rarely so serious, so he began to explain. A few years ago, he was tired of growing medicine in Medicine Ghost Valley, so he had been trying to figure out a plant to use as a weapon. Later on, he found a rare vine called the thorny vine. It was a plant that fed on animal corpses. Once it absorbed enough of the essence in the flesh, it would germinate and grow very, very long within 2 hours. The thorny vine was extremely flexible and could be used as a rope or a whip. This plant gave him inspiration. He planted the seed in his own flesh, and found that after the thorny vine seed absorbed his blood, it actually grew instantly and could be controlled by him. Later on, he used his blood to nourish the thorny vine seed and planted it in the flesh of animals and ordinary people. He found that the seed could also grow rapidly and could be controlled by him. Later on, he even planted the seed directly on the ground. The seed could germinate and grow at any time for him to use. He named the seed that he had nourished with his blood as a blood vine. If the blood vine grew from his body, it would be immortal and immune to all poisons as long as it remained connected to his body. Other than that, there was nothing special about the blood vine other than being able to be controlled by him. After Gu finished speaking, Han Yunxi, Gu Beiyue, and Long Fei Yi exchanged glances. Gu Beiyue muttered, "Seventh young master, the problem must be in your blood." Chapter 1164. The reason for Gu's immortality must be due to his special blood, and it must be related to the various poisons and medicines he had taken in his mother's womb. Han Yunxi gave Gu Qishao the list of ingredients Gu Beiyue had gotten from Gu Yuntian and said seriously, "Look through it carefully and see if this list is complete. It's very important to figure out your body's constitution." Oh, Gu Qishao docilely accepted it. Long Fei Yi, have Su Donglin send a letter to the Tang sect later and have Ling come over to help, Han Yunxi said seriously. Mu Ling was a pharmaceutical genius, so it was best to have her help. Although Gu's pharmaceutical skills weren't inferior to Mu Ling-er's, one more person meant one more helping hand. Perhaps Mu Ling-er would discover something that Gu didn't. Gu's lips twitched as he chuckled. "Don't scare that girl, okay? She'll cry." Han Yunxi finally realized that Mu Ling-er didn't know about Gu's immortality. She hesitated. After all, this was Gu's private matter. Even if she was doing it for his own good, she had no right to publicize it for him. After a long moment of hesitation, Han Yunxi said, "You decide for yourself. Seventh young master, let's study this medicine list first. If we can't figure it out, then you can consider whether to invite Miss Ling over. What do you think?" Gu Beiyue asked seriously. It's done, whatever you say," Gu Qishao said indifferently. Han Yunxi looked at the blood-colored seed and was about to speak when Gu Beiyue brought over a flower pot. "Princess, we can't experiment on seventh young master's body, but we can experiment on the seed and blood vines," Gu Beiyue said seriously. "The blood vines are planted in the soil, in the flesh of ordinary people and animals. They can be controlled by seventh young master, but they are not immortal and immune to all poisons. But if it was planted in seventh young master's flesh, it could also be controlled, just like seventh young master. There are many things worth pondering." Han Yunxi was secretly impressed. Gu Beiyue was indeed the best doctor in the world. She said seriously, "I once saw a cruel medical experiment in a book. They extracted the essence from the 5 elements, implanted it into the human body, and used it to grow. Over time, it would become one with the human body." As soon as he said this, Gu Beiyue's gentle eyes immediately lit up. Gu's gaze also became complicated. Only Long Fei Yi frowned, not understanding. He was a complete layman when it came to medicine and poison, and he had no intention of learning them. He leaned against the high platform at the side and listened to them while sizing up Gu's hand. He clearly noticed that Gu's left hand, which was hanging by his side, hadn't moved since just now. It seemed to be a little stiff. Of course, he only saw this in his eyes and had no intention of saying it out loud. "Let me give you an example. Of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, let's take metal as an example. If we can extract the essence of metal from metal and implant it into the human body, the human flesh and blood will become one. The human body will become as hard as metal and not easily damaged. If we can extract the essence of water from water and implant it into the human body will become as flexible as water and can even liquefy and flow. After Han Yunshi said this, whether it was Gu Beiwei, Gu, or the layman Long Feiyi, they all looked at her in disbelief. Han Yunshi was helpless and hurriedly explained, "This is just a medical experiment idea I've seen before. It's just an idea. At least from what I know, this experiment hasn't been realized. However, we can't rule out the possibility of this experiment succeeding once it's done." "Princess, you mean?" Seventh young master accidentally ate the essence of plants when he was taking medicine all year round. Therefore, it's very likely that his blood shadow contains the essence of plants and can nourish the thorny vines? And seventh young master's body is affected by the essence of plants. He's both a human body and a plant body. It's not strange that he can control the thorny vines that were nourished with his essence blood, Gu Beiwei muttered. The moment he said this, Gu immediately looked down at his body and laughed. "Haha, so I'm really not human." Everyone looked at Gu sternly. His joke wasn't funny at all. "If that's the case, how do you explain immortality and immunity to poison?" Long Feiyi also spoke up. Han Yunshi frowned and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, she looked up at everyone and exclaimed, "It's very likely that seventh young master isn't immortal and indestructible. Instead, he has an extremely high recovery ability, so he won't die from injuries. Previously in the maze, I detected poison in his body. This means that poison can still remain in his body, but it's ineffective against him. His body should be immune to it." Recovery ability and immunity, could it be the plant essence in his blood that gave them to him? Gu Beiwei muttered. "Then how do you explain immortality?" Gu couldn't help but ask. "Seventh young master, many animals and plants have a longer growth cycle than humans, and their lifespans are also longer than humans. Among plants, there are trees that grow on the ground and ginseng that are buried underground. Among animals, there are turtles, fish, snakes, and many other species that we don't know about. They can all live longer than humans, ranging from hundreds to thousands of years," Han Yunshi said seriously. "So it's not that he doesn't age, but that he ages slowly." Long Feiyi sized up Gu thoughtfully. Gu laughed out loud. "Poison lasts, that makes sense. If this hypothesis is true, then the thorny vines that you used your blood to nurture wouldn't have enough plant essence without the nourishment of his blood. That's why they could only be controlled by you and not be immortal and indestructible like you. Meanwhile, the thorny vines in your body are constantly sucking up the essence of the plants in your blood. Just like your body, they're undying and impervious to all poisons," Han Yunshi explained. "Princess, if that's the case, then what will happen to seventh young master when all the plant essence in Gu's body is absorbed?" Gu Beiwei hurriedly asked. Han Yunshi naturally couldn't answer this question. Everything she said today was just a guess. The cruel experiment she heard about in the modern era was also just an illusion. She shook her head. "Everything is just a guess. Princess, what if we follow Gu Yuntian's prescription and experiment with rats?" Gu Beiwei asked seriously. "It's a way." Han Yunshi was very certain. Perhaps they could find a way to let seventh young master return to normal, or perhaps they could only figure out why seventh young master's constitution had become like this. No matter what the result was, it was better than knowing nothing about seventh young master's constitution. Gu Beiwei looked at the medicine list and said seriously, "I'll go prepare the medicine now." At this moment, Long Feiyi spoke up. "In that case, is the principle behind nurturing poison Gu humans similar to the plant essence that you guys mentioned? Back then, the snow wolves fed on poisonous plants. Does the plant essence exist in those poisonous plants? What's the secret behind the perplexing butterfly illusion being able to neutralize the poison of poison Gu humans?" Long Feiyi's words reminded everyone that although Bai Yanqing and Gu's constitutions weren't exactly the same, there were still some similarities. Everyone seemed to be deep in thought as they remained silent. Back then, they'd seen records of the perplexing butterfly illusion in the poison sex altar and learned the reason why the snow wolves were undying and indestructible. The snow wolf's indestructible physique wasn't born with it. Instead, it became an indestructible physique after eating the poisonous grass in the sinkhole. Later, when the poison sect members saw that the snow wolves were undying, they began to search for the reason behind it. They discovered a large patch of withered poisonous plants in the sky pit without any fruit. Those fruits were the poisonous fruits that the snow wolves had eaten. There were a total of 49 types of poisonous plants in the sky pit, and the 10 stalks of poisonous plants planted in the glazed walls of the altar were among those 49 types. The poison sect's members collected the 49 dead poisonous herbs and refined them into toxins. They also studied them together with the 10 living poisonous herbs in the colored glass wall in an attempt to create a medicine that could make a person immortal and indestructible. In order to confuse everyone, they named it the Poison Goo Man so that people would think it was a nurtured constitution. In truth, an undying constitution didn't need nurturing at all. All they needed to do was take a medicine called the Undying Poison Pill. As for the perplexing butterfly illusion, it was made from the remains of the 49 types of poisonous herbs, crushed and mixed with the 10,000-year corpse water. It took 3 years to make. The perplexing butterfly illusion combined with the poison of the 5 elements and 10,000 poisons could neutralize the effects of the poison pill. From start to finish, the perplexing butterfly illusion and the Poison Goo Man were just a cover. It was said that the one with the perplexing butterfly illusion could rule the world because it could restrain the Poison Goo Man. The real saying was that the one with the undying Poison Goo Man would rule the world. If the poison sect could concoct countless undying poison pills and nurture countless undying beings, then it would be easy for them to take over Cloud Realm continent. Recalling the records on the altar, Han Yunshi pondered over Gu's constitution and murmured, "There's only one difference between Bai Yanqing and 7th Young Master's constitutions. Bai Yanqing will age, but 7th Young Master won't. Bai Yanqing's growth cycle is the same as a normal person's, but 7th Young Master's is a bit longer. Could it be?" Gu Beiwe said anxiously. Could it be that the poisonous fruits Snow Wolf ate all those years ago contained plant essence, and the medicinal herbs 7th Young Master ate in his mother's womb contained plant essence as well? It's just that the two kinds of plant essence are different. If the perplexing butterfly illusion can neutralize Bai Yanqing's undying body, does that mean there's something that can neutralize 7th Young Masters as well? Long Feiyi asked seriously. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other. While they rejoiced that they hadn't used the 9 poisonous teardrops on Bai Yanqing, they were also worried that Han Chen would use them up instead. I still have some perplexing butterfly illusion left. We have to get the 9 poisonous teardrops back. There must be something we can figure out from them. Han Yunshi said seriously. That's right. Princess, we have to get Bai Yanqing back as well. We can use him to verify the plant essence. If our hypothesis is correct, we might be able to find a way to save 7th Young Master. Gu Beiwe said seriously. Han Yunshi made a prompt decision. Long Feiyi, let's go to the underground palace right now. Senior Han Chen might not hand over the perplexing butterfly illusion and Bai Yanqing to us, Gu Beiwe said worriedly. Let's go and have a chat. At worst. Han Yunshi narrowed her eyes. I'll threaten him. I don't think many people on the mysterious continent know about the wolf sex background. Chapter 1165. Towards Han Yunshi threatening her cold as ice and emotionless father, everyone had the same reaction. They were all a bit worried. Long Feiyi looked at Han Yunshi's big belly and said in a cold voice, Don't run up the mountain. I'll talk to him myself. I should be able to reach an agreement. Everyone was very curious. Han Yunshi asked in a doubtful voice, How are you going to talk to him? I'm going to talk to him about a deal. Long Feiyi said. What kind of deal? I'll go with you. Gu quickly said. No need. Just wait for my news. Long Feiyi did not reveal anything. He seriously looked at Han Yunshi, warning her to obediently stay here and not go up the mountain. Han Yunshi knew his temper and helplessly said, "All right, help me take a look at Xiao Yu's situation. Tell her to come back as soon as possible if she doesn't want to become a disciple." After Long Feiyi left, Han Yunshi did not remain idle. She and Gu Beiyue seriously looked over Gu Yuntian's list of herbs. The two of them were not experts in medicine, so they just listed the herbs that could be bought. They gave the ones that couldn't be bought and some that they had never seen before to Gu for him to find. Seventh young master, what other plants feed on flesh and blood? Let's find them all. Han Yunshi honestly said. Looking at the poison girl's serious and bright eyes, Gu felt like the countless dark years of his past were being illuminated by the sun. To be able to make the poison girl be serious for him, whether it was eternal life or an early death, he was satisfied. Gu narrowed his eyes and smiled. All right, I'll go find them now. While Han Yunshi's group of 3 were looking for herbs, Long Feiyi quickly arrived at the maze. He entered the abyss filled with sharp arrows and knocked on the spot where the barrier had been opened a few times. After a while, the barrier was broken and the entrance to the underground palace appeared. The ones who came out were black-clothed guards. East Qin Crown Prince, our sect master is not seeing guests. The black-clothed guard was very rude. This prince is not here to see your sect master. Where's Su Xiaoyu? Tell her to come out. Long Feiyi wasn't polite. There was no way he would be able to meet Han Chen if he wanted to make a deal with him. Su Xiaoyu hadn't returned for such a long time. Either she had already become a disciple of Han Chen, or Han Chen had forced her to stay. Su Xiaoyu was Han Yunshi's subordinate. Even if she wanted to be apprenticed to Han Yunshi, she still needed Han Yunshi's approval to let her go. Of course, the deal Long Feiyi wanted to discuss had nothing to do with Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu was just an excuse for him to meet with Han Chen. Intimidated by Long Feiyi's aura, the black-clothed guard's attitude softened. Please wait a moment. After a while, Han Chen's old servant personally led Long Feiyi into the underground palace. For the old servant to personally come, it meant that Long Feiyi's son-in-law still had some weight in Han Chen's heart. No matter what their temper was, a true expert would always respect another expert. However, Long Feiyi didn't see Han Chen, rather he saw Su Xiaoyu in a stone room. Facing an aloof sect master like Han Chen, Su Xiaoyu wasn't afraid at all. Rather, when she saw Long Feiyi, she was afraid and didn't even dare look up at him. After the stone room's door closed, before Long Feiyi could speak, Su Xiaoyu timidly said, "Your Highness, save me." Long Feiyi was very surprised. He coldly asked, "Why?" Su Xiaoyu immediately told him how she'd tricked Han Chen into thinking for 3 days before becoming his disciple, and how she'd tortured Bai Yanqing. "That doesn't count as lying to him," Long Fei commented. "Your Highness, I said I'd go back and think about it, but he wanted me to stay. He left without saying a word and didn't even want to see me," Su Xiaoyu hurriedly added. Over the past 2 days, she'd repeatedly asked the servants to leave, but the servants' answers were the same. Without the sect master's permission, they couldn't bring anyone out. When she asked to see Senior Han Chen, the same thing happened. Han Chen was cultivating and didn't want to see anyone. She faintly sensed that Han Chen had seen through her little trick long ago. That was why he'd asked her to stay. "It seems like he really wants to take you as his disciple," Long Feiyi said indifferently. "Your Highness, I still have to go back and serve my master. Please have mercy on me, Your Highness." Su Xiaoyu was so frightened that she fell to her knees. She had a feeling that something wasn't right about His Highness coming here alone. Long Feiyi walked over and bent down beside Su Xiaoyu. He said coldly, "Su Xiaoyu, become Han Chen's disciple and help your master gather information in the Wolf Sect and the mysterious continent. What do you think?" Su Xiaoyu froze when she heard this. Only then did she realize that Long Feiyi really did have ambitions for the mysterious continent. Su Xiaoyu was very reluctant to become Han Chen's disciple, but when she thought about it carefully, her eyes gradually brightened. If she became Han Chen's disciple, she might be able to conquer the mysterious continent with her master one day. This servant is willing to serve. Su Xiaoyu smiled slyly. Long Feiyi was quite satisfied. He didn't plan to let Han Yunxi keep Su Xiaoyu by her side. Su Xiaoyu was kind, but not benevolent. He didn't want Su Xiaoyu's vicious nature to affect his child in the future. Since Han Chern had taken a liking to this girl, it was not a bad choice to throw this vicious girl to Han Chern. This child was too suitable for the mysterious continent, a world where strength reigned supreme. Su Xiaoyu was very smart. She immediately understood what Long Feiyi wanted to do after a few words from Long Feiyi. She whispered, "Don't worry, Your Highness. This servant knows what to do." Soon, Su Xiaoyu called for a black-robed attendant. "Tell your sect master that I've thought it over. My master and I want to see him." Not long after, the black-clothed attendant led the master and servant to the altar. As soon as they entered the stone room, they could smell the faint aroma of tea. Long Feiyi smiled. "If you can drink winter flakes at that time, it must be the ice sea red from the ice sea." Han Chern was sitting by the tea table. He didn't say anything, but he personally poured a cup of tea and placed it on the table opposite him. He then gestured to Long Feiyi to take a seat. Long Fei made a bow with clasped hands before taking a seat and leisurely sipping his tea without a word. Han Chen also picked up his tea and didn't say anything. The servants on the side were surprised to see this. The sect master had a hobby that no one knew. He liked to pick his own tea leaves and brew them. He never drank tea that was bought or given to him by outsiders. The East Qin crown prince could tell where the sect master's tea came from just by smelling it? Wasn't he too much of an expert? Could it be that he was also a tea fanatic? Su Xiaoyu stood in place and secretly glanced at Han Chen before timidly looking at Long Feiyi. She didn't feel like these two were father-in-law and son-in-law at all. Rather, they were like tea friends with similar interests. Long Feiyi finished his cup of tea and softly said, "I picked it a month ago and dried it under the scorching sun of the south. When I baked it, I added the fresh autumn osmanthus fragrance. This cup is the first time and the second time is the best. Can I have a cup?" Han Chen's calm eyes immediately lit up. He raised his brows as he looked at Long Feiyi and cold said, "I didn't think you were an expert." Long Feiyi's lips curled into a smile, but he didn't say anything. Han Chern immediately brewed the second time. After Long Feiyi tasted it, he immediately shook his head. "You used the wrong water. Icy water can't compare to mountain spring water. Senior should try mountain spring water, it tastes better." Han Chern actually laughed. Just like Long Feiyi, he didn't laugh out loud. He only curled the corners of his lips into a smile. He immediately ordered someone to bring over a new batch of tea and mountain spring water. Just like that, the father-in-law and son-in-law began to chat about the art of tea. They chatted for half a day. Su Xiaoyu's legs were sore from standing, so she secretly sat down cross-legged. If Han Chern had been alone, she would have already spoken up. But with His Highness around, she didn't dare to make a sound. The two people who cherished words like gold chatted. Although there wasn't much of a smile on their faces, they talked more and more. In the end, Han Chern seemed to be in a good mood. He actually gave Long Feiyi a purple muslin teapot. Long Feiyi probably wouldn't have liked a teapot given to him by anyone else, but Long Feiyi liked the one Han Chern gave him very much. Su Xiaoyu listened from the side and thought about what His Highness had just said to her. She really couldn't tell how much His Highness was sincere or hypocritical about Han Chern. She was sure that if Han Chern wanted to play politics with His Highness, he would definitely be tricked by His Highness. When they were almost done talking, Han Chern finally looked at Su Xiaoyu and asked, "Girl, have you decided?" Su Xiaoyu immediately perked up and said seriously, "I've decided." Han Chern didn't ask any more questions and waited for her to continue. Su Xiaoyu said frankly, "I can become your disciple, but I have a condition." Su Xiaoyu wanted to see Han Chen's reaction, but he didn't. Thus, she continued, Senior, please return the 9 poisonous teardrops and Bai Yanqing to my master. My master went through a lot of danger to find the 9 poisonous teardrop. In order to capture Bai Yanqing, she almost had a miscarriage and lost her child. Before Su Xiaoyu could finish, Han Chen interrupted, and if this sovereign doesn't return them, a gentleman doesn't steal from others. Stealing from others is simply despicable. I, Su Xiaoyu, will never acknowledge such a master. Su Xiaoyu said seriously. Han Chen was silent for a moment, then asked expressionlessly, 1 Ning Jing in exchange for 1 Bai Yanqing, 20 years of protection for Cloud Realm's northern borders, and 9 poisonous teardrops. How is that stealing from others? Even if it's not stealing from others, it's still looting a burning house. Su Xiaoyu huffed. Han Chen glanced at Long Feiyi out of the corner of his eye and snorted. Su Xiaoyu, your master doesn't have any objections. What are you worried about? He's just unhappy because he can't see my master being wronged. Especially when she's being bullied by her own father. Su Xiaoyu laughed coldly. Han Kongan bullied her, Bai Yanqing bullied her, and now her own father is bullying her. Even a monkey that jumped out of a stone without parents has a better life than her. As I see it, she might not even acknowledge you as her father after 10 years. Despite Su Xiaoyu's curses, Han Chen was still unmoved. Very calmly, he said, this condition is impossible. Change it. Just how cold-hearted can this guy be? Su Xiaoyu almost suspected that he didn't understand joy, anger, sorrow, joy, or the 7 emotions and 6 desires at all. Goading him into action wouldn't work at all. I'm not changing. If you're not sincere about taking me in as a disciple, then forget it. I'll have to trouble you to let me out. Su Xiaoyu turned to leave, but Long Feiyi spoke up at this moment. I think Yunxi's been depressed these past few days because of this as well. Senior, how about this? This junior will make a condition for you to consider. Chapter 1166. Su Xiaoyu might not have noticed, but the sharp Long Feiyi could tell that Han Chen wanted Su Xiaoyu to stay. Otherwise, Han Chen wouldn't have negotiated with them for so long, nor would he have changed Su Xiaoyu's conditions. Long Fei didn't continue, but paused in mid-sentence. He had prepared 2 conditions and was waiting for Han Chen's reaction to decide which one to use. Su Xiaoyu thought that Han Chen was done for, but Long Feiyi calmly waited. He even poured a cup of tea for Han Chen. Finally, Han Chen spoke. What is it? This junior owns a tea mountain in the south called Nanshan. The famous Nanshan red tea comes from there. If you can return Bai Yanqing and the 9 poisonous teardrops to me, this mountain will belong to you. This junior guarantees that no one will disturb you. Han Chen immediately looked towards Long Fei at these words. Long Feiyi smiled. If you like Nanshan red tea, Senior, you can grow it and harvest it yourself. The annual production of Nanshan red tea is limited, but it's enough for your own consumption. The last time they were here, Han Chen's tea had caught Long Feiyi's attention. It was a high-quality imitation of Nanshan red tea. Gu Beiwei didn't know much about tea, so he couldn't tell what was wrong. Gu and Han Yunxi were familiar with Nanshan red tea, but they hadn't paid much attention to the tea. Han Yunxi, in particular, hadn't even tried it. However, he knew there was something wrong with the tea the moment he took a sip. Judging from the tea set and the water Han Chen used to brew the tea, Han Chen was definitely a tea fanatic. He paid attention to every detail. Long Feiyi himself was a tea fanatic. He knew that such a person wouldn't drink a high-quality imitation of tea unless he loved it. The tea house in Red South Mountain was originally Gu's property. Later, after it was sealed by him, he sent a special tea farmer to take care of the tea mountain. The Red South Mountain that was produced was never sold to outsiders. Gu had tea seeds in his hands. He once planted a batch of tea seeds in other places, but they were planted for Han Yunxi. He only planted them for 1 season. Han Chun couldn't get his hands on Red South Peak no matter how much money he had. Seeing Han Chen's surprised expression, Long Feiyi knew that he had won. No matter how strong a person was, he or she would always have a weakness. He used to love tea, but it was replaced by Han Yunxi a long time ago. Now they had a child. Long Feiyi leisurely took a sip of tea and said, "As for that girl, Su Xiaoyu, she was originally a servant girl in this junior's residence. If senior likes her, this junior will send the Nanshan title deed and her slave contract to you later. You can keep her as a servant or take her as a disciple." "Your Highness." Su Xiaoyu pretended to be wronged and cooperated very well. "Slave contract." Han Chun was surprised. Long Feiyi stood up and said calmly, "There's no rush. Senior, please take your time to think about it. Perhaps this junior will be able to taste Red South Mountain's winter tea. In another month, the weather in the south will be cold." However, Han Chun suddenly became serious. "Long Feiyi, your lustbite power is enough to kill Bai Yanqing. What do you want Bai Yanqing and the 9 poisonous tears for?" Although Long Feiyi was polite, he wasn't afraid. Coldly, he said, "This is a private matter. There's no need for senior to worry about it. Obtaining the perplexing butterfly illusion means obtaining the world. If you want to raise poison goo humans, please leave. This sovereign will not agree to any of your conditions." Coldly, Han Chun said, "Could it be that senior left behind the 9 poisonous tears and Bai Yanqing because of this?" Long Feiyi's tone also turned cold. "It's just a hobby. You should know that this sovereign doesn't need the perplexing butterfly illusion if I want to rule Cloud Realm." Han Chun immediately retorted, "If you can't win the hearts of Cloud Realm's people and give it peace and prosperity, then you can't call it ruling Cloud Realm. At most, you'll be invading." Long Feiyi refused to budge. Even the usually calm Han Chun stood up. "This sovereign has no interest in the affairs of the world. Long Feiyi, why do you want the 9 poisonous tears and Bai Yanqing?" "It's a private matter. No comment," Long Feiyi said. Unexpectedly, Han Chun took the initiative to give in. "If you don't want to raise poison goo humans, tell me what you want them for. This sovereign will return them to you. How about it?" Could it be that the real reason Han Chun left behind Bai Yanqing and the poisonous tears was because he was afraid they'd use the 9 poisonous tears and Bai Yanqing to research ways to raise poison goo humans? Long Feiyi didn't have time to think. After a moment of hesitation, he said in a low voice, "Save them." Long Feiyi told him about goo. Han Chun was rather surprised. He hadn't paid attention to goo in the first place. He'd only seen goo use vines to trap Bai Yanqing in the barrier and hadn't thought much of it. He hadn't expected goo to have an undying body. "If that's the case, then the lustbite energy can also destroy him," Han Chun said seriously. "An undying body doesn't mean that you're truly undying. It's just that you're so strong that you can't be killed by normal forces. If this was the mysterious continent, an undying body wouldn't be able to dominate the world." Han Chen's explanation was similar to their conjecture about the plant essence. Whether it was goo or Bai Yanqing, they weren't truly undying. They just had fast recovery abilities and good immunity. If they encountered a truly powerful force like the lustbite power, they would be powerless. This sovereign will add another condition. "How about it?" Han Chun asked. "What condition?" Long Feiyi was a little uneasy. His father-in-law was really unpredictable. Every winter, find time to go to Nanshan and drink tea with this sovereign, Han Chun said seriously. Long Feiyi was rather surprised. He couldn't figure out whether Han Chun had agreed to exchange the 9 poisonous tears with Bai Yanqing because of the Red Nanshan, Su Xiaoyu, or because he wanted to save them. Long Feiyi wasn't interested in figuring out Han Chun's thought. He immediately agreed. "All right, this junior will remember it." Su Xiaoyu hurriedly said, "Your Highness, this servant wants to go back and see my master." Before Long Feiyi could say anything, Han Chun said, "Remember to answer on time. In 5 days, this sovereign will bring you back to the wolf sect and formally acknowledge you as my master. Just like that, Long Fei Yi exchanged Nanshan, tea with him, and Su Xiaoyu for by Yanqing and the 9 poisonous tears. Long Fei Yi brought Su Xiaoyu back to the medical academy and told Han Yunxi and the others everything. They were all in disbelief. Gu said jokingly, Long Fei Yi, it's only right that you accompany your father-in-law for tea. Haha. Take the Nanshan tea garden as a show of respect to your father-in-law. You stole it from me anyway. Long Fei Yi couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, so he looked at Su Xiaoyu. Little girl, Qi brother, I will remember your kindness. Su Xiaoyu originally wanted to say that Gu owed her master, but after thinking about it, she tactfully said, Count it as you owing His Highness. This servant will listen to His Highness. Han Yunxi frowned and looked over. Little Yu do you really want to acknowledge him as your master? Long Fei Yi didn't say the truth that he wanted Su Xiaoyu to acknowledge him as her master and become a spy. Yes, master. Once this servant succeeds in her studies, I will be able to protect little master in the future. Su Xiaoyu's big bright eyes were filled with seriousness. If you feel wronged, you must come back and tell me. I will remember. Han Yunxi said seriously. This wasn't only because of her love for Su Xiaoyu, but also because of the promise that Ning Qing and Ning Jing made to Bai Yuqiao. Master, don't worry. This servant will definitely not be wronged. Su Xiaoyu was especially confident. The next afternoon, Han Yunxi personally brought Su Xiaoyu to see Han Chen. Long Fei Yi wrote Nanshan's land deed and Su Xiaoyu's indenture agreement and brought them along. Han Chen personally handed the 9 poisonous teardrops to Han Yunxi, while Bai Yanqing was tied up in a large cloth bag and handed to Gu. Han Yunxi personally handed the land deed and little Yu Er's indenture agreement to Han Chen. She held little Yu Er's hand and hesitated for a long time, not moving. Han Chen didn't say anything, but Long Fei Yi and Gu started to worry. They were afraid that Han Yunxi would act rashly and not hand over Su Xiaoyu. Unexpectedly, Han Yunxi held Su Xiaoyu's hand and walked in front of Han Chen. She said seriously, Little Yu is just like me. She was an orphan when she was young. Now that she has acknowledged a master for a day is a father for life. The world of Xiankong is dangerous. I hope. As Han Yunxi spoke, she actually knelt down on one knee and said seriously, I hope that father can protect her. Father? Han Chen was slightly stunned. Everyone present was also stunned. No one expected that Han Yunxi would acknowledge Han Chen as her father under such circumstances. Father, please agree. Han Yunxi said seriously. In that instant, Su Xiaoyu, who had always been stubborn, suddenly fell silent and her tears fell like rain. She knew it. She knew that she hadn't misjudged. Master truly cared for her. How was this a deal? This was practically a trust. Han Yunxi's father, and kneeling down was as heavy as Mount Tai. The lofty and aloof Han Chen, who was as cold as an immortal, actually smiled helplessly. He bent down and extended his hand. In a low voice, he said, Father promises you. Han Yunxi was overjoyed. She immediately took little Yu Er's small hand and placed it in Han Chen's large, gentle hand. Thank you, Father. No matter what kind of person Han Chen was, at least from these few things, he was still a gentleman who wouldn't go back on his word. With his words, Han Yunxi finally set her mind at ease. She thought that this could be considered as an explanation for the dead Bai Yuqiao. If little Yu could learn from Han Chen, the identity of the wolf sect master's disciple would be much better than being her servant girl. Han Yunxi was about to get up when Long Fei Yi hurriedly helped her up. Little Yu hurriedly wiped away her tears. Master, you'll always be little Yu master. Silly. Han Yunxi smiled helplessly. Before Han Yunxi and the others left, little Yu remembered something. She took out a small bag and handed it to Han Yunxi. Master, give this to Sister Jing. Tell her that this is a gift from little Yu. She'll understand. The bag contained none other than Bai Yanqing's teeth. Han Yunxi took out something and stuffed it into Su Xiaoyu's sleeve. She said in a low voice, "Mingxiang asked me to give this to you last night. She said she was afraid that she couldn't bear to part with it and didn't dare to see you." "What is it?" Su Xiaoyu was very curious. Han Yunxi said seriously, "It's for self-defense. The mysterious continent isn't like Yunkong continent. There are many experts. You'd better watch your annoying mouth." Su Xiaoyu nodded resentfully. After Han Yunxi and the others left, Su Xiaoyu returned to the stone room and secretly took out the gift from Bailey Mingxiang. When she opened the red cloth wrapped around it, Su Xiaoyu was immediately shocked. It was the Tang Sect's #1 hidden weapon, Red Lotus Blaze. "Stupid woman. So stupid. Why did you give me such a good thing?" Su Xiaoyu's face was full of disdain, but her heart was warm. A few days later, Han Chun took Su Xiaoyu to the mysterious continent. Han Yunxi and the others built an iron cage to imprison Bai Yanqing. The four of them discussed whether to use the 9 poisonous tears on Bai Yanqing. Chapter 1167. Han Yunxi and the others built a large iron cage and locked it in an underground secret room. The iron cage fit perfectly into the walls of the secret room. This kind of cage naturally couldn't hold an immortal old man like Bai Yanqing for long, but it could hold him for the time being. It was only after Bai Yanqing was released that everyone found out how badly Bai Yanqing had been tortured by Han Chen and Su Xiaoyu. At this moment, Han Yunxi and the others were standing outside the cage, looking at the unconscious Bai Yanqing. According to Su Xiaoyu, Bai Yanqing had been tortured until he fainted. Although they didn't know what had been discovered by the bloodstains on Bai Yanqing's crotch, everyone knew that Bai Yanqing was basically crippled. Gu squatted beside him and lifted his chin. Just as Su Xiaoyu had said, not a single tooth was left. Gu turned to look at everyone and asked, "How long will it take for his teeth to grow back?" "With his recovery speed, I don't think it'll take too long." Han Yunxi supported her waist with one hand and stroked her belly with the other. The smell of pregnancy was getting stronger and stronger. "Princess, there's only one set of 9 poisonous teardrop. It's best to use it with caution. Let's take his blood first to grow the thorny vine seeds. What do you think?" Gu Beiyue asked. "That's a good idea," Han Yunxi said seriously. Gu Beiyue hurriedly brought over a few small porcelain bottles for Gu to collect blood from. Gu stayed in the dungeon to keep watch while Han Yunxi and Gu Beiyue seized the time to do their experiment. As for Long Feiyi, he didn't have time to watch the show. He had a pile of things to take care of. When Bailey Yuanlong found out that Bai Yanqing's matter had been resolved, he immediately urged him to return to the army. Indeed, he couldn't delay any longer. However, he burned Bailey Yuanlong's letter immediately after reading it. He didn't even want to let Han Yunxi know. After all, Gu Beiyue couldn't recognize poison, and Gu had to guard Bai Yanqing. Without Han Yunxi's help, Gu Beiyue would be in trouble. No matter what, they had to wait until they figured out Bai Yanqing and the 9 poisonous teardrops before leaving. A few days later, Han Yunxi and Gu Beiyue followed Gu's instructions and used Bai Yanqing's blood to grow the thorny vine seed into the blood vine seed. The thorny vine was a plant that fed on the bones of animals. Once it absorbed enough of the essence of the flesh, it would germinate and grow very, very long within 2 hours. The blood vine, on the other hand, was obtained from Gu's own blood and could grow instantly. In order to distinguish them, Han Yunxi named the seed grown from 7th young master's blood 7 blood vine and the seed grown from Bai Yanqing's blood white blood vine. After the white blood vine seed was grown, they planted it in the soil and into the flesh of animals. They found that the white blood vine was just like the 7 blood vine and could grow instantly. The only difference was that the white blood vine was highly toxic. This result made Han Yunxi and the others more and more convinced that their hypothesis of plant essence was correct. They took advantage of the fact that Bai Yanqing was still unconscious to conduct experiments in the prison. If the white blood vine seed in Bai Yanqing's flesh could become undying and impervious to all poisons, just like the 7 blood vine in Gu's body. This meant that Gu's constitution was very similar to Bai Yanqing's. Perhaps the method to neutralize the poison Gu man could also neutralize the 7th young master's undying body. Gu personally took the seed and planted it into Bai Yanqing's wrist. Han Yunxi, Long Feiyi, and Gu Beiyue stood outside the prison and watched in silence. What would the result be? Gu Qishao should have been the most nervous one, but he was completely carefree. He only chuckled before planting the seed into the ground. Han Yunxi and the others all stared at Bai Yanqing's wrist. Who would have thought that after staring for a long time, Bai Yanqing's wrist didn't move at all? How can this be? Han Yunxi was very surprised. The white blood vine's seed would germinate immediately after being planted in the soil or the flesh of animals. Bai Yanqing's hand shouldn't have been so silent. Why? Gu Beiyue was also shocked. Who would have thought that Gu would laugh out loud and reveal the seed hidden in his palm? Because I haven't planted it yet. Gu. Han Yunxi was so angry that she wanted to give him a kick. Gu Beiyue, on the other hand, had a good temper. He smiled and shook his head helplessly. Poison lass, don't be so nervous. At most, I'll age a little slower and marry your daughter when the time comes. Gu said with a chuckle. Don't even think about it. You're courting death. It was obvious that the first sentence was said by Han Yunxi and the second by Long Feiyi. Gu wanted to retort, but Gu Beiyue stopped him. 7th young master, stop fooling around. Hurry up and plant it. It'll be troublesome if Bai Yanqing wakes up. Gu Beiyue looked at Gu's smile and a trace of sadness flashed past his eyes. Gu Qishao's jokes had always been the truth, but now they were all lies. How could he marry the princess daughter? It was unknown whether he could survive this tribulation. In fact, he was immortal and didn't have much time left. Only then did Gu plant the white blood vine seed. The moment the seed entered Bai Yanqing's flesh, a thorny vine actually broke out of the skin and flew out. This vine was not much different from the one that grew in Gu's body. The only difference was that this one was poisonous. Han Yunxi was delighted. 7th young master, hurry! Gu immediately swung his sword to cut the vine, but found that it couldn't be cut. This time, Gu was also pleasantly surprised. Fire, bring me fire, hurry! Long Fei tossed a torch inside while Gu Qishao used fire to burn the vines. Once again, the results were a pleasant surprise. The vines didn't burn. It's the same. Gu was delighted. Your Highness, give it a try. Gu Beiyue said anxiously. As soon as Gu moved aside, Long Feiyi activated the lustbite power and slashed down with his sword. They saw the vine being cut in half. This result made all 4 of them very excited. A vine suddenly flew out of Gu's right sleeve and attacked Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi naturally knew what he meant, but Long Feiyi still used the lustbite power to deal with it. Han Yunxi and Gu Beiyue watched nervously as Long Feiyi's sword fell and Gu's vine was cut into pieces. After this sword strike, the room fell silent. Gu looked at Long Feiyi in disbelief and was a little dumbfounded. After a while, he muttered, Long Feiyi, you can really kill me. Han Yunxi was so happy that she almost couldn't speak. She pulled Long Feiyi's hand and said excitedly, Our guess is right. It's right. There's no such thing as an immortal body. It's just that his tolerance and immunity are stronger than ordinary people. The lustbite power doesn't only kill poison Gu people. Yes, Senior Han Chen is right. There's a power more powerful than the lustbite power on the mysterious continent that can kill poison Gu people and 7th young master. Gu Beiyue was also pleasantly surprised. Our guess is right. The principle of Bai Yanqing's immortality is the same as 7th young master's. We can definitely find a way to break 7th young master's immortality. We definitely can. Han Yunxi smiled. Gu, let's concoct the antidote first. If something happens to 7th young master's body one day, and we can't treat it, We can just take the antidote and return to normal. If nothing happens, do you want to grow old with us or accompany the little thing? It's your choice. Gu subconsciously looked at Gu Beiwe. Gu Beiwe was also looking at him. Poison Lass was so thoughtful. Unfortunately, she didn't know that something had already happened to his body. Gu had a narcissistic look on his face as he said loudly, "A loyal person like me naturally has to grow old with you guys." As he spoke, he walked over to Long Feiyi and hooked his arm around Long Feiyi's shoulder. He chuckled and said, "Long Feiyi, how about your daughter acknowledge me as her godfather in the future? To make up for my regret of not being able to marry her? How about that?" Long Feiyi didn't say anything, but he grabbed Gu's other hand and slid his fingers into his sleeve. From Han Yunshi and Gu Beiue's point of view, Long Feiyi was only trying to pull him away. However, Gu froze in that instant, because Long Feiyi had felt the abnormality in his arm. Long Feiyi quickly let go of Gu. It was just a cold look, but Gu didn't dare to speak anymore, as though he had been threatened. Long Feiyi often shut Gu up with just a look, so Han Yunshi and Gu Beiwe didn't think much of it. Gu Beiwe said seriously, "Princess, why don't we take some poisonous Gu human blood as backup and use it to cure Bai Yanqing's poison?" Han Yunshi had already combined the 9 poisonous teardrops into a small bottle of antidote. She had also done a detailed analysis of the detectable toxicity and medicinal properties, and even compared it with the perplexing butterfly illusion that she had left. She recorded all the data in detail and handed it to Gu Beiwe. If the 9 poisonous teardrops were tested individually, they would still be very corrosive. However, when the 9 poisonous teardrops were mixed together to form a poisonous teardrop medicine, the corrosive properties would weaken. Not to mention a human's flesh and bones, it wouldn't even corrode a blade of grass or a tree. Han Yunshi could only confirm the corrosive properties of the poisonous teardrop medicine, but she didn't know what it could corrode. If their hypothesis of the plant essence was correct, then the poisonous teardrop medicine should be able to corrode the plant essence in Bai Yanqing's body. This was still just a guess. They needed to put it into practice. They needed to see how the 9 poisonous teardrops would neutralize Bai Yanqing's poisonous Gu human body. They also needed to see how Bai Yanqing's body would be after the poison was neutralized, and what changes there would be in the composition of his blood. Moreover, they also needed to neutralize Bai Yanqing's undying body. Otherwise, this cage wouldn't be able to trap Bai Yanqing. Gu didn't say anything and immediately went to collect Bai Yanqing's blood. Then, Han Yunshi handed the poisonous teardrop medicine to him. Gu glanced at everyone. Seeing that everyone nodded, he forced the poisonous teardrop medicine into Bai Yanqing's mouth. Gu Beiwe hurriedly went forward to take his pulse. "His pulse is weakening again," Gu Beiwe said seriously. Han Yunshi couldn't help but go forward to take his pulse. Just as Gu Beiwe said, Bai Yanqing's pulse was weakening again. His body seemed to be deteriorating, and there were signs of death. "He won't die, right?" Han Yunshi was worried. "His body is deteriorating. Check his breathing." Gu Beiwe was a little anxious. Gu checked his breathing and was shocked. His breathing is very weak. Could his internal organs be corroded? No, it's normal exhaustion. Gu Beiwe was very sure. The poisonous teardrop was the antidote. It could only neutralize the undying body, but it couldn't kill Bai Yanqing. How could this be? Bai Yanqing wouldn't die like this, right? Chapter 1168. The weakening of Bai Yanqing's breath made Han Yunshi's heart clench. Gu Beiue's brows were tightly knitted and he didn't make a sound. What was more hurtful than disappointment was when hope was followed by disappointment. That was called despair. The room was silent. Han Yunshi and Gu Beiwe could feel that Bai Yanqing's pulse was weakening bit by bit, and it couldn't stop. Gu had already stood up. Standing in front of them was still that smiling face and those smiling eyes. Long Feiyi's consciousness fell on his hand, the hand that was hidden by his sleeve. A heavy, hopeless atmosphere filled the entire prison cell. The air seemed to have weight, making it hard to breathe. It stopped. Suddenly, Gu Beiyue exclaimed. Han Yunshi didn't say anything, but the shocked expression on her face said it all. Yes. Bai Yanqing's pulse had stopped. No. Gu Beiyue's hand loosened and he felt weak. If they didn't find a solution, Gu would be in great danger. Because there was something wrong with his hand. It can't be. The records on the altar won't lie. The antidote is the antidote, how could it kill? Han Yunshi stubbornly pressed on Bai Yanqing's pulse, refusing to believe it. Alright, poison girl, if worse comes to worst, Chi brother. Before Gu could finish his sentence, Han Yunshi suddenly exclaimed, His pulse is back! Gu Beiyue, look! His pulse is back! Gu Beiyue was in disbelief. He hurriedly grabbed Bai Yanqing's hand and felt his pulse. He really found that Bai Yanqing's pulse had recovered. Although it was still very weak, there was indeed a pulse. Finally, Gu became nervous. This time, he carefully checked Bai Yanqing's breathing. The result was, he's still breathing. He's not dead. He's not dead. Han Yunshi looked at Gu excitedly. Gu couldn't help but laugh when he saw her dumbfounded expression. Princess, the pulse has changed. Gu Beiyue became serious. Han Yunshi didn't dare to be careless. She checked his pulse carefully and immediately noticed that Bai Yanqing's pulse had indeed changed. It was no different from a normal person's. Moreover, through his pulse, they could tell that Bai Yanqing had suffered a very serious internal injury. His body was covered with injuries and his blood loss was very serious. If they didn't save him, he would really die. Normal? Gu asked nervously. Are you nervous now? Han Yunshi asked seriously. Only then did Gu realize that he was nervous. He wanted to give Poison Lass a smile but he couldn't. Of course, he would be nervous, because he really wanted to grow old with them. Seventh young master, take his blood. Just a small amount will do, Gu Beiyue said seriously. I'll go get some pills for him first, just in case. Princess, I'll leave this to you. If Bai Yanqing lost his undying body, judging from his injuries, he would be half dead even if he didn't die. Gu was very careful when he took the blood. He didn't dare take too much, for fear that he would accidentally kill Bai Yanqing. Gu Beiyue brought some pills back and fed them to Bai Yanqing. He then helped treat his wounds before heaving a sigh of relief and revealing a warm and clean smile. The white bottle contains the original poison blood, and the red bottle contains the current normal blood. Gu handed the blood sample to him. If they had modern equipment, they would be able to quickly detect the difference between the two blood samples. However, even without modern equipment, Han Yunshi believed that Gu Beiyue would be able to figure out the difference. The poisonous teardrop medicine was made from a mixture of perplexing butterfly illusion and myriad poisons, while perplexing butterfly illusion was made from the residue of 49 different poisonous herbs. In that case, could the antidote to Seventh Young Master's undying body be related to the medicines he had taken since he was young? If they could find all the herbs Seventh Young Master had taken and use the residue of these herbs as medicine, would they be able to break Seventh Young Master's undying body? There was only one set of poisonous teardrop medicine, so they couldn't experiment with it on the vines. However, Seventh Young Master's medicine wasn't unique, so they could experiment repeatedly on his vines. With Gu Beiyue's medical skills and Gu's pharmaceutical skills, they would definitely be able to find the antidote as long as their hypothesis was correct. Princess, the next step is to find the medicine, Gu Beiyue said seriously. Right. Finding the medicine and the catalyst. This is Seventh Young Master's specialty. Han Yunshi was clearly in a much better mood. Gu was also in a good mood. Done, leave that prescription to me. Do you need Ling Er's help? Han Yunshi asked again. Gu shook his head just like last time. Han Yunshi shrugged and didn't say anything else. They walked out of the prison, and Long Fei Yi personally locked the door. Bai Yanqing's undying body had been broken. With his current injuries and stamina, he wouldn't be able to escape this prison no matter how good his martial arts were. Moreover, Bai Yanqing's martial arts weren't top-notch. Han Yunxi glanced back at Bai Yanqing one last time, a trace of mockery flashing through her eyes. She wanted to wait for Bai Yanqing to wake up and find out that his undying body had been broken. She wanted him to despair. Without the protection of his undying body, forget about his other injuries, even his teeth would never recover. After leaving the prison, Gu grumbled about going to the Medicine Ghost Valley to find medicine immediately. You can just write a prescription and have someone send it over. Why do you have to go by yourself? Han Yunxi asked seriously. Finding medicine was one thing, but Gu still had to cooperate with Gu Beiwei for a blood analysis and various tests. There are a few herbs on the list that only I can pick. I'll be leaving this afternoon and will be back within 10 days, Gu said seriously. Han Yunxi raised her brows at him and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Long Feiyi asked, "What, are you afraid of dying?" "If I can recover, of course I have to recover as soon as possible. Poison lass, you have to promise me that you'll keep this a secret forever. Don't let that crybaby Mu Linger find out. Otherwise, she'll annoy me to death." As Gu spoke, his gaze landed on Han Yunxi's bulging belly. He chuckled and said, "Don't tell this little brat in the future either. Otherwise, he'll be afraid of me and won't be close to me." With the topic changed, Han Yunxi didn't think too much about it. "Princess, don't worry about the pregnancy. After such a long delay, His Highness should be returning to the army. Leave this matter to this subordinate, don't worry," Gu Beiwei said seriously. If it were anyone else, Han Yunxi would definitely be worried. However, since Gu Beiwei had already said so, what else was there for her to be worried about? She couldn't even do this herself. Only Gu Beiwei and Gu could do it. Although Long Feiyi didn't say it, she knew that Long Feiyi had to return to the army as soon as possible. The 4 regions of the world weren't truly peaceful yet. Gu would be leaving in the afternoon. Gu Beiwei had to hurry and analyze the blood samples before they dried up. Han Yunxi hesitated, then said, "Then let's leave in the afternoon as well. We'll be going the same way." The journey from Medicine City to Tianning's barracks was east, and so was the journey to Pilfine Valley. The roads were interconnected for about a day before they parted ways, one to the east and one to the south. Gu Beiwei seemed to want to say something, but a complicated look flitted past his eyes before he held himself back. With the princess's intelligence, she'd be suspicious if he said too much. It's only a day, so let the 7th young master do as he pleases. Gu, on the other hand, was overjoyed. "What do you want to eat?" "Chi brother will prepare it." Long Feiyi laughed bitterly in his heart. He actually allowed Gu to treat Han Yunxi so well. He was crazy. "No need." Han Yunxi refused again. "Look at the list of ingredients clearly. Don't make a mistake. Also, have Su Donglin find the ingredients you need from Medicine City. I'll lend Su Donglin to you guys for now." Su Donglin was Long Feiyi's personal bodyguard. He represented Long Feiyi in many situations and had great authority. Han Yunxi kept Su Donglin for 2 reasons. 1. To make things convenient for Gu Beiwei and the rest. 2. To have Su Donglin report back to her at all times. After making all the arrangements, Gu was the first to slip away. Only the heavens knew where he was going. Han Yunxi discovered that her hand was a bit swollen. She didn't tell Long Feiyi and went to find 4th young Miss Ren herself. Long Feiyi went to Gu Beiwei's study the moment she left. He went straight to the point and asked coldly, "What's wrong with Gu?" Gu Beiwei was slightly taken aback, but he quickly smiled helplessly. There were many things that could be hidden from the clever and quick-witted princess, but they could not be hidden from His Highness' sharp eyes. "We don't know the situation yet. If we travel together this afternoon, Your Highness should take a look at his arm. His flesh is being corroded by the roots of the thorny vines." Gu Beiwei said seriously, "If we can quickly concoct the antidote and break his undying body, this situation should be resolved. I'm just afraid that if we can't concoct the antidote in time, seventh young master's body, will he completely become the food of the thorny vines? Long Fei asked. Although Gu Beiwei didn't want to admit it, he still nodded. Yes. Long Fei frowned and remained silent for a while. He didn't say anything but sighed heavily. There was no doubt that his heart was stifled. Your Highness, seventh young master doesn't want the princess to know about this. She's pregnant, so it's not good for her to be too sad, Gu Beiwei said seriously. I know, Long Fei said indifferently. How long will it take to find the medicine on the list? Long Fei asked seriously. If he guessed correctly, Gu didn't want to go to Medicine Ghost Valley to find the medicine at all. Instead, he wanted them to return to the army as soon as possible. I spent the entire night with seventh young master last night. There are 10 medicines that are extremely difficult to find, and they can't be found in Medicine Ghost Valley. I've already sent them to the King of Medicine, so we should get a reply as soon as tonight, Gu Beiwei said seriously. 10 medicines. Long Fei was very surprised. 10 medicines wasn't a small number. Your Highness, these 10 medicines aren't the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that seventh young master took 2 types of plague poisons when he was young. They were concocted by Gu Yuntian using the blood of plague victims. Concocting these 2 poisons is even more troublesome than finding the 10 medicines. Gu Beiwei's tone became serious. The so-called poison was a type of medicine concocted using the blood essence of the victims. Normal people would suffer the same symptoms as the victims after taking it. It wasn't easy to find all these medicines, and even if they did, it might not be enough to save seventh young master. After all, finding these medicines was only the first step. We're not leaving, Long Fei said. Gu Beiwei was shocked. Your Highness, please reconsider. Chapter 1169. If seventh young master heard Long Fei's words, how would he react? He'd probably react the same way as Gu Beiwei. Gu Beiwei said seriously, Your Highness, the situation is still uncertain and the world is still in chaos. You must return to the army as soon as possible. It's winter this year and Ningjing and Jin Zi's tiger troops are bound to be caught in the snow. There will be many changes in the northernly battlefield this winter, so you have to be on guard. The western battlefield is a place where generals fight for merit. There are many local armies there that are known for their savagery and ferocity. If they aren't given a taste of sweetness, they might riot and the people will be the ones to suffer in the end. The South. Your Highness should be well aware of the situation there. I'm sure some people have already finished sewing your dragon robes. Gu Beiwei said seriously. Seeing Long Fei hesitate, Gu Beiwei added, Your Highness, even if you stay in Medical City for a year, Cloud Realm will still be yours. However, in this 1 year, how much chaos, how much slaughter would there be? If you miss this year, you'll have to spend at least 3 years to truly pacify the world and establish an empire. Long Fei understood all of this. Your Highness, you and the princess won't be of much help even if you stay. Gu is the best at finding and concocting medicine. The princess is pregnant, so she can't come into contact with poison. Gu added. Long Fei waved his hand, indicating that he need not say more. After a moment of silence, Long Fei said, If you need anything, just send Su Donglin. Report any situation in secret. Understood, Gu Beiwei replied seriously. At this moment, Han Yunxi was in 4th young Miss Ren's study, completely unaware of the truth. 4th young Miss Ren had taken a look at her hand and prescribed some external medicine for her to apply. She was about to leave, but 4th young Miss Ren had asked her to stay. 4th young Miss Ren approached. Princess, please wait a moment. Let me check your arm. Arm? Han Yunxi was puzzled when 4th young Mistress Ren hurriedly whispered, Princess, I have a request. What's wrong? The walls have ears? Han Yunxi lowered her voice as well. No, it's... 4th young Mistress Ren felt helpless. Han Yunxi was even more puzzled. She wondered if it had something to do with Gu Beiwe. Of course, she could tell that fourth young Mistress Ren liked Gu Beiwe. In fact, there was no need to look. All the girls in the medical city liked Gu Beiwe, the young, promising, and unmarried director. Whoever could marry Gu Beiwe would have a meteoric rise in status. Just being able to see Gu Beiwe's gentle smile every morning would make her happy for the rest of her life. Han Yunxi couldn't figure out Gu Beiwe's thoughts, especially after he said, "I don't recognize," a few days ago. She was even more confused. Fourth young Mistress Ren lowered her voice even more. "Princess, there are ears on your head." "On your head?" Han Yunxi was about to look up when fourth young Mistress Ren hurriedly stopped her. "Look at it later. Otherwise, it'll know that I told on you." Han Yunxi was confused, but she still listened to fourth young Mistress Ren. She pretended to get up and leave, but when she reached the door, she inadvertently looked back. She saw Lil Thing was actually hanging upside down from the roof beam. Its round, black eyes were staring at fourth young Mistress Ren. It didn't even realize that she had seen it. Fourth young Mistress Ren didn't even dare to look up. Just how scared was she of Lil Thing? Lil Thing had been staring at fourth young Mistress Ren for many days. At first, fourth young Mistress Ren thought it liked her. She even tried to tease it and hug it. However, she didn't know until she teased it. She really got scared. Lil Thing was clearly hostile towards her. That day, she took out a herb to tease it, and it almost bit her finger off. She ran to find Director Beiwe on the spot, but was forced back by Lil Thing before she could reach the door. She couldn't go herself, so she sent an apprentice to do it. Unfortunately, the apprentice couldn't meet Director Beiwe and was sent back. He said that the Medical Academy's matters had been temporarily handed over to Vice Academy Head Shin, and Director Beiwe wouldn't see anyone. She wanted to find the princess again, but Lil Thing blocked her way and almost bit through her shoes. Although she couldn't understand what Lil Thing was saying, she understood that it was warning her that it wouldn't let her off if she told on her. She didn't know Lil Thing well, but she had grown up in Medical City. She had heard of the poison beast's reputation. How would she dare to provoke it? Today, he finally had a chance to tell the princess in secret. Han Yunxi studied Lil Thing for a long time. Lil Thing had always been very vigilant, but it actually didn't notice her. This little fellow had disappeared for so many days. So it was here to make trouble for fourth young Mistress Ren? But why was it looking for trouble with fourth young Mistress Ren? Fourth young Mistress Ren could be considered her savior. If Bai Yanqing's subordinates hadn't captured fourth young Mistress Ren, but some other obstetrician, they might not have been able to deliver the letter so smoothly. Ahem. Han Yunxi coughed softly. Lil Thing was still unmoved. Han Yunxi coughed again. Fourth young Mistress Ren was looking at her, but Lil Thing still didn't move. Its eyes were filled with hatred, as if nailed to fourth young Mistress Ren. Finally, Han Yunxi's eyes turned cold, and Lil Thing disappeared into thin air. Without a doubt, Han Yunxi had used her poison storage space to take Lil Thing away. "I'm really sorry. I didn't discipline it properly and caused you trouble." Although Han Yunxi apologized, she didn't pursue the matter. "Is there some misunderstanding between you and Lil Thing?" Fourth young Mistress Ren was about to cry. "Princess, it's a poison beast. In other words, what could a mere doctor like her do to Lil Thing? What misunderstanding could there be?" Han Yunxi was too embarrassed to answer. "Don't worry, there won't be a next time. I'll bring it back and educate it properly. I'll make it apologize to you later." No need. Princess, you're too polite." Fourth young Mistress Ren hurriedly waved her hands. She thought, if the princess wants to take Lil Thing away from Medical City, that's for the best. If Lil Thing doesn't take it away, it'll definitely hold a grudge, and her days will be miserable. Han Yunxi smiled helplessly. "Actually, I don't understand it either. I'll have Gu Beiwe talk to it later. Perhaps he'll be able to understand what's going on." "Dean Beiwe can talk to it?" Fourth young Mistress Ren was very curious. Han Yunxi smiled. Lil Thing likes Beiwei a lot. Even I, its master, have to take a step back. Back in Tianing, Lil Thing would run over to Beiwei's residence all day long. Whenever it squeaks, Beiwei will know what it wants to do. Lil Thing was particularly noisy in the poison storage space. With no other choice, Han Yunshi could only let it out, but she held it in her arms and covered its eyes. Lil Thing quieted down, no longer daring to act recklessly. Seeing that Lil Thing couldn't move, fourth young Mistress Ren relaxed and asked, "Then? Dean Beiwei must like it a lot too, right?" Han Yunshi laughed in a low voice. Gu Beiwei is a clean freak too. If he didn't like it, why would he hold this furry thing in his hands all day long? Why would he let Lil Thing hide in his sleeves? Fourth young Mistress Ren looked at Lil Thing with an envious gaze. How exciting would it be to be a little squirrel and accompany him without a care in the world? If Lil Thing could understand human speech, it'd be very happy to hear Mama Yunshi say that Sir Beiwei liked it. Unfortunately, Lil Thing's vitality was too damaged to understand what Mama Yunshi and fourth young Mistress Ren were saying. It peeked through Mama Yunshi's fingers at fourth young Mistress Ren, its eyes filled with hostility. It could tell that fourth young Mistress Ren liked its Sir Beiwei. It also knew that he treated her very well. Of all the women in the medical academy, fourth young Mistress Ren was close to him. It had to be on guard. It wanted to chase her away. In its heart, no one but Mama Yunshi was good enough for its gentleman. Once upon a time, Lil Thing wished that it could recover quickly so that it could communicate with Mama Yunshi's consciousness and tell her to tell the gentleman that it wanted to stay by his side for the rest of its life. But it had endured its disgust and anger in Bai Yanqing's poison storage space to break through and communicate with Mama Yunshi's consciousness. Instead, it had used its claws to hurt the gentleman. Ever since Bai Yanqing took it away, it had been hoping that one day it could return to the gentleman's embrace. But now it didn't dare to look at the gentleman, much less snuggle into his arms. It was afraid of hurting the gentleman and seeing his disdainful gaze. Right now, it wished with all its might that it could recover so that it could communicate with Mama Yunshi's consciousness. Not because it wanted to talk to Mama Yunshi, but because it wanted to plead with the gentleman not to make things difficult for itself. Fourth young Mistress Ren stared at Lil Thing and unconsciously ignored its hostility. She stared and stared until she fell into a daze. Fourth young mistress? Han Yunshi waved a hand in front of her eyes before fourth young Mistress Ren recovered her senses. She hadn't dared to ask before, but she really wanted to know what Sir Beiwei had been up to lately. After some hesitation, she asked timidly, "Princess, will Academy Head Beiwei leave the medical academy this time?" Academy Head Beiwei had gone into closed-door cultivation after taking up the position of Academy Head. After that, he left the medical academy and hadn't returned until now. Fourth young Mistress Ren was truly afraid that he'd leave again. He shouldn't be leaving, right? Han Yunshi naturally knew Gu Beiwei's whereabouts, but she didn't want to reveal too much. After all, this concerned Gu. Fourth young Mistress Ren was so thrilled that she didn't know what to say. All she could do was smile at Han Yunshi. When you like a person, when you see him or hear about him, your eyes will burst with light. This kind of light is impossible to hide. Seeing fourth young Mistress Ren's radiant gaze and recalling Gu Beiwei's words, Han Yunshi could only sigh in her heart. She wouldn't be so nosy as to poke her nose into Gu Beiwei's private affairs. Moreover, Gu Beiwei was going to be very busy these days. He probably didn't have time for feelings either, right? After bidding farewell to fourth young Mistress Ren, Han Yunshi took Lil Thing home. When she returned to her room, she placed Lil Thing on the table. She didn't say anything and just glared at Lil Thing fiercely. No matter how she tried to educate Lil Thing, it wouldn't understand. Still, Lil Thing could sense her warning if she continued to kick it. Of course Lil Thing knew that Mama Yunshi was educating it, but it was stubborn and didn't want to admit its mistakes. Thus, when Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei arrived, they saw the pair staring at each other. Chapter 1170. Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwei were both standing by the door, but Han Yunxi and Lil Thing didn't notice. Both of them were still glaring at each other. Abruptly, Han Yunxi rose to her feet and pointed at Lil Thing. "All right, Lil Thing. You still don't think you're in the wrong, do you?" Lil Thing didn't understand Mama Yunxi's words, but it could guess that she was still blaming it for bullying fourth young Miss Rin. Actually, it hadn't really bullied or even touched fourth young Miss Rin. At most, it had threatened her. It might be obedient to Mama Yunxi on other matters, but it didn't want to back down on this one. It wanted Mama Yunxi to know that it didn't like fourth young Miss Rin and didn't want her to have any thoughts about the gentleman. Lil Thing rested its paws on the table as it leaned forward and squeaked at Han Yunxi in a huff. "All right. It's only been a while, but you've grown bolder. Are you rebelling now?" Han Yunxi asked. Squeak. Lil Thing squeaked again with all its might. "I'll give you one last chance to admit your wrongs. Do you admit it or not?" Han Yunxi said, before adding, "I'm telling you now, the consequences of not admitting it will be severe." Lil Thing could hear the warning in Mama Yunxi's voice, but it didn't know what she was warning it about. It stood up and stared doubtfully at Han Yunxi. Seeing this, Han Yunxi grew doubtful as well. Did Lil Thing understand what she meant? Han Yunxi thought it over before rolling up her sleeves to reveal the priceless white jade crystal bracelet on her wrist. She clenched one hand into a fist while stroking the bracelet with the other as she stared coldly at Lil Thing. As Lil Thing stared and stared, its fur began to curl up. Without a doubt, Lil Thing understood Han Yunxi's meaning. What does she mean by that? Long Feiyi didn't understand. As soon as he said this, Han Yunxi and Lil Thing turned their heads in unison. As soon as it saw Long Feiyi, Lil Thing immediately flew to the roof, its snow-white fur puffed up into a ball. After knowing the truth about the lustbite power, the little thing was even more afraid of Long Feiyi. As for the matter of the Long Feiyi hugging it, it didn't even know that it was a hug. It only knew that it was bumped into. "The princess is warning the little thing in the name of your highness." Gu Beiwei walked in with a smile. Long Feiyi glanced at the ceiling beam but did not take it to heart. He asked indifferently, "Have you packed everything?" "I told Mingxiang to put them away. You can leave at any time." "Where's seventh young master?" Han Yunxi asked. "Don't worry about him." Long Feiyi's attitude was still cold, hiding it perfectly. "Are we leaving now?" Han Yunxi murmured. She didn't feel anything when she said she was leaving, but when it was time to leave, she suddenly realized that she couldn't bear to part with Gu Beiwei. If you're tired, then rest for a while. If you're not tired, then get ready to leave," Long Feiyi said indifferently. Gu Beiwei was standing at the side, looking up at Lil Thing and waving at it. Lil Thing couldn't wait to pounce into the young master's embrace. In the past, it always hid in the young master's embrace and avoided Papa Long. But now, it couldn't bear to do so because it knew that the young master's chest was still injured. It was the 4 scratches left behind by its claws. "What's wrong with Lil Thing?" Gu Beiwei smiled helplessly. Lil Thing could be infatuated with the young master's smile for an entire day. It was really warm and beautiful, like spring returning to the earth. The sun poured down and flowers bloomed everywhere. Han Yunxi immediately told him about how Lil Thing went to bully fourth young Miss Rin. "What do you think is wrong with it?" Han Yunxi asked helplessly. Long Feiyi wasn't interested at all. He had already packed his things at the desk. He only allowed Han Yunxi to pack his things. Han Yunxi was pregnant, so he had already asked her not to touch his things. Gu Beiwei was very patient with Lil Thing. He smiled faintly and hooked his finger at Lil Thing again. This was the second time he hooked his finger. Lil Thing couldn't take it anymore. It immediately flew down, but it didn't dare to pounce into the young master's embrace. Instead, it landed on his shoulder, ran along his arm, and sat on his hand. Han Yunxi said helplessly, "You should communicate with it properly. It has to stay. If you don't educate it well, it might go and harass fourth young Miss Ren every day." Lil Thing also ate the wild fruit and was immortal. If Lil Thing stayed, it could help Gu Beiwei and Gu. Just like before, Gu Beiwei used his index finger to tease Lil Thing's ears and tail. Lil Thing knew that Mama Yunshi had told on it, so it sat there obediently, not daring to move. It was waiting for the young master to question it. Unexpectedly, the young master didn't ask a thing, as if he didn't care at all. All he did was smile and play with it. At first, Lil Thing was apprehensive, but gradually it relaxed under the young master's warm smile. Han Yunshi looked at them doubtfully and asked, Gu Beiwei, is this how you communicate with it? Gu Beiwei said, maybe Lil Thing doesn't like fourth young Miss Ren. I'll tell the servants to tell fourth young Miss Ren to come less often. But fourth young Miss Ren is your right-hand woman. Han Yunshi reminded him immediately. Although she was Lil Thing's master, she couldn't let Gu Beiwei spoil Lil Thing so much. It doesn't matter. If she needs help, she can find Vice Academy head Shin. He's better at handling matters than her, Gu Beiwei said. The Ren clan will marry her off in the end. Han Yunshi wasn't very clear on Medical City's power, but she could pick up the meaning behind Gu Beiwei's words. Fourth young Miss Ren was a friend worth making and using, but the Ren clan behind her was the second most powerful clan in Medical City. Because of Gu Yuntian, the Gu clan had fallen to ruin and the Ren clan had taken first place. Whatever you say, Han Yunshi said helplessly. But Lil Thing can't dislike people for no reason. There must be a reason. How about you ask it after it recovers? Gu Beiwei asked with a smile. You didn't hurt fourth young Miss Ren, did you? That's not the case, but it scared them, Han Yunshi said honestly. Then that's good. I'll keep an eye out in the future and make sure it doesn't run off. I'll apologize to her later, Gu Beiwei intoned. Anyone who didn't know better would assume Lil Thing was Gu Beiwei's pet instead of Han Yunshi's. Lil Thing had no idea what they were talking about, but it knew the gentleman wasn't angry. It was hard to see someone with such a good temper get angry in this lifetime. Gu Beiwei and Han Yunshi sat and chatted for a while before Chu Shifeng arrived. Your Highness, Princess, the carriage is waiting at the back door. You can leave at any time. Long Feiyi had finished packing his things as well. He didn't say much, but told Gu Beiwei, no need to see me off. Those blood samples spoil easily, so you should hurry back to the study. There's no need to see me off. If there's any news, have Su Donglin write a letter immediately, Han Yunshi said seriously. Have a safe journey. Gu Beiwei didn't say much, but clasped his hands respectfully in front of his chest. He secretly said in his heart, Princess, I hope this subordinate can give you good news before the little master is born. There were only 4 more months until the little master was born. Judging from the condition of Gu's arm, there wasn't much hope left if he couldn't be cured within 4 months. Han Yunshi had no idea of Gu Beiwei's sorrow. She hugged Lil Thing and didn't forget to lecture it. Be good and listen to me. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because Gu Beiwei dotes on you. When I come back, if someone tells on you to me again. Han Yunshi narrowed her eyes and scooted closer to Lil Thing. I'll stuff you into Long Feiyi's sleeves. Lil Thing looked confused. It didn't understand, but when it saw Han Yunshi's evil smile, it nodded vigorously. Gu Beiwei really didn't send them off. After they left, he carried Lil Thing and walked quickly to the study. Time was very tight. As for Gu, no one mentioned him. 4 hours after Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi set off, Gu caught up with them on horseback. It was lunchtime. Gu was carrying a big bag on his back and carrying a huge food basket in his hand. Not to mention Han Yunshi, even the coachman and the shadow guard were very happy to see him. Because with this fellow here, they didn't have to eat dry rations anymore. They also didn't have to work so hard to make hot food for the princess. Gu took out a small box from the food basket and handed it to Han Yunshi. He smiled and said, Here. Long Feiyi snatched the box and opened it up to see 4 dishes and a soup. The meat and vegetables were a perfect match and looked, smelled, and tasted good. There were 2 servings in total, and 2 bowls and chopsticks had been prepared as well. Han Yunshi wasn't hungry at first, but the sight of the food immediately stirred her appetite. She didn't stand on ceremony with Gu and dug in. "What are you looking at? The other portion is for you. I'll come back after I'm full." "I'll eat when I'm full," Gu said as he handed the big food basket to Chu Shifeng. "Divide it among the brothers." Chu Shifeng was surprised as well. When did Gu become so generous? In the past, he'd never brought food for the princess, but no one else. "Our paths are different. This is the only meal, no more next time. I won't poison you guys to death," Gu said with a chuckle. "I'm not afraid of your poison," Chu Shifeng said as he took the basket. As Long Fei ate, he glanced at Gu Chishao's back with a complicated expression. After the meal, they rested for a while before setting out again. Just like the last time the 4 of them were together, Gu Chishao was still riding in front of them. While Han Yunshi was sleeping, Long Fei Yi silently got off the carriage. He mounted Chu Shifeng's horse and chased after Gu. Gu Chishao seemed to know that Long Fei would chase after him, because he gradually slowed down until he stopped. As soon as Long Fei Yi arrived, he got straight to the point. "Hand! You don't understand, so don't meddle in other people's business." Gu turned to look at him with the same annoying grin. "Do you believe that this crown prince won't cut off your hand?" Long Fei Yi asked in a low voice. If this was the past, Gu would have been smug, but now, Long Fei Yi really had the skills. He glanced back and saw that the carriage was still behind them before rolling up his sleeves to reveal his arm. As soon as he saw Gu's arm, Long Fei Yi sucked in a cold breath. This was more serious than he imagined. He saw. Chapter 1171. From Gu's wrist all the way up to his arm, his flesh, meridians, and bones had all turned into plants, becoming vines that intertwined like fried dough twists. Moreover, Long Fei Yi could clearly see that the vines were spreading towards Gu's palm. "When did it start?" Long Fei Yi asked in a low voice. "After we left the mountain that day, it became like this overnight." Gu finally stopped smiling. "Did you plant seeds?" Long Fei Yi asked again. "No, not even a single seed. Poison Lass's hypothesis is correct, they should be growing from blood." Gu answered. "They are eating away at your flesh," Long Fei Yi said seriously. Gu raised his hand, looked at it, and smiled. "Yes. I think this hand will be eaten by tomorrow morning. Let me walk with you for a while more, I'll leave when Poison Lass wakes up. It won't be good for her to see this." "I'll chop off this hand for you," Long Fei Yi said. However, Gu revealed his other hand, and the inner part of his upper arm had been taken over by the vines. So what if he chopped off 2 hands? Blood flowed all over his body, and vines could grow out of his flesh at any time, eating away at his flesh and bones bit by bit. All over his body there were patches here and there. When these vines spread out, they would quickly merge into one and take over his entire body. Gu looked at Long Fei Yi and was especially serious. "Long Fei Yi, if one day my head is eaten away and turns into a strange tree, chop me up. Tell Poison Lass and Linger. Tell them that I've gone to the ends of the world, to the mysterious continent." "I can't do that," Long Fei Yi said. Gu suddenly laughed happily. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't help me lie, Poison Lass will definitely cry for me. She might even cry until she goes blind." "Ha!" Long Fei Yi pulled his reins and helped him turn the horse around. He said coldly, "Go back to Medical City now. If you really can't save yourself, I'll tell Mu Linger the truth. I'll let her hug a tree and cry every day. I'll annoy you to death." Gu turned back to look at him. For some reason, his smiling eyes suddenly looked a little sad. He said faintly, "Long Fei Yi, if I turn into a tree, will I still have consciousness? Can I still hear you? Do you think my body will be covered in flowers?" When he was very, very young, when he was still Shao-Chi, he had a father who loved him very much. The first time he left the wooden hut, he ran all over the poison sect's forbidden grounds. When he saw a flowering tree, he ran back. He sat in front of the wooden hut for an entire day, waiting for his father to come back. He said excitedly to his father, "Father, Chi-er wants to be a tree and be covered in flowers." He saw a bird flying high in the sky. When his father came back at night, he would say, "Father, Chi-er wants to be a bird and fly to the other side of the mountain." Later, he saw the 4 seasons of the mountains. Flowers bloomed in spring, insects sang in summer, leaves fell in autumn, and snow flew in winter. He saw that all the plants in the mountains had withered and died in winter. He sat there waiting for his father to come back. He said sadly, "Father, will Chi-er wither and die one day?" Those carefree days were the ones he remembered the deepest. He could still clearly remember how Gu Yuntian had answered him. Gu Yuntian said, "If you wither and die, you'll come back to life once the winter is over and spring comes." Gu's eyes actually glistened with tears. He said, "Long Fei, let me stay a little longer. Just until daybreak. Maybe we'll never see each other again." Long Fei turned his head away, refusing to look at him. However, he didn't chase him away. Just like that, the 2 men rode side by side at the front of the caravan on their respective horses. The shadow guard behind them was very surprised. From afar, His Highness seemed to be chatting with Gu, but that didn't seem to be the case. No one dared to go near them. No one knew if Long Fei and Gu were silent or chatting the entire way. How long was a night? Gu looked at the brightening sky in the east and hid his left hand, which had turned into a vine. He turned his horse around and was about to leave when Long Fei dismounted. "You're not going to say goodbye?" "No, Poison Girl looks better when she eats than when she sleeps. I'll always remember the way she eats." Gu laughed heartily. He didn't linger, but whipped his horse into a gallop. Long Fei watched his retreating form until it vanished from sight. Then he turned back to look at the eastern skies. The sky really was bright. Chu Shifeng and the rest were all astonished. Wasn't Gu going to Medicine Ghost Valley? He should have gone south to Medicine Ghost Valley, but he hadn't even reached the intersection yet. Why had he left? And why had he gone back? Long Fei only said, "Gu's turned into Medicine Ghost Valley." Everyone immediately withdrew their thoughts, not daring to make any more guesses, much less mention them. Long Fei didn't return to his carriage, but rode his horse in front to lead the way. He hadn't slept all night, so his eyes were heavy and silent. They were so dark that even the light of the rising sun couldn't penetrate them. Han Yunxi was still sleeping peacefully in the carriage under the cover of the first rays of the sun. Gu Qishao would never know that the way she slept was much prettier than the way she ate. Currently, Gu Beiwei was sitting on the roof of the tallest building in the medical academy, holding Lil Thing as he stared at the road leading into the city. He was waiting for Gu. He knew he'd come back this morning, and that he had no choice but to do so. He was very quiet, but Lil Thing could clearly sense his emotions. He was very sad. Lil Thing endured at first, but as the gentleman's grief grew stronger, it began to feel uneasy. After all, the princess was always calm and collected in the face of even the most important things. It had only found out today that young master could be sad as well. Lil Thing struggled out of Gu Beiyue's arms and stood on his shoulder, squeaking a few times. Gu Beiyue turned to look at him. Despite his bad mood, he was still gentle to Lil Thing. "Lil Thing, what's wrong?" he asked softly. Lil Thing squeaked and gestured with its hands. Gu Beiyue controlled his temper and looked at it seriously. "Lil Thing, you can tell that I'm sad?" he asked gently. Lil Thing didn't know what the gentleman was talking about, but it knew that the gentleman must be guessing what it meant. It knew that the gentleman would guess correctly. It immediately nodded. "You know me the best." Gu Beiyue smiled faintly and leaned closer. Lil Thing carefully hugged his face and gently stroked it, hoping to give the gentleman some comfort. It was so small that it couldn't even lend a shoulder to the gentleman. It didn't know how much comfort it could give. However, the gentleman closed his eyes and allowed it to stroke his cheek. In such a big medical city with such a high roof, Gu Beiyue sat there alone, leaning his face gently on Lil Thing. What a lonely figure it was in the early morning sun. Gu Beiyue waited for a long time. It was close to noon when Gu returned. He stood up and looked down at the smear of red outside the medical academy. Shao Qi, no matter what, I'll do my best to save you, he swore to himself. Gu's figure entered the gates of the medical academy. Gu Beiyue flew down from the sky. As soon as he landed, he was as gentle, modest, and indifferent as usual. Just as he reached the study, a medical assistant came over. Dean, 4th young Miss Ren and Vice Academy Head Shin request an audience. Tell them that they can make the decision if there's anything. If it's not a matter of life and death, don't come over for the next few months. Gu Beiyue instructed indifferently. Just as the medical assistant was about to leave, he added, "Oh right, apologize to 4th young Miss Ren on my behalf. Tell her that Lil Thing won't look for her again. Tell her not to worry." With that, he entered the study. Lil Thing knew the young master was busy and didn't dare disturb him. It obediently jumped off his shoulder and scurried to the roof to nest. When the medical assistant passed on Gu Beiyue's words to 4th young Miss Ren, her originally spirited eyes immediately dimmed. She muttered, "That's strange. The princess has already apologized, so why is Dean Beiyue apologizing?" Vice Academy Head Shen didn't understand. 4th young Miss Ren, what did that poison beast do to you? Nothing, it was just a joke. 4th young Miss Ren hurriedly explained. Vice Academy Head Shin didn't ask any more questions. The two of them left Gu Beiyue's courtyard together. Vice Academy Head Shin whispered, 4th young Miss Ren, have you heard? What is it? 4th young Miss Ren was curious. There was a lot of gossip in the medical academy, but Vice Academy Head Shin never gossip. I heard that a few days ago, the dean asked someone to matchmake with the Qin family in the southern part of the city. Vice Academy Head Shin lowered his voice. What? 4th young Miss Ren cried out in alarm. Shu, keep your voice down. Vice Academy Head Shin said unhappily. If it wasn't for Dean Beiyue's gossip, he wouldn't have paid attention to it at all. When did this happen? Why didn't I know? 4th young Miss Ren was very nervous. A few days ago. Quite a few people in the academy found out. Vice Academy Head Shin smiled. Could it be that she'd been so focused on the little thing that she hadn't paid attention to it? 4th young Miss Ren asked anxiously. The Qin family in the southern part of the city? The one that's ranked second in Medical City? Yes, that's the Qin family. Vice Academy Head Shin nodded seriously. The Qin family in Medical City was a family that produced talented people. If 4th young Miss Ren hadn't been favored by Dean Beiyue, perhaps the Qin family would have become Medical City's #1 family after the Gu family fell. Which young miss of the Qin family does he like? 4th young Miss Ren tried her best to hold back her sobs. I don't know if this information is accurate, but I heard it's the Qin family's eldest young miss. Vice Academy Head Shin was very helpless. 4th young Miss Ren felt like she'd been struck by lightning. She was completely stunned. The eldest young miss of the Qin family was a cripple. Her legs were atrophied, and she spent most of her time in a wheelchair. She was publicly known as an old maid in Medical City. No one was willing to marry her. Dean Beiyue had never interacted with her, so how did he fall for her? I don't believe it, 4th young Miss Ren said stubbornly. Old man doesn't believe it either. I don't know if it's true or not. There's been no movement from the Qin family, and Dean Beiyue is so busy. Even if it's true, there probably won't be any news in the near future. Vice Academy Head Shin sighed helplessly. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Gu Beiyue really wouldn't have time to worry about his marriage for the next few months. As soon as Gu returned, Gu Beiyue became busy. Chapter 1172. Gu Beiyue and Gu Qishao busied themselves day and night in Medical City, searching for medicine and conducting experiments. Su Donglin sent letters to Long Feiyi almost every day to tell him the truth. Every 3 or 4 days, he sent a letter to Han Yunshi with good news. Han Yunshi was in a good mood. Every time she read Su Donglin's letters about finding medicine again, she'd happily tell Long Feiyi about it. Long Feiyi saw that she was so happy that he didn't dare to tell her the truth. If this was the past, he wouldn't hide the truth, but Han Yunshi was pregnant now, so he had to be cautious. Because they paid close attention to what they ate on the road, it took them half a month to reach the army camp. The army struggling within Tianning's borders was the Bailey army, Long Feiyi's largest force. It was led by the Bailey clan, who incorporated small armies from Tianning, the south-central regions, and even Tianan. Because of the Bailey clan's leadership, this army was still called the Bailey Army. Aside from this army, the Bailey clan also controlled Cloud Realm Continent's only navy. It had to be said that currently, the strongest military force in all of Cloud Realm Continent was Long Fei's Bailey Army. Currently, the Bailey Navy was stationed in the North Sea, on the eastern shores of Northernly. As long as Long Feiyi gave the order, the Bailey Navy could continue north to attack Northernly and cooperate with Ningqing to take over Northernly. However, Long Feiyi and Ningqing had an agreement, so the Bailey Navy had already been stationed at the harbor for months. Because of this, Bailey Yuanlong had plenty of complaints. As for the land forces, the Bailey army had absorbed the small armies from the 3 regions and stationed their main camp in the outskirts of Tianning's central region, Yuning Prefecture. Here, they could reach the western battlefields in the west, intimidate Tian and in the east, and take only half a month's journey to the 3-way battlefield in the north. South, they could use the official roads to reach Cloud Realm Continent's 3 granaries. Of course, this wasn't Bailey Yuanlong's choice, but Long Feiyi's. Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi's carriage had yet to reach the army camp when Bailey Yuanlong received news. Immediately, he ordered a dozen deputy generals and a few of his sons to line the streets to greet them. He had a lot of things to discuss with His Highness when he came back. He thought that by welcoming him here, he could talk with His Highness all the way back. Unexpectedly, His Highness did not get off the carriage, nor did he go to the army. Instead, he took a small path around the Yuning army camp and went to a newly built tent behind the Yuning army camp. Bailey Yuanlong had ordered his men to set up this tent half a month ago. It was behind Yuning's barracks and was called the rear camp. It was only separated from Yuning's barracks by a small road. However, its defenses were much stricter than Yuning's. Only the Shadow Guard stood guard here, not a single ordinary soldier. It wasn't as simple and crude as an ordinary military camp. Granny Zhao had personally picked out the beds, blankets, and other necessities in the camp. Moreover, it had a special kitchen and storehouse. Bailey Yuanlong stared at the departing carriage with a doubtful expression. "Father, what does His Highness mean by this?" Bailey Qiu asked in a low voice. Bailey Yuanlong murmured back, "The Western Qin princess is pregnant." Bailey Qiu gasped. Before he could speak, Bailey Yuanlong glared at him, silencing him obediently. "This is a serious matter. His Highness hasn't made it public yet. If word gets out of your mouth, be careful of your head," Bailey Yuanlong rebuked. His Highness having an heir was already a huge matter. It was related to the East Qin imperial lineage and the succession to the throne in the future. Now that Han Yunshi, the Western Qin princess, was pregnant with His Highness's heir, the matter was even more serious. Bailey Yuanlong himself might not be able to see through the complicated relationship, so he naturally wouldn't discuss it with his son so early. This child understands. Bailey Qiu was terrified. Although he couldn't see through it, he knew how complicated the matter was. He whispered, "So this rear camp is for the princess to nurture her pregnancy." Actually, His Highness didn't live a luxurious life, but he still paid attention to his food and clothing. He never made do with what he had. Even if Han Yunshi wasn't pregnant, it wouldn't be strange for His Highness to live in the rear camp. What Bailey Yuanlong didn't understand was why His Highness didn't go to the main camp first, but instead went straight to the rear camp. "Father, should we follow or go back?" Bailey Chiu asked. This was the very question Bailey Yuanlong was hesitant about. This was because he didn't know if His Highness would go to the main camp to meet the soldiers after settling down in the rear camp. If His Highness was going to the main camp later, then it'd be unnecessary for them to follow him there. With so many men rushing over, they'd definitely disturb the peace of the camp and make His Highness unhappy. If His Highness didn't go to the main camp later, and they didn't follow him to the rear camp, then it'd be difficult for the soldiers to see His Highness. If news of his men failing to see His Highness spread, wouldn't the Bailey army, with his immense power and influence, become a laughingstock to the rest of the world? What should I do? Bailey Yuanlong hesitated again and again before he gradually realized something. That master was no longer just him, but the master of the Bailey army. Soon enough, he'd become the master of all of Cloud Realm continent. It was much more difficult to figure out his thoughts than before. Father and son hesitated again and again before deciding to return to the main camp. After all, they didn't want to follow His Highness and be cursed out in front of the soldiers before returning with their tails between their legs. The carriage slowly entered the camp. After Long Fei Yi got off, he personally helped Han Yunxi down. Although fourth young Miss Ren had said that the fetus was most stable in the 5th or 6th trimester, it was still permissible to make any big movements. However, Long Fei Yi was a cautious man who wouldn't allow any accidents to happen. If this was the past, he would have carried Han Yunxi straight off the carriage, but he didn't even dare to do so now. Han Yunxi stroked her belly and laughed to herself. This little fellow had basically become her talisman of possession. Even Long Fei Yi didn't dare to bully him. Han Yunxi had barely steadied herself when a familiar figure barged into her vision. She hadn't even taken a good look at the camp she'd be living in for the next few months. "Princess, Princess, this old servant missed you." Granny Zhao dashed out of a small tent at the side. She was already so old, but she was still able to run as if she was flying. Her movements were nimble. If not for Long Fei Ye's presence, she might have thrown herself into Han Yunxi's arms. She was very happy to see the princess. Now that she saw the princess pregnant with her son, she felt like her lifelong wish had come true. Although Zhao Mama had flown over, she still stopped in front of Han Yunxi and bowed respectfully. "May your highness be blessed. May the princess be blessed." Her gaze never left Han Yunxi's stomach as she added, "May the little mistress be blessed." Han Yunxi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but Long Fei Yi was expressionless. "You've finished preparing for noon?" Zhao Mama straightened her horse and said seriously, "To report to your highness, Chu Shifeng sent a group of people over." This old servant took advantage of the time to prepare. "The food just came out of the oven and there's an old hen stew." "An old hen? An old hen again? Zhao Mama, why don't you open a chain of old hen stew restaurants instead?" Han Yunxi's face turned black. She really wanted to knock herself unconscious, but she stopped Zhao Mama. "I'm not hungry right now, it's just that my back hurts. Let's go inside and lie down for a bit. Princess must be tired from the long journey." "The rooms have all been tidied up, please come in," Zhao Mama said hastily. Inside, Han Yunxi saw 10 servant girls and 2 female physicians waiting for her. Before Long Fei Yi could speak, Zhao Mama rushed to introduce them. "Princess, these 2 female physicians were personally chosen by 4th young Miss Ren. This old servant has already made arrangements. In 2 months, when the child is 8 months old, I'll send for 4th young Miss Ren and a few experienced midwives from Medical City." Han Yunxi didn't speak. Zhao Mama must have arranged things like this because Long Fei Yi had given his approval. She stroked her belly and sighed in her heart. The child in her belly was simply a little emperor. There were so many people waiting on him with such high standard. However, when she thought about it seriously, she suddenly realized that if she gave birth to a boy, he might really be an emperor in the future. If it was a boy, then it would be Long Fei Ye's eldest son, the future crown prince. Han Yunxi didn't care about the gender of the child, and she believed that Long Fei Yi wouldn't care either. However, once her pregnancy was made public, how many people would pay attention to the child's gender? Han Yunxi sat down on the warm couch, and Zhao Mama immediately brought her some water. Seeing that Her Highness also sat down, Zhao Mama tactfully retreated. At the same time, she had all the servant girls and physicians in the room withdraw. When Zhao Mama left the tent, she saw Bailey Mingxiang standing in the distance and waving at her. Zhao Mama was really surprised. She didn't expect Bailey Mingxiang to be here. Zhao Mama hurriedly walked over and looked Bailey Mingxiang up and down. Miss Mingxiang, I heard from that Chu boy that you were the one who took care of him all this time? You took care of that Chu boy so well, so how did you become so thin? Bailey Mingxiang smiled and looked at Zhao Mama. Mama, you're young now. That's right. Now that His Highness and the princess are back, my old bones are full of energy. Of course I'm young. I still have to serve the little master in the future. Zhao Mama said seriously. Mama, I just came to see you. I'll return to the army later. I haven't seen my father and older brother in a long time. I miss them very much. Bailey Mingxiang should actually go to the army to receive her punishment. Back then, His Highness had awarded her a military medal and a military rank for the Snake Cave incident. It seemed like a reward, but it was actually a punishment. She would have to live a military life for the rest of her life. Zhao Mama understood this very well in her heart. She secretly thought that it might not be a bad thing for Miss Mingxiang to stay in the army. In the future, she could find a general she liked to marry. That would be better than her older sisters. Based on the military rank His Highness had bestowed on her, even if Bailey Yuanlong was willing to marry off his daughter, ordinary families wouldn't dare. Zhao Mama understood many things in her heart, but she didn't expose them. She took Bailey Mingxiang's hand and said amiably, Girl, Mama misses you. Your father must miss you too. Go back. If you miss Nanny, come and see her often. Bailey Mingxiang smiled faintly. I might have to make a trip to the Navy, so I won't be able to come. Mama, I have something for you. Chapter 1173. Bailey Mingxiang wanted to give Zhao Mama nothing else but a list of things to ask for. Mama, I've been taking care of the princess's meals for the past half a month. I've listed everything she likes, dislikes, and disgusts at the sight of. Zhao Mama was overjoyed. Good, very good. I'll take a good look at it later. Zhao Mama had made many dishes and soups for lunch today because she was afraid that the princess wouldn't have anything to eat if she didn't make enough. Some pregnant women had no appetite in the first trimester, some in the second, and some in the third. In short, there were great differences between individuals. Zhao Mama hadn't served the princess in a long time, so she didn't know what the princess's current situation was. With Bailey Mingxiang's list, she immediately felt much more relaxed. Bailey Mingxiang told Zhao Mama many more things, all of which were very detailed matters of daily life. Zhao Mama committed all of them to memory. Looking at Bailey Mingxiang, Zhao Mama couldn't help but feel a little regretful. How great would it be if this girl could stay by the princess's side? But thinking about it carefully, there were only two paths for her if she stayed by the princess's side. She could either become His Highness's concubine in the future or be a maid for the rest of her life. Not to mention the royal family, even ordinary wealthy families had many maids becoming concubines. Unfortunately, Zhao Mama was very clear that this matter wouldn't work for His Highness. Miss Mingxiang would be delayed for the rest of her life if she stayed. Little Yu has been gone for so long. Have you sent any letters? Zhao Mama asked seriously. Not yet. It's still far from Medical City to the mysterious continent. I heard from Guard Chu that we have to cross the ice sea before we can cross Northern Li's snowy mountains. Little Yu should still be on her way, Bailey Mingxiang replied truthfully. That girl. Sigh, I really miss her. Zhao Mama sighed softly. Bailey Mingxiang didn't linger. After chatting for a bit more, she left. After sending off Bailey Mingxiang, Zhao Mama carefully looked through the list. Who would have thought that the first thing on the disgusting list was an old hen? Granny Zhao's face paled. One had to know that she had stewed several bowls of chicken soup today. Old hen stewed with yam, old hen stewed with pork belly, old hen stewed with pork ribs, old hen stewed with carrots, old hen stewed with chestnuts, and old hen broth with nothing added. In short, the soup was all stewed with old hens as the main ingredient. Not good! Granny Zhao shouted and immediately ran to the kitchen. Naturally, she was going to cook the soup again. As a result, Han Yunshi had a very comfortable lunch today. Meanwhile, the dozen or so shadow guard under Chu Shifeng's command all got to drink the chicken soup. Naturally, Long Feiyi got to drink as well. After dinner, Long Feiyi said to Han Yunshi, "The soup is not bad." "You think so too?" Han Yunshi smiled. "Do you know what the best drink is?" "What is it?" Long Feiyi asked curiously. Han Yunshi was a foodie, so anything she said was good had to be excellent. Old hen stewed with lobsters. Later, have the mermaids go to Fishery Island and catch some lobsters. You have to try it, Han Yunshi said seriously. All right, Long Feiyi agreed easily. Han Yunshi almost laughed out loud, but managed to hold it in. After dinner, Han Yunshi saw that Long Feiyi wasn't planning to go to the main camp. She couldn't help but say, "Bailey Yuanlong's still waiting for you." "There's an emergency, so he'll come," Long Feiyi said mildly. He had prepared a large tent in rear camp for meetings. Could hold a dozen or so people. There were no more than 10 people in Bailey Mingxiang's army who had the qualifications to discuss matters with him. Bailey Yuanlong had brought more than 20 deputy generals to receive him today. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to put Bailey Yuanlong in his place, what better time would he have? Although the strategist's position in Yuning's barracks was very important, he didn't have to be stationed here. He could go straight to the western battlefield, or he could go to northernly. He came to Yuning's barracks, but he didn't go to the main camp. Instead, he set up camp elsewhere. First, he wanted to give Han Yunshi a peaceful environment. Second, he wanted to tell the world that he didn't come to Yuning's barracks to favor the Bailey Mingxiang. Third, he wanted to tell Bailey Yuanlong, especially his subordinates, that although the Bailey Mingxiang's army was so powerful that they could even raise troops for themselves, he wouldn't favor them or fear them. What he was going to do next was not to restore the East Qin Empire or the Great Qin Empire. Instead, he was going to establish a brand new nation, a brand new dynasty. Next, apart from the war in the western region and northernly, everyone was most concerned about the appointment of a king and the appointment of the civil and military officials after the founding of the nation. He wanted to tell the world that he, Long Feiyi, had the ability and courage to do so. He wouldn't appoint people by favoritism. A complicated look flitted through Han Yunshi's eyes. She didn't need to ask any questions to figure out Long Feiyi's intentions. Long Feiyi wanted to go to the conference tent, so Han Yunshi immediately followed him. Long Fei looked back without a word, but only stared at her with a deep gaze. Han Yunshi chuckled. Su Donglin's letter should arrive today. I'll go back and rest when it arrives. Su Donglin's letter had arrived in the morning. It was a top-secret missive. Gu Beiyue needed 3 kinds of plague poisons. He'd already heard that a small-scale plague had broken out in the war-torn western region. It was very similar to the plague poisons used by Gu Yuntian in the past. Gu Beiyue had already rushed over in person. Gu was still in Medical City concocting medicinal ingredient. Gu Beiyue had tried to persuade Gu many times to let Mu Linger help, but Gu had refused. Gu was right. Mu Linger would only cry if she knew the truth. She wouldn't be able to calm down and wouldn't be able to help. He understood everything that Mu Linger understood. Okay. Long Feiyi readily agreed. As soon as they entered the tent, Han Yunshi saw 3 large piles of memorials on the table. Long Feiyi didn't have anyone he could trust. If Gu Beiyue was here, he would definitely be able to filter out many memorials that didn't need to be reviewed by him personally. In this period of time, the various parties were still unsettled and the various powers were fiercely fighting in secret. It wasn't easy to find a completely neutral person. Han Yunxi knew that this matter had to be handled by her for the time being. She was now hoping that Su Donglin's letter would come later. After Long Feiyi sat down, Han Yunxi sat down across from him. She brought over a pile of letters and memorials. Long Feiyi raised his eyebrows and glanced at her. She was about to explain when Long Feiyi lowered his head again. Without a doubt, Long Feiyi knew that he couldn't persuade this woman to leave. It was fine to let her look at the memorials as long as she didn't sit for too long. It was extremely quiet in the large tent. The husband and wife sat like this, facing each other and burying their heads. Han Yunxi quickly helped Long Feiyi sift out a pile of memorials. "I've taken care of these on my own. These are all important. You have to look at them personally," Han Yunxi said seriously. Long Feiyi responded and didn't raise his head. He was especially focused when dealing with the memorials and letters. Han Yunxi leaned back in her chair and looked at his quiet face seriously. It was said that women were beautiful when they were serious. In fact, when men were serious, they were especially charming. After so many years, Han Yunxi could still look at Long Feiyi in a daze. After so many years, Long Feiyi had long been used to it. He let her look at him without batting an eyelid. Han Yunxi looked at the empty seat at the side and muttered, "Long Feiyi, if we have a son, let him sit at the side in the future and help you review these memorials, okay?" Long Feiyi looked at the letter in his hand, but he immediately replied to Han Yunxi, "Okay." Han Yunxi smiled and didn't disturb him. However, Long Feiyi looked up and said, "Why hasn't Su Donglin delivered the letter yet? It should be soon, right?" Han Yunxi said anxiously, "Long Feiyi, let's discuss the matter of Northernly." Because Long Fei had expressed his desire for a peaceful resolution, the generals stationed at the western borders were all trying to figure out his intentions while trying to find ways to negotiate with Western Zhou's imperial clan. Long Feiyi didn't need to worry about the western battlefield. He only needed to let the armies fight and wait for the result. The northernly battlefield was a very troublesome problem. According to the private agreement between Long Feiyi and Ning Qing, only the two of them knew about it. Long Feiyi had warned Ning Qing that if Ning Qing lost a battle in northernly, he wouldn't be polite. However, Ning Qing had asked Long Feiyi to have a drinking contest with him. If he won, he would stay. If Long Feiyi won, he would leave. Long Feiyi had said that Ning Qing had to win the battle in northernly before he was qualified to drink with him. At this point, Ning Qing had already taken over half of northernly and hadn't lost a single battle. However, there was a problem with the northernly battlefield. Ning Qing wanted to stop the war temporarily and continue north in early summer. The reason was simple. Winters in northernly were especially cold, especially in the northern part of northernly. Many divination masters had predicted that this year would be a cold winter. If it really was a cold winter, Ning Qing estimated that by the time he reached the northern part of northernly, he would encounter the coldest time of the year. In the northern part of northernly, there was an endless plateau. There were many swamps and lakes. Once winter came, all of them would turn into ice. The cold weather, the supply of supplies, and the adaptation of the human body were one of the problems. On the other hand, Ning Qing's soldiers who had experience fighting in snow had never fought on ice. As long as the enemy laid an ambush on the ice, they would be finished. Even if Jin Zi's tiger army helped, Ning Qing had no chance of winning. Without full confidence, Ning Qing didn't want to take risk. Not only because of his agreement with Long Feiyi, but also because he didn't want his soldiers to die unjustly. Long Feiyi was about to become emperor. He would reward his soldiers according to their merit. How could Ning Qing let his soldiers die unjustly on the eve of dawn? His D clan had no interest in this world. This world wouldn't belong to the Western Qin royal family. However, the soldiers under his command who had shed blood and sweat for the peace and stability of this world, and for the unification of this continent, had to get what they deserved. It didn't matter if he won or lost his bet with Long Fei in the future, or if the soldiers under his command would always follow him or scatter to different armies. He should do his best to protect their lives and fight for glory and rewards for them. Ning Qing had steeled his heart to wait until the end of spring. However, Long Fei had received countless advice. He wanted Ning Cheng's army to be the vanguard, the Bailey Navy to assist, and the Bailey Navy to go up north to support. Before winter came, they would force the Northern Dynasty's emperors to surrender. What do you think? Long Fei asked Han Yunshi seriously. Chapter 1174. What did Han Yunshi think of the Northernly War? Han Yunshi only asked because she wanted to hear Long Fei's thoughts. She'd read many memorials, all of which urged Long Fei to send troops to support Ning Qing and take down Northernly in one fell swoop. She even saw a report that suggested taking advantage of the situation to send troops to Winter Crow Kingdom and take it down. Han Yunshi didn't approve of the idea at all. In her eyes, it was no different from invading. After all, Winter Crow Country had always minded its own business with the other nations of Cloud Realm continent. Even when the Great Qin Empire conquered Cloud Realm, Winter Crow Country didn't surrender. Han Yunshi despised sending troops to a small tribe that had never invaded Northern Li's borders before. She didn't want Long Fei to do such a thing, either. Thus, she didn't say much to Long Fei before rejecting the memorials. She even made a mental note to remember the name of the soldier who wrote them. Aside from the Winter Crow Country issue, all of the other memorials were quite pertinent. Of course, they were all on point, but all of them had their own selfish motives in mind, especially those from Bailey Yuanlong's faction. When Han Yunshi didn't reply, Long Fei arched a brow. You don't want to talk about it, or Han Yunshi smiled. It's hard to say. After all, I'm from Western Qin. Long Fei immediately smiled as well. Han Yunshi's words had hit the nail on the head. The remonstrances mainly came from two factions. One was from the Bailey army, and the other was from the Zhongnan army. The Bailey faction represented the Bailey clan and all of East Qin's former subordinate. The south-central regions, on the other hand, represented the major clans and warlords of the south-central regions. The Bailey army had already experienced Han Yunshi's methods many times. Naturally, they did not dare to point their spear at Han Yunshi directly. Therefore, they pointed their spear at Ning Qing. Not only did they want to fight with the Ning clan army on the northern expedition, but they also wanted to use the battlefield in Northern Li to weaken the Ning clan army's power and even destroy them. The spearhead of the South Central military faction had always been Han Yunshi. The South Central was where the Long Fei's power was. The reason why the Long Fei could accumulate power and wealth in the South Central was more or less because of the large families in the Central region. Long Fei sought benefits for them, and they made things convenient for Long Fei. They were using each other. Those people had always hoped that Long Fei would one day replace Emperor Tianhui and become Tianning's emperor. They'd also hoped to marry their daughters to Long Fei and send their sons to court to seek more power and wealth. That way, they'd be able to raise their own family's status and expand their influence. After all, having someone in court made it easier to become an official, and having someone in court made it easier to do business. Unfortunately, they never calculated that Long Fei would be the descendant of East Qin. Long Fei not only wanted Tianning, but all of Cloud Realm continent. The South Central military faction lacked the arrogance and strength of the Western regions, the power of the Bailey army, or the battle prowess of the Ning clan army. It could be said that the South Central military faction was the weakest of Long Fei's military factions. They had no way of directly clashing with any of the military factions, so they didn't dare to provoke any of them. Instead, they set their sights on the Empress and the four noble consorts. Han Yunshi, Long Fei's only woman, naturally became their biggest target. The South Central military faction was especially smart. On one hand, they took the initiative to stand with the Bailey army and persuade Long Feiyi to suppress the Ning clan troops from western Qin. On the other hand, they offered suggestions on the establishment of the capital city, the ascension to the throne, the establishment of a system, and the appointment of an heir apparent. In short, Long Feiyi was about to become the master of Cloud Realm Continent. Everyone was eyeing the position of mistress. Han Yunshi and the D clan's Ning clan behind her became the target of public criticism. Although Han Yunshi was very capable, in everyone's eyes, she was still just a woman. Moreover, she only had the Ning clan in her hands, which was her sole power. When the overall situation was still uncertain, anyone with ambition would still hold on to hope. After all, once Long Feiyi appointed an empress and settled the general situation, everything would be difficult. It could only be said that the South Central military faction had underestimated Han Yunshi's importance in Long Feiyi's heart. They had been used by the Bailey army as a military advisor, and Ning Qing had suffered a calamity. Fortunately, Long Feiyi had asked for Han Yunshi's opinion, and Han Yunshi was a very understanding person. Her sentence, "I am from Western Qin," had hit the nail on the head. Compared to the Bailey army and the South Central military faction, Han Yunshi preferred to fight for military merits in the Western region, which wasn't as ambitious. If the generals in the Western region knew that they had left a good impression on the Empress, who would be in charge of Cloud Realm Continent's military affairs in the future, how would they feel? Long Feiyi looked at Han Yunshi and smiled helplessly. He didn't ask for her opinion and simply said, "In the future, I'll leave all the memorials related to the Northernly battlefield to you. How about it?" Although there were many memorials related to the Northernly battlefield, in the end they were all about the same thing. They wanted Ning Qing to be cannon fodder, the Ning clan army to die on the front lines, and the Bailey army to claim military merit. Long Feiyi believed that with Han Yunshi's current energy, she would be able to handle it. Of course, if Han Yunshi couldn't handle it, he would allow her to give the order to throw away all the memorials related to the Northernly battlefield in the future. Setting aside personal matters, Long Feiyi was also serious. Stopping the war was the wisest choice now. He didn't want to see any more memorials related to the Northernly battlefield. Han Yunshi was very surprised. She looked at Long Feiyi for a long time and muttered, "Long Feiyi, you're so willful." Long Feiyi had already picked up the other memorials and was flipping through them. He didn't even look up and casually replied, "As long as you're happy." A trace of craftiness flitted through Han Yunshi's eyes. "Aren't you afraid that I'll be biased?" This time, Long Feiyi immediately looked up and asked seriously, "Who do you want to be biased towards?" "You." Han Yunshi answered without the slightest hesitation. Long Feiyi thought that Han Yunshi would refute the memorials a few more times before giving a clear order. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi actually gave Ning Qing a military order in his name on the spot. All matters related to the Northernly battlefield would be decided by Ning Qing, and there was no need to ask for instructions. After Han Yunshi gave the order, Su Donglin also delivered the letter from Medical City. The letter said that Gu Beiyue had already extracted the plague's poison from the Medical Academy's warehouse and told them not to worry. Although Long Feiyi knew that the news was false, he still took the letter and read it carefully. "I'm going back." Before Han Yunshi left, she asked, "Do you still want to drink old hen soup? I'll have Granny Zhao boil some more." "It's up to you," Long Feiyi said lightly. As soon as Han Yunshi left, Long Feiyi's eyes dimmed. He pinched his eyebrows and fell into deep thought. Soon, Han Yunshi's military order in Long Feiyi's name was passed down, and it set off a big wave in the military world. Although the Bailey military faction and the Zhongnan military faction were very dissatisfied, that was a military order, and no one dared to say anything. From then on, no one dared to submit memorials and interfere with the Northernly battlefield. Many people were trying to guess under what circumstances Long Fei had issued such an order. Had Han Yunxi whispered some pillow talk to him? Who knew if they would be depressed to death if they knew the truth? Ning Cheng was also very surprised when he received this military order. At this time, Ning Cheng was stationed in northern Li's largest grassland, the Shilin grassland. He had already made sufficient arrangements. His troops were stationed in 3 different directions, and he had sufficient supplies. When the time came, the 3 armies would head north together and besiege the northern dynasty's emperors. By the end of spring and the beginning of summer next year, the northern dynasty's emperors would have run out of provisions and other supplies. At that time, he would definitely be able to conquer the entire northern Li within 2 months. This is the Western Qin princess's idea, right? Jin Zi sneered. If it wasn't Long Fei Ye's idea, would this order be given? Ning Cheng retorted. Jin Zi patted Ning Cheng's shoulder and said coldly, "Their family." Ning Cheng slapped Jin Zi's hand away and looked back. "What do you mean?" "Next year, we'll conquer Northern Li and return the slave contract to me. We'll go to Wintercrow. You help me investigate my background, and I'll help you do business. How about that?" Jin Zi asked. "It's better to be rich than a general. My D clan does business. Do we need your help?" Ning Cheng retorted. "East Wu's slave trade is a fat piece of meat." Jin Zi laughed. "My D clan sells everything, but we don't sell people." Ning Cheng was about to leave after saying these words, but Jin Zi stopped him. "Where's the warhorse? Long Fei Yi has so many soldiers under his command, and they're all eyeing you. It's a pity that you don't want to earn their money. You seem to understand the current situation," Ning Cheng said mockingly. "Thanks to you, I have no choice but to understand." Jin Zi shrugged helplessly and sat to the side. Ning Cheng also sat down and asked seriously, "In the end, you still want to investigate your background?" "Of course." Jin Zi's face was serious and no longer joking. Ning Cheng had advised him more than once to make the act real and accept the identity of the Black Tribe's orphan. Unfortunately, he wasn't interested. Ning Cheng had his own plans. If Jin Zi didn't control the Black Tribe's orphans, no one else would be able to control them. If he couldn't control them, he could only exterminate them and not leave any future troubles. Compared to the latter, he preferred to leave the Black Tribe's power behind for Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi to use. After all, the army that could understand the language of beasts was a strange army. More importantly, they were familiar with Northern Li and the grasslands. However, Jin Zi refused again and again, so Ning Cheng didn't try to persuade him. "Men, bring wine." Ning Cheng laughed. "I haven't been drunk for a long time. Tonight, I won't go home until I'm drunk." Drunk? Jin Zi had already been cheated by Ning Cheng several times. He and Ning Cheng had drunk several times. It was clearly Ning Cheng who wanted to get drunk, but in the end, he was the one who got drunk. Ning Cheng, on the other hand, was still very sober. Although he was cheated time and time again, Jin Zi still readily agreed. "Okay, I won't stop until I'm drunk." Drunk? Would he not think of Mu Ling then? He would not think about her purity, her stupidity, her foolishness, her lips, her teeth, and everything about her. Mu Ling, are you still chasing after Chi brother at this moment? Mu Ling, it's been so long. Have you ever thought of me and our promise in a year? At this moment, Mu Ling was coaxing little Tang Tang to sleep in the Tang sect. She didn't know how many times Jin Zi had been drunk in the grasslands of Northern Li. She also didn't know what Chi brother was going through in Medical City. She didn't even know where Chi brother was. She had been waiting for Tang Li to bring Ning Jing back to the Tang sect. Then, she would be able to rest assured about little Tang Tang and see Chi brother. She didn't even know why she was going to see Chi brother. She just wanted to see him. Chapter 1175. Han Yunxi accompanied Long Fei to settle down in Yuning's rear barrack. While she nursed her baby, she helped Long Fei deal with military affairs while listening to news from Medical City. Everything was going well. Before long, Han Yunshi received a letter from Ning Jing. Ning Jing found the famous doctor recommended by Gu Beiyue. Although it wasn't easy to invite the famous doctor, Ning Jing brought Gu Beiyue's letter to him. The famous doctor was very enthusiastic. In the letter, it said that after the doctor checked her dental sockets, he had confirmed that they could be repaired, but it would take a long time. From the selection of the denture material to the repair, and then to the later observation, it would take at least half a year. Han Yunshi finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she had been shouldering the pressure from the Tang sect for Ning Jing and hadn't told Ning Jing about it. When she received the good news from Ning Jing, Han Yunshi also received a letter from Su Donglin. The Tang sect had been asking Su Donglin for the whereabouts of Ning Jing and Tang Li. After Tang Zijin went to Medical City in person, he sent people to Myriad Merchant Hall and almost got into a fight with Ning No. Han Yunshi didn't want to deal with Tang Zijin in person, so she had no choice but to ask Long Feiyi for help. She took Su Donglin's letter to the main tent and put it on top of Long Feiyi's memorial. She said seriously, "When Ning Jing left Medical City with Tang Li, I told Madame Tang that Ning Jing was taking Tang Li for a walk. I didn't tell her about Tang Li's condition in detail, nor did I tell her about Ning Jing's teeth." Long Feiyi finished reading the letter, then looked up and asked, "And then?" "Tang Zijin has interrogated Su Donglin several times now. He even went to Myriad Merchant Hall to ask about Ning Jing's whereabouts. What does he mean? Is he afraid that Ning Jing will kidnap his son?" Han Yunshi asked seriously. Unexpectedly, Long Feiyi nodded. Yes. When Long Feiyi and the others were still in the maze, Long Feiyi had told the Shadow Guard that if he couldn't deal with Tang Li, he should inform the Tang sect to take him back. Therefore, both Madame Tang and Tang knew that Tang Li had lost his mind. "I wish Ning Jing would do that, but she won't," Han Yunshi said helplessly. With Ning Jing's personality, she would never do that. She wouldn't selfishly make decisions for Tang Li's sake, much less leave little Tang Tang alone at the Tang clan. "The dentist will take half a year. I hope I can buy them some more time." Han Yunshi pressed her hands on the table and leaned forward. She didn't look like a pregnant woman at all. Instead, she looked like a capable person. Maybe if Ning Jing takes Tang Li out for a walk, he'll recover? Long Feiyi, once they return to the Tang sect, Ning Jing's life won't be easy. You should know better than me what kind of person your uncle is. Long Feiyi waited patiently for her to finish speaking before saying, "There have been a lot of memorials from the south recently. They're all about establishing a capital. Where do you want it to be?" "I'm talking to you about Tang Li," Han Yunshi said seriously. If she didn't hate seeing Tang Zijin and having a conflict with the Tang clan, she wouldn't have come to Long Feiyi for help. Long Feiyi stood up and walked around the table to Han Yunshi. He gently caressed her stomach. He wasn't as nervous as before, but he was still very careful. "Answer me first, then I'll tell you how to deal with Tang Zijin." Han Yunshi didn't even think before saying, "Tian'an's imperial capital. In terms of location, there are dangerous passes in the north, west, and south. To the east is the sea, which can be defended by the navy. Once a war breaks out, it will be extremely difficult to capture it, whether by land or sea." Han Yunshi smiled. "Of course, that's excluding Tian'an's civil strife and the chaos in the capital." Long Feiyi nodded thoughtfully. Han Yunshi continued, "Based on the climate, it's the most suitable. There are 4 distinct seasons throughout the year. The winters aren't as cold as the north, and the summers aren't as dry as the west. If you head north, it'll take you half a month to get away from the heat. If you head south, it'll take you half a month to get away from the cold. Also, there's a large hunting ground in the west, so you don't have to go too far for the autumn hunt." Long Feiyi nodded with a smile, but didn't say much. Han Yunshi continued, "Moreover, Tian'an's imperial capital is well connected, so it's easy to transport all sorts of goods. It'll be very convenient for the officials below to meet with the Emperor or for you to patrol the area. But there's one thing that makes it inferior to Yuning. Long Feiyi still didn't speak, but indicated for Han Yunshi to continue. Yuning is the center of Cloud Realm continent. If we make the capital city here, we can intimidate the north and west. But if we make it Tian'an's imperial capital, then the north and west will seem far away from the emperor. Han Yunshi thought it over as she spoke. Seriously speaking, Yuning isn't as good as Tian'an's imperial capital, but everything else is pretty good. Give me a clear answer, Long Feiyi smiled. Making the capital city was a big deal. Long Feiyi had been busy with this matter as well. Bailey Yuanlong had come to meet him multiple times, and even the leaders of the Southern Army had come personally to persuade him. Of course they wanted the capital to be in the south. Han Yunshi knew that her opinions would greatly influence Long Feiyi. She didn't mind voicing her opinions, but she was still very cautious when it came to making the final decision. Han Yunshi hesitated while Long Feiyi's smile grew wider. Finally, she came to a realization. Alright, did you already have a plan in mind? Hurry and tell me. Let's go to the same old place. Tian'an's Duke of Qin's estate is still there. We'll build a palace on top of that and make it Tian'an's imperial capital. How about it? Long Feiyi asked. You like the Duke of Qin's estate? Han Yunshi was surprised. She always thought that Long Feiyi didn't like hiding his identity in Tian'an's imperial clan. But Long Feiyi gently wrapped an arm around her neck and let her come closer. I liked the days you lived in Leisurely Cloud Pavilion. We'll still live there in the future. Hibiscus Courtyard, Leisurely Cloud Pavilion. Han Yunshi suddenly recalled the secret she'd discovered in his cold, dark study. Alright. We'll always live there. She agreed without hesitation. She pressed her forehead against his lips and murmured, Long Feiyi, can you tell me what? He asked. Can you tell me when you started liking me? She was already pregnant with his child, but she still blushed and blushed when he asked her this question. She didn't even dare to look him in the eye. He was very decisive. I'm not telling you. She immediately looked up to glare at him, but he only kissed her lightly. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself if he kissed her too deeply. Han Yunshi was really disappointed. If she hadn't asked him this question, she wouldn't have had such a strong desire to know the answer. But after asking and being rejected by him, she couldn't help but feel an itch in her heart. Unwilling to give up, she asked again, Long Feiyi, then do you know when I started liking you? She wanted to whet his appetite, but he said, I know. When? She asked anxiously. I'll tell you in the future. He couldn't help but laugh. Long Feiyi. She was angry. Long Fei seemed to have steeled his heart to keep the truth from Han Yunshi, because he immediately changed the topic. Tomorrow, I'll give orders to leave the construction of the palace and capital to the Tang clan. It'll be enough to keep Tang Zijin busy. You don't have to worry about Tang Li. These words immediately diverted Han Yunshi's attention. She looked at Long Feiyi and didn't know what to say. She never thought that he would hand over the supervision to the Tang sect at this time. From what she knew, there were many people who wanted the capital to be in Tian, an imperial city. Bailey Yuanlong was one of them. There were also many people who wanted the capital to be in the central and southern regions. The construction of the capital was 1,000 times more troublesome than the construction of the capital. Long Feiyi resolved the matter of the capital with a single decision. However, the construction of the capital wasn't something that could be resolved with just Long Feiyi's decision. The construction of a capital required feng shui, a blueprint, and even the selection of every tile in the palace had to be discussed. Moreover, the construction of an imperial palace and a capital wasn't something that could be done in a few months. It would take at least a year or two. Every big problem and every small problem would have countless opinions and dispute. Long Feiyi had handed this matter over to Tang Zijin to handle. First, it would ensure the safety of the imperial palace, and the final blueprint wouldn't be leaked. In terms of the design of secret passageways, there was currently no one who could compare to the Tang sect. Secondly, the Tang clan was part of the East Qin imperial clan to begin with. Add that to the fact that Tang Zijin was Long Fei's uncle, and they'd all restrain themselves if Tang Zijin faced off against Bailey Yuanlong and the other factions. Third, the construction of the capital wasn't something that Tang Zijin could handle alone. The Tang sect had to use all of its power to design the blueprint in the shortest amount of time possible. In this way, Tang Li's matter could only fall to Madame Tang. Disregarding the future, at least for now, Ning Jing wouldn't be under so much pressure. After Long Fei Yi solved the problem of the capital, he also helped Han Yunxi resolve Ning Jing's current problem. Han Yunxi looked at Long Fei Yi, not knowing what to say. Once I give the order, you can tell Tang Zijin if you have any requests for the construction of the imperial palace, Long Fei Yi added. Han Yunxi finally couldn't help but laugh. All right, definitely. Han Yunxi inwardly thought that the construction of the capital was a matter of 1 or 2 years. If Tang Zijin dared to make things difficult for Ning Jing in the future, she definitely wouldn't be polite. Normally, she didn't have any special requirements for where she lived, but when it came down to it, a drain or a wall was enough to drive Tang Zijin crazy. After settling the matter of the Tang sect, Han Yunxi didn't dare to disturb Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi had been very busy recently. Before the new capital was built, Yuning would be the temporary capital. The construction of the palace in Yuning Prefecture had already begun. There were many things that Long Fei Yi couldn't do alone during the construction of the country. While he was paying attention to the situation on the western battlefield, he was also discussing military affairs, government affairs, and many other matters with his trusted generals and civil officials. In terms of military affairs, the distribution of garrisons, the appointment of officers, and the deployment of troops had to be done neatly. As for government affairs, they were even more troublesome and trivial. For example, the appointment of officials at all levels, the division of administrative regions, the unification of currency, taxes, laws, and so on. Although these matters weren't urgent, they could be considered after Long Fei Yi declared himself the emperor and established the country. However, before Long Fei Yi discussed with his subordinates, he had to understand the various aspects and the situation of the various regions. When Han Yunxi left the tent, she looked back at Long Fei Yi and felt extremely distressed. Chapter 1176. Han Yunxi had just returned to her tent when she saw Bailey Yuanlong and a group of people enter the large tent for discussion. She knew that Long Fei would only show up very late tonight. She immediately ordered Granny Zhao to boil soup for Long Fei Yi. She didn't know about Gu and Gu Beiyue's current situation. She could only sigh in her heart. If Gu Beiyue wasn't busy helping Shao Qi find the antidote to his undying body, Gu Beiyue would definitely be of great help to Long Fei Yi. Just like that, 3 months passed in the midst of their busy work. During these 3 months, not all the news from Medical City was good, but the bad news wasn't too bad either. It was nothing more than a failed prescription. Gu Beiyue was the one who thought of mixing good news and bad news. It was also because of this that Han Yunxi didn't suspect anything. In reality, Gu Beiyue didn't find a single antidote for the plague during these 3 months. Gu no longer wore his red robes. Instead, he hid himself in a large black robe, just like Gu Qi Sha in Medicine Ghost Valley. Other than his eyes, nothing else was exposed. He would sit on the roof for an entire day. He would even joke with Gu Beiyue about where he would plant himself if he really turned into a tree. Gu Beiyue would always smile and tell him, "Shao Qi, I can cure you. Trust me." Gu would always nod. "Of course I trust you." Mu Linger was still waiting at the Tang sect. She knew everything about Ning Jing and Tang Li, as well as their whereabouts. She clearly wanted to leave the Tang sect, but she still wrote a letter to Ning Jing, telling her not to worry about little Tang Li. She told her to take Tang Li around and come back a few months later. Tomorrow night, Mu Linger would sit on the roof and lie on her back like Chi Brother, looking up at the starry sky. She had always missed Chi Brother. She didn't want to have a future with Chi Brother. When Chi Brother rejected her, she knew that there wouldn't be a future. She just wanted to purely miss someone. Occasionally, she would think of Jin Z. It wasn't that she missed him, but she would remember that there was someone who loved her. Ning Jing's denture had already been inserted. She was also waiting. Every night, she would stay by Tang Li's side, hoping that Tang Li would suddenly wake up and cook a bowl of sweet red bean porridge for her. Han Yunxi was also waiting. The baby in her belly was already 8 months old, and fourth young Mistress Ren was already on her way. It was said that pregnancy lasted for 10 months, but in reality, it was only 9 months. Han Yunxi had never been a sleepy person, but for some reason, she had become especially sleepy recently. She wanted to help Long Feiyi with some of the government affairs, but she couldn't do it. Sometimes, she even wanted to wait for Long Feiyi to come back before going to sleep. However, as she waited, she unknowingly fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, it was already late in the morning. Long Feiyi had already left. Long Feiyi was also waiting. In the past 3 months, there had been a lot of good news on the western battlefield. 2 major military factions in western Zhou had surrendered. Taking advantage of this momentum, he resolutely appointed Chu Tianyin as the general of the western frontier and gave him a large army. This matter not only completely won Chu Tianyin's heart, but also made many of the civil and military officials of western Zhou see his magnanimity and surrender. It could be said that in 3 months, Long Feiyi had taken over half of western Zhou with minimal losses. Currently, Chu Tianyin and the Western Army were attacking western Zhou's capital from the east and the south. With the situation set in stone, it would only take 10 days to destroy western Zhou. Although Long Feiyi was tired from military and government affairs, he was still able to carry out his plans with ease. He could declare himself emperor and establish a country at any time. Gradually, people began to urge him to prepare for the coronation ceremony, but he was still waiting. He was waiting for his child to be born, and for news of Gu Beiwei. He hoped that he could spend a month with Han Yunxi before she gave birth, and that he'd receive good news of Gu Beiwei after the winter, so he could sit on the throne without regrets. Today, Long Feiyi was sunbathing with Han Yunxi in front of the tent when Chu Shifeng personally called fourth young Miss Ren over. Long Feiyi sat lazily in his seat, but Han Yunxi rose to greet him. Fourth young Miss Ren strode over. "Princess, you can't. Don't you need to exercise more in the later stages? If you move more, you'll suffer less when you give birth," Han Yunxi teased. Like all women, fourth young Miss Ren was a little timid when speaking in front of Long Feiyi. She didn't even dare to look at Long Feiyi, but only said, "If your highness has the time, you should take the princess for a walk. There's no need to confine yourself to the barrack." Long Fei replied coldly. Zhao Mama stole glances at his highness from the sidelines. She knew that he'd take the princess 3 steps outside of the barracks from now on. Han Yunxi ordered the servant girls to sit while Long Feiyi immediately asked fourth young Miss Ren to take her pulse and examine her condition. Although a prenatal checkup was necessary, there was no need to ask a doctor to take her pulse. The other 2 female doctors were capable of doing basic checkups and had done so long ago. Fourth young Miss Ren didn't think it was necessary either. The 2 female doctors had explained the princess's condition to her on time. However, fourth young Mistress Ren still replied respectfully, "Yes." Han Yunxi was also obedient. However, after fourth young Miss Ren took her pulse and said that everything was normal, Han Yunxi sent Long Feiyi away with a few words. As soon as Long Fei left, fourth young Miss Ren's entire body relaxed. Even her sitting posture changed. "Princess, aren't you afraid of His Highness?" Fourth young Miss Ren asked seriously. "Why should I be afraid of him?" Han Yunxi asked, but she quickly added, "Actually, I used to be very afraid of him." Han Yunshi didn't like to talk about Long Fei Yi with other women, regardless of how close they were friends or sisters. She changed the topic. How are Gu Beiwei and Gu? Of course, Han Yunshi knew that fourth young Miss Ren didn't know about Gu. She was just asking casually. However, fourth young Miss Ren's face immediately darkened. I haven't seen Dean Beiwei for several months. He handed over all the affairs of the medical city to Vice Head Shin. He seems to be in seclusion. Han Yunshi knew what was going on and could see fourth young Miss Ren's disappointment. She asked again, "What about Lil Thing? She didn't harass you again, did she?" Fourth young Miss Ren quickly shook her head. Actually, she hoped that Lil Thing would continue to harass her. In that case, she might be able to see Dean Beiwei again. "Princess, why did you leave Lil Thing with Dean Beiwei?" Fourth young Miss Ren asked curiously. "Lil Thing likes Beiwei." Han Yunshi thought that this was one of the reasons. As the two chatted, Han Yunshi could see fourth young Miss Ren's melancholy, but she didn't expose her, nor did she want to talk too much. She didn't like to talk about her man with other women, nor did she like to talk about other men's relationships with other women. Just as Han Yunshi was talking about the problems with Medical City's designated medical system, fourth young Miss Ren lowered her voice and told her a secret. It was about Gu Beiwei sending someone to the Qin family to act as a matchmaker. "Spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair?" Han Yunshi was very surprised. "I've sent someone to investigate. The marriage is real. After you left Clear Breeze Mountain, Dean Beiwei secretly sent someone to bring a matchmaker over. Although it was a secret, the news still spread." Fourth young Miss Ren's face was filled with grief. "How is that possible? Gu Beiwei was very busy back then." Han Yunshi didn't believe it. Marriage was a major matter. Setting aside the fact that Gu Beiwei would choose a woman like that as his wife, at the very least, he definitely wouldn't be rash with his personality. He wouldn't be so rash, nor would he make that woman suffer and act as a matchmaker in secret. That young Miss Qin was already of marriageable age, but she never got married because of her illness. I heard the Qin family released news a long time ago that as long as the young masters of aristocratic families in Medical City were willing to marry the first young Miss Qin, the Qin family would give them a generous dowry and a set of medical books that couldn't be leaked to outsiders. However, no one was willing to marry her. As fourth young Miss Ren spoke, she sighed helplessly. "She's also a pitiful person. I heard that before Dean Beiwei went to get engaged, the Qin family wanted to casually marry her off to a fifth-rank divine doctor over 60 years old so that her younger sister could get married smoothly. First young Miss Qin even committed suicide because of this." Han Yunshi was even more surprised. "Don't tell me Gu Beiwei knew about this and was in such a hurry to get engaged?" "It's possible," fourth young Miss Ren said helplessly. A complicated look flashed through Han Yunshi's eyes, but she didn't say anything. She was puzzled. How did Gu Beiwei know about the young miss of the Qin family? If he wanted to help the young miss of the Qin family, there were many ways. The young masters of aristocratic families in Medical City looked down on the young miss of the Qin family's dowry and medical books, but they would definitely be impressed by Gu Beiwei's high regard for the young miss of the Qin family. As long as Gu Beiwei showed that he valued the young miss of the Qin family, many young masters of aristocratic families would definitely come to ask for her hand in marriage. Why would Gu Beiwei use his own marriage to help the young miss of the Qin family? Could it be that there was something between Gu Beiwei and the young miss of the Qin family that outsiders didn't know about? "Princess, why do you think Dean Beiwei did this?" Fourth young Miss Ren had endured for a long time and finally found someone she could tell the truth to. She really hoped that the princess could give her a reason. However, Han Yunshi really didn't dare to jump to conclusions. She didn't know what had happened to Gu Beiwei in Medical City. Back then, when Gu Beiwei chose fourth young Miss Ren in the medical competition, both she and Gu were very surprised. If Gu Beiwei didn't say it, she was afraid that she would never know that Gu Beiwei and fourth young Miss Ren were friends. Beiwei must have his reasons for doing things. The woman he fancies must be worthy of him in some way as well, Han Yunshi intoned. She knew that it was very cruel to fourth young Miss Ren, but it was also a reminder to her. Since there was no result, she should stop thinking about Gu Beiyue. Fourth young Miss Ren was a smart person, so she understood immediately. However, she couldn't hide the tears in her eyes in the end, so she left in a hurry. Han Yunshi lay on the rocking chair, stroking her belly gently. Originally, she wanted to write a letter to Gu Beiyue to ask about this, but she gave up after thinking about it. Since Gu Beiyue went to matchmake secretly, he definitely didn't want them to know. If she asked about this matter as soon as fourth young Miss Ren arrived, Gu Beiyue would definitely guess that fourth young Miss Ren was talking too much. Han Yunshi sighed secretly. Long Fei Yi was a mystery. Only she, who slept with him, could understand. Actually, Gu Beiyue was also a mystery. She couldn't understand. She didn't know how much Miss Qin would understand. Fourth young Miss Ren was still very strong. She recovered the next day. With her in the camp, Han Yunshi could be said to be completely relaxed. She didn't have to worry about a sudden premature birth. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the end of the year was here. Han Yunshi's movements became more and more inconvenient. Long Fei Yi accompanied her almost all day. He didn't go out at all. However, on the eve of the new year, Gu Beiyue suddenly appeared at the entrance of the rear camp. Han Yunshi was very surprised, but Long Fei Yi's heart almost stopped. Chapter 1177. On the eve of New Year's Eve, Gu Beiyue suddenly paid a visit. Gu Beiyue. Han Yunshi was pleasantly surprised. She and Long Fei Yi were about to have dinner together when they saw Gu Beiyue standing at the entrance from a distance. Gu Beiyue immediately moved in front of them and bowed humbly just like before. Princess, Your Highness. Han Yunshi couldn't be bothered with his etiquette. She looked behind him and asked suspiciously, Where's Gu? He didn't come with us? Actually, Han Yunshi had thought of asking Long Fei Yi to invite everyone over to celebrate the New Year together. Last year's New Year's Eve was celebrated at the three-way black market. Although not everyone was there, it wasn't as quiet as she and Long Fei Yi. However, she didn't dare to suggest it when she considered that Gu Beiyue and Gu would be busy concocting the medicine. She knew that if she asked, Gu would definitely run over immediately. Where's Gu? Where is he hiding? Han Yunshi didn't think too much about it. Gu Beiyue's sudden appearance meant that Gu would definitely come as well. She was in a great mood. Didn't he say in the letter a few days ago that he was going to Western Zhou's desert? You're lying to me, right? Don't tell me that fellow went to buy some delicious food? Granny Zhao made a table full of dishes. Han Yunshi was standing right beside Long Fei Yi. If she were to stand opposite him, she would definitely notice how pale Long Fei Yi's face was and how tightly his brows were knitted together. Princess, seventh young master has indeed gone to the west. This subordinate went to the medicinal hut and was just passing by, so I dropped by to see Princess and ask for dinner on the way, Gu Beiyue explained with a smile. I see. Han Yunshi was a little disappointed, but she soon smiled again. Even if Gu could not make it, Gu Beiyue's arrival was something to be happy about. Let's go. I was worried that no one would be able to accompany His Highness to drink tonight. Although Long Fei Yi didn't like drinking, he would still drink a few glasses on New Year's Eve. Han Yunshi's belly was so big that she had quit drinking and drinking long ago. She couldn't accompany him. The three of them walked towards the tent together. When Han Yunshi wasn't paying attention, Gu Beiyue glanced helplessly at Long Fei Yi. Although Long Fei Yi did not understand the situation, his heart was more or less at ease. At least, he knew that Gu was still alive. Seventh young master, are you going to the west to find the last ingredient? Han Yunshi asked as they walked. She'd read about Gu Qishao's situation in his letters, but she still needed to ask Gu Beiyue about it in person. Yes, I've done a few experiments on the blood vines recently, and they were all very successful. If we can find that ingredient, there shouldn't be a problem. Gu Beiwei replied seriously. Han Yunxi stopped and asked seriously, "Are you sure you can find it?" Gu Beiwei looked seriously into Han Yunxi's eyes and replied, "Princess, you can rest assured that seventh young master is personally looking for the ingredient. Last night, this subordinate received news that he had already bought the dried ones. He wants to stay for a few more days to see if there are any fresh ones. The medicinal effects will be better." Han Yunxi would never have thought that Gu Beiwei would lie to her for so long. Moreover, she didn't think too much of it when she saw Gu Beiwei's gentle yet firm gaze. Besides Long Fei, Gu Beiwei was the person she felt most at ease with, the person she could trust the most, and entrust the most to. She continued walking forward and started calculating. It should be the end of January by the time he returns from the west, right? If he's fast, he should be able to reach Medical City by the end of January. If he's slow, it'll be hard to say, Gu Beiwei replied. I'll probably be in confinement by then, but I still won't be able to go? Han Yunxi sighed as she stroked her big belly. You can leave seventh young master to this subordinate. Princess, you don't need to worry, Gu Beiwei said seriously. Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei chatted along the way, but Long Feiyi didn't say anything. He knew that Gu Beiwei's words today were all lies. What was originally a dinner for 2 people became a dinner for 3 people. Han Yunxi rubbed her belly and said with a smile, "There'll be another little one at the New Year's Eve dinner next year." Amidst their idle chatter, Gu Beiwei asked Long Fei about military affairs and government affairs. Once Long Fei started discussing with him, he couldn't stop. Han Yunxi sat at the side. Although she had her own opinions, she didn't interrupt. It wasn't too cold at the top. Long Feiyi really needed a friend like Gu Beiwei. After dinner, Long Feiyi gave everyone red packets as usual. All the servants in the rear camp received large red packet. He even specially prepared red packets for Tang Li's family of 3, Gu Beiwei and Gu. Fourth young Miss Ren, Zhao Mama, and the rest were eating dinner together in another tent. When they received Long Feiyi's red packets, they immediately burst into laughter. Long Fei gave Chu Shifeng the portion he'd given to Tang Li's family of 3 and had him deliver it by eagle overnight. As for Gu's red packets, he naturally gave them to Gu Beiwei. Unexpectedly, Gu Beiwei took out 2 smaller red packets after accepting the red packet. Although they were small, they were very unique. They didn't look like ordinary red packets made of paper, but thick embroidered pouches with red silk and gold belt. It was impossible to tell how many silver notes had been stuffed inside, but they were bulging. Princess, seventh young master knew this subordinate was passing by and asked me to prepare them. He said it's a token of appreciation for the little master. Gu Beiwei's smile was filled with sadness. Actually, Gu was right near the rear camp. Gu hadn't gone to the western desert, nor had he gone to Medicine City. He wasn't just passing by. They'd made a special trip here. Despite his repeated objections, Gu Qishao still insisted on coming. He insisted on delivering a red envelope for the little master on New Year's Eve. This pouch was made by Gu himself, stitch by stitch. He'd only recently discovered that a man like Gu could do needlework. When he asked Gu Qishao how he knew, Gu Qishao only replied, "I learned it." Han Yunxi's attention was all on the pouch. She was surprised, but quickly looked towards Long Feiyi with a chuckle. "You won't have a chance, ha. This should be the little fellow's first red packet." It was supposed to be from Long Feiyi, but Gu beat him to it. Cloud Realm Continent had plenty of rules for giving out red packets during the New Year. Only people of high status had the right to do so. Thus, Gu Beiwei couldn't give the little master a red packet. But Gu Qishao could. Gu wasn't Long Feiyi or Han Yunxi's subordinate, so he didn't have the misgivings of being master and servant. Instead, he could give it as a friend. It doesn't count if it's not personally delivered, Long Feiyi said as he took out a red brocade box and handed it to Han Yunxi. This brocade box was like a mysterious treasure chest. It was especially cute. Han Yunxi looked at the paper red packet she'd just received, Then at the box, she suddenly felt as if she'd fallen out of favor. Long Fei took the red pouch and examined it before tossing it to the side of the table. Han Yunxi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She took it back and glared at Long Feiyi, who didn't say a word. Long Feiyi didn't say a word. Gu Beiwei saw everything and knew that the princess wouldn't notice anything amiss with His Highness's reaction. After the meal, fireworks lit up the night sky in front of the barracks. Han Yunxi and the rest watched from a distance before Han Yunxi caught sight of fourth young Miss Ren standing by the tent entrance, looking at them. More accurately, she was looking at Gu Beiwei. Han Yunxi used the excuse of being tired to have Long Feiyi send her back to rest, leaving Gu Beiwei alone. As soon as Han Yunxi and the rest were gone, Gu Beiwei headed back to the barracks as well. He knew that His Highness would come find him after the princess fell asleep. He'd hardly reached the tent Chu Shifeng had arranged for him when fourth young Miss Ren chased after him. Academy head Beiwei, please wait. Gu Beiwei looked back with a faint smile. Fourth young Miss Ren was both surprised and flustered. Zhao Mama and the rest were already gambling at the table, so she'd come out for a breath of fresh air to see the man she'd been thinking about day and night. If His Highness hadn't been present, she would have run over long ago. Fourth young Miss Ren's heart was filled with emotions at the sight of this gentle, jade-like man with a warm smile. She didn't know what to say. No matter who it was, Gu Beiwei had always been patient. Even though his heart was filled with grief and worry for Qishao, he still smiled and waited patiently. He hid all his emotions deep in his heart and sorted them out by himself. After a while, fourth young Miss Ren finally said, "Academy head Beiwei, Happy New Year." Gu Beiwei nodded and took out a red envelope. "Happy New Year," he said, handing it over with both hands. Fourth young Miss Ren felt awkward. She hadn't come all the way here to ask for a red envelope, but she didn't know what else she'd come here for, besides to see him. He'd left all matters in Medical City to Vice Academy head Shin. The princess's health had been fine all this time, so there was nothing else to talk about besides official matters. Fourth young Miss Ren could only accept the red envelope. "Thank you, Academy head Beiwei." Gu Beiwei smiled and entered his tent, closing the door behind him. Fourth young Miss Ren stood at the entrance, looking at the red envelope in her hand and then at the closed door in front of her. She suddenly felt like crying. Was this what they meant by "it's better not to see him than to see him"? The man is heartless, but the concubine is interested. Lovesickness is bitter today, but parting tomorrow. Fourth young Miss Ren stood at the door for a long time, but she didn't dare to knock in the end. She left dejectedly. Gu Beiwei knew what was going on outside the door. He had long known what fourth young Miss Ren was thinking, but he didn't take it to heart. He had already opened the small booklet he carried with him. It was filled with the names of various medicines and the results of his experiments. Even if Gu could do whatever he wanted and waste his time on this trip, he still wouldn't allow himself to waste any time. If he guessed correctly, Her Highness would only come in the middle of the night. Han Yunxi was already leaning lazily on the couch. In the later stages of her pregnancy, she began to feel sleepy. She always wanted to sleep after eating. There were many heaters in the tent. She wore a loose and thin robe and reclined on her side with a high pillow. Long Feiyi sat beside her and chatted with her. "Did you know that Gu Beiwei married the eldest daughter of the Qin family in Medical City?" Han Yunxi asked. "When did this happen?" Long Feiyi asked. "How could Gu Beiwei have the time and mood to marry a wife?" Han Yunxi told Long Feiyi what she heard from fourth young Miss Ren. Only then did Long Feiyi realize that fourth young Miss Ren was just a matchmaker. Long Fei chuckled. "Marriage is his own business. If I can drink his wedding wine this morning, I'll naturally feel happy for him." Han Yunxi was helpless. She only remembered this matter when she saw fourth young Miss Ren, so she chatted with Long Feiyi. She just casually mentioned it. She knew that Long Feiyi didn't like gossip. As the two chatted, Han Yunxi suddenly grabbed Long Feiyi's hand. She became nervous and didn't dare to move. What's wrong? Long Feiyi was shocked. Shoo, look. Han Yunshi was very nervous. She carefully pointed to her stomach. Chapter 1178. Han Yunshi was very nervous. Long Feiyi also became nervous. Both of them stared at Han Yunshi's big belly. After waiting for a while, there was no movement. However, the two of them still didn't dare to move. They just stared quietly. After a while, they saw a small bump on the side of Han Yunshi's abdomen. It gradually grew bigger and bigger. The little guy was bulging. Long Feiyi couldn't help but reach out to touch it. However, as soon as his hand touched it, the little bump immediately calmed down and disappeared. This was already the 9th time. Long Feiyi had been looking forward to fetal movement, but he was too busy and missed it countless times. It wasn't until the later stages of pregnancy that the fetal movement became very obvious that he was finally lucky enough to bump into it. At first, he just watched. After 2 or 3 times, he couldn't help but want to touch it. However, he didn't know if the little guy was naughty or afraid of him. Every time he touched it, the little guy would hide. It's the 9th time. Ha! Han Yunshi laughed. Every time the baby moved, the little guy would bulge higher when she touched it. It seemed to like her touch very much. However, when it was Long Feiyi, the little guy didn't even want to stay and immediately ran away. Are you afraid of me? Long Feiyi had always wanted to figure it out. However, if he wanted to figure it out, he would probably have to wait for a year or 2. I think so. Han Yunshi smiled and nodded. What's there to be afraid of? Long Feiyi muttered to himself. He leaned closer and pressed against Han Yunshi's big belly, wanting to listen for movement. Unfortunately, there was no movement at all. Han Yunshi pushed him. All right, I'm going to sleep. Are you going to sleep? Han Yunshi knew that Long Feiyi wouldn't sleep so early. She was chasing him away. At the dining table, he and Gu Beiyue talked so much that they forgot to eat. There must be a lot of things to discuss. She was very tired. Even if she had the heart to help, she didn't have the strength to do so, so she didn't want to waste any more of his time. Go to sleep. I'll accompany you. Long Feiyi had no intention of leaving. Gu Beiyue dropped by on the way. He'll probably leave tomorrow. Didn't you want to set up the Imperial Academy of Medicine to have direct jurisdiction over the medical city and the medical city? She wanted to take this opportunity to chat with him. Once he leaves, it will probably be a few months before you can see him again, Han Yunshi said seriously. No one knows a husband better than his wife, and no one knows a wife better than her husband. Long Feiyi was waiting for Han Yunshi to open her mouth. He knew that after Han Yunshi said such words, she would obediently sleep in the camp and not disturb him. Long Feiyi rubbed Han Yunshi's bangs and smiled. Go to sleep then. Let's go, I'm so sleepy. Han Yunshi urged. Long Feiyi still said a few more words before leaving. Once he left, he went to find Gu Beiyue at the fastest speed possible. He asked as soon as he entered, "Where is he?" Naturally, he was asking about Gu. Long Feiyi was very clear about Gu's true situation. However, he didn't expect Gu Beiyue to come. Since Gu Beiyue was here, how could Gu not come with his temperament? He didn't want to see you, so he asked me to come over and give the little master a red packet, Gu Beiyue said helplessly. Long Feiyi didn't want to hear this explanation and asked again, "Where is he?" "Your Highness, you also know that we can't find him if he doesn't want to see you and the princess." Gu Beiyue was speaking the truth. "I'll leave tomorrow morning. 7th young master said that he would wait for me at the relay station 200 li away. This subordinate doesn't know his whereabouts since last night." Long Feiyi didn't say anything else. He sat down at the side and furrowed his brows. Gu Beiyue was also silent. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Your Highness, 7th young master, only has 2 months left to live." Gu Beiyue had already said this in his letter. With the growth rate of the vines on Gu's body, it would take at most 2 months for the vines to corrode his heart and brain. At that time, Gu would completely disappear from this world, leaving behind a pile of vines. Can't the medical school cultivate those pestilence poisons? Long Fei Yi suddenly questioned loudly. They can't. If it were other poisons, they could be cultivated on death row prisoners, but pestilence. Before Gu Beiyue could finish, Long Fei Yi interrupted. How many people do you need? Gu Beiyue suddenly said sternly, Your Highness. Pestilence was a contagious disease. In order to cultivate the poisons, countless people had to be used to cultivate it. In the past few months, Gu Beiyue had used more than 10 death row prisoners for experiment. Although Gu Beiyue had negotiated with the death row prisoner beforehand and given him plenty of benefits so that he'd do the job willingly, he still felt guilty. This was the most inhumane thing a doctor could do. They wanted to save Gu, but they also wanted others to suffer the pain that Gu had suffered in the past. He couldn't feel at ease, and neither could Gu. Long Fei's head was bowed, his profile cold as he spoke. Not long ago, Chu Tianyin captured Western Zhou's Ju City. There's a death row prison there filled with unpardonable murderers. There are over 50 of them. No. Gu Beiyue's gaze was serious as he added, Moreover, it's not enough. The poison that Gu Yuntian had used on Gu came from the most famous pestilence in Cloud Realm's history. That year, nearly 10,000 people had died in Cloud Realm. What could a mere 50 people produce? Long Fei Yi was speechless. He stood up and asked indifferently, Gu Beiyue, have you given up? No. Gu Beiyue replied without hesitation as he stood up as well. Long Fei Yi turned and left, leaving behind a sentence, Return to Medical City immediately. Long Fei Yi returned to Han Yunxi's tent, but he didn't go in. He stood there for a long time, unsure if he should tell Han Yunxi the truth. But now, he had to consider another problem. There were only 2 months left. Would Han Yunxi still have time to see Gu one last time? The fireworks in the barracks continued to bloom in the night sky, resplendent and gorgeous. Unfortunately, they only lingered for a moment before disappearing without a trace. Gu's smile was even more dazzling than the fireworks. How long could Gu continue to shine in this world? How long could he stay? Long Fei Yi gazed at the firework. Gu Beiyue also stood at the entrance of the barracks, gazing at the sky full of fireworks. He knew that Gu must be nearby at this very moment, watching the same fireworks as them. Gu was on a small hill behind the barracks. He sat alone on a large rock, gnawing on a steamed bun as he gazed at the fireworks in the distance. His long and narrow eyes reflected the splendor of the fireworks. When he finished eating the steamed bun, so did the firework. He muttered to himself, How beautiful, it's a pity it's so fleeting. He lay down on his back and stretched lazily. Then, he casually spread his legs to form the character. The wide black robe covered his body and limbs, only his face could be seen. His face was still as beautiful and alluring as ever, as if he was a celestial being. After the fireworks ended, the whole world fell silent and dimmed. Only the whistling of the north wind was left. Gradually, the north wind blew up his black robe and woke him up from his memories. He became excited again and sang the mountain song loudly. It was the same mountain song that Han Yunxi and the rest laughed at all the way. Sing the mountain song is like the spring river water, singing here and there. However, as he sang, his rough voice changed, and so did the words. Miss the beauty, day and night, day and night. The beauty is like a flower in the clouds, I can't dream of returning to the south. Laughing at the common people laugh at me, laughing at the common people, who cares who is the king of Sky Cloud, I'm crazy and crazy. No one listened to this song and no one laughed. But Gu continued to sing at the top of his lungs, carefree and open-minded. He used the tune of the mountain song to shout out his truest feelings, his truest intentions. He was the cruelest, purest, and truest existence in the world. In the last 2 months, he didn't want to go anywhere. He just wanted to stay here and watch the smoke curl up from the chimneys of rear camp every morning and the stars and lanterns every night. Then he would quietly take root and become a tree. He would bloom into a mountain flower more dazzling than the fireworks early next morning. Gu Beiwei sat in his tent for an entire night before making a decision. Before he left, he asked Chu Shifeng to deliver a letter to Mu Ling telling her to hurry to Medical City to help him. He didn't mention a word about Gu, only that there was a patient who needed medicine. Without saying a word, he left as fast as he could for the relay station 100 li away. Long Feiyi stayed by Han Yunxi's side all night. When Han Yunxi woke up, he pretended as if nothing had happened. Just like every other morning, he planted a light kiss on her forehead and asked her what she wanted to eat. Soon enough, Chu Shifeng returned with a report. Your Highness, Princess, Dr. Gu received an urgent message and is rushing back to Medical City. What message? Han Yunxi asked hastily. I think he found some sort of medicine. This subordinate isn't sure, Chu Shifeng replied. Han Yunxi wanted to ask more questions, but the shadow guard came with a letter from Ning Jing. Han Yunxi opened it and was thrilled. Long Feiyi, Ning Jing's coming. She's bringing Tang Li with her. Her teeth are basically fine now. Excellent. Long Fei missed that little brother of his as well. That very afternoon, snowflakes began to fall from the skies. The snowfall grew heavier and heavier until it stopped on the third day of the new year. The weather was exceptionally cold. Perhaps it was because of the weather, but Han Yunxi began to have trouble breathing. Fourth young Miss Rin stayed by her side all day long, while Long Feiyi stayed close behind. Soon enough, Long Feiyi received a letter from Gu Beiwei. Gu hadn't returned to Medical City, but was staying near rear camp. Gu Beiwei waited an entire day at the relay station before finding out. He immediately turned back to find him. Gu didn't want to leave, so Gu Beiwei had no choice but to accompany him while ordering people to deliver the medicine and Lil Thing from Medicine City. Long Feiyi didn't ask where they were staying, nor did Gu Beiwei. It was clearly the beginning of spring, but the weather was getting colder and colder. Northernly experienced a cold spell in late spring. Soon enough, news of a snowstorm spread, especially in the northern regions. Many villages had their roads closed and food supplies were scarce, leading to mass starvation. This reality was a slap to the faces of the Bailey and Southern armies. Fortunately, Ning Qing hadn't sent out his troops. If he did, the casualties would be unimaginable. Today, Long Feiyi received a letter from Ning Qing. Northern Li's snowstorm had broken out on a large scale, starving civilians and livestock to death. The Northern Dynasty's emperors were reluctant to send out food supplies for the sake of guaranteeing the army's rations. But Ning Qing had taken the initiative to ask for reinforcements. He wanted to send out troops at this critical juncture. Just as Long Feiyi finished reading the report, Chu Shifeng suddenly burst in and shouted, Your Highness, the princess is about to give birth. The princess is about to give birth. Chapter 1179. Han Yunxi was going to give birth soon. After hearing Chu Shifeng's report, Long Feiyi tossed aside the letter in his hands and rushed out of the tent. Han Yunxi had just woken up and hadn't even eaten breakfast when her stomach started hurting. She didn't think it'd be so soon, but fourth young Miss Ren and a few other female nurses had already examined her. Fourth young Miss Ren told Han Yunxi to eat breakfast quickly so she wouldn't be too weak to give birth later. She also ordered Zhao Mama to prepare some hot chicken soup and the servant girls and nurses to bring out all the things they'd prepared beforehand. Everything had long been prepared. Fourth young Miss Ren was Cloud Realm Continent's #1 obstetrician, but Han Yunxi's cry of stomach pains still made everyone nervous. They were so nervous that they forgot to inform Long Feiyi at first notice. Han Yunxi was nervous as well. She'd done all sorts of things in her life, but she'd never given birth to a child before. She endured the pain and paced back and forth in the tent, assuming that the servants had already told Long Feiyi. She had no idea that they'd forgotten. Zhao Mama had just rushed out of the tent to the kitchens when she bumped into Chu Shifeng. As soon as he understood the situation, he went to report to His Highness. Han Yunxi was at the very back of the tent while Long Fei Ye's meeting tent was at the very front. Long Fei Ye had just arrived when he heard Han Yunxi's screams from inside. Ah, the water broke! Long Fei Ye gave a start as he stood gaping by the tent's entrance. He'd been anxious the entire way here, but Han Yunxi's screams made him nervous. Hurry and help the princess lie down. Add 5 more stoves and send more people to boil hot water. We can't cut off the water. Fourth young Miss Ren was nervous as hell, but she was still able to keep her composure. She washed her hands and prepared to examine Han Yunxi a second time while ordering the servants to prepare the necessary items. The princess is still hungry. Tell Granny Zhao to quickly send the chicken soup over. It has to be hot enough to burn the mouth. Long Fei Yi didn't hear fourth young Mistress Ren's voice or Han Yunxi's. Only then did he come back to his senses. Just as he was about to enter, the maidservant suddenly opened the door and rushed out, directly bumping into him. The maidservant was in a hurry. When she looked up and saw Long Fei Ye's cold face, she immediately screamed, "Ah!" When the people in the tent heard this voice, they all looked over. Han Yunxi lay on the bed. Although her water broke and her abdomen was in pain, she was very conscious. "What's wrong? What happened?" she asked aloud. "Princess, take care of yourself first. The cervix has already dilated by 4 fingers. This is an emergency delivery and the risk is not small." Fourth young Miss Ren said seriously. 4 fingers. Han Yunxi was dumbfounded. She didn't expect her water to break and the cervix to dilate so quickly. Although it was already the expected date of delivery, this little fellow didn't have to be so anxious to come out. Generally speaking, the labor process was divided into 3 stages. The first stage of labor was the process from the beginning of the contraction until the cervix was fully dilated. The pain was caused by the contraction. At the same time, the cervix would gradually dilate from 1 finger to 10 fingers. During the dilation of the cervix, the water would break. For a woman giving birth for the first time, it took a certain amount of time from the pain to the dilation of the cervix. However, this was only the first time Han Yunxi was in pain. Moreover, this was the first time her water broke and the cervix was dilated by 4 fingers. Even fourth young Mistress Ren was afraid of this speed. One had to know that an emergency delivery could easily cause a series of problems, such as fetal ischemia, hypoxia, and damage to the newborn. It could also affect the mother. If there was excessive bleeding, postpartum infection, and so on. It wasn't that fourth young Miss Ren hadn't encountered such situations before, but this was Han Yunxi. This was the future Empress of Cloud Realm Continent, while this child could be the future eldest princess or even the crown prince. For a moment, she couldn't help but wonder if she'd be able to make it back to Medical City alive if something happened to Han Yunxi and her daughter. Of course, fourth young Miss Ren quickly reined in her thoughts. Han Yunxi was well aware of what an emergency delivery was like. She couldn't care less about what was going on outside, but focused on cooperating with fourth young Miss Ren's requests. Long Fei Yi had already kicked aside the servant girl by the door. She was making a fuss at such a critical moment, so it was better not to use her. As soon as Long Fei Yi entered, he saw fourth young Miss Ren and 2 other female physicians by the bed. Han Yunxi was sweating profusely in the middle of winter. She was adjusting her breathing according to fourth young Miss Ren's request. She was so focused that she didn't even notice Long Fei Ye's arrival. Fourth young Miss Ren didn't notice him either, but the 2 female physicians and servant girls did. When a woman was giving birth, men weren't allowed to enter, but no one dared to say anything to Long Fei Yi, much less look at him. The female physicians cooperated with fourth young Miss Ren and pressed Han Yunxi's stomach to adjust her breathing. The servant girls went in and out of the room to deliver hot water and clean towels, not daring to delay. Soon enough, Zhao Mama arrived with a large bowl of hot chicken soup. As soon as she saw Long Feiyi standing by the side, she almost cried out. Fortunately, she held back. She hurried over and murmured, "Your Highness, get out, get out! Hurry and get out!" Long Fei handed over the chicken soup instead. Zhao Mama grew even more anxious. "Your Highness, you can't come in. If news of this gets out, the princess will be cursed by the world." First of all, it wasn't appropriate for a man to be present when it came to women. Neither His Highness nor the princess felt embarrassed, but all the women present would feel awkward. Second of all, the delivery room had always been considered a filthy and unclean place. Some people even thought that seeing the dirty blood in the delivery room would lead to a bloody disaster. In a few months, His Highness would ascend the throne. If news of this got out, people would definitely make an issue out of it. Third of all, Zhao Mama was old and didn't have any personal experience, but she had seen a lot. At this moment, the princess was in her most embarrassing state. She definitely didn't want Long Feiyi to see her like this. "This prince wants to see who dares to scold her," Long Feiyi said. He was about to walk over, but Zhao Mama stopped him. "Your Highness, the princess definitely doesn't want you to see her like this." "I've already seen it." Long Feiyi glared at her coldly. Zhao Mama immediately shut up. She knew that if she dared to say another word, His Highness would send her flying. She could only shut up and wait for the princess to personally drive her out. But who knew that as soon as Long Feiyi walked over, Han Yunxi would reach out to hold his hand. Zhao Mama was dumbfounded. Sure enough, she couldn't use common sense to guess the princess's thoughts. Han Yunxi was waiting for Long Feiyi to come over. She could bear the pain, but she couldn't bear the pressure of the labor. No matter how strong a woman was, she still needed a man who was stronger than her. He didn't need to give too much, but he had to be timely. Seeing Long Feiyi personally bring the chicken soup over, fourth young Miss Ren was also dumbfounded. Long Feiyi asked, "Do you want to drink it now?" Han Yunxi exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The pain had just stopped, but the next one hadn't arrived yet. She put her elbow on the bed and helped herself up slightly. "Yes, drink it now. I haven't eaten, and I'm almost out of strength." Long Feiyi hurriedly fed her spoon by spoon. "Be careful, it's hot." "It's okay, it's better if it's a little hot," Han Yunxi replied. Fourth young Miss Ren looked at the couple and was at a loss for a moment. She had thought that Han Yunxi would cry and scream in pain when Long Feiyi came over. Who knew that she would be even calmer? Most of the time, a woman's strength was forced out because she had no one to rely on. She could only hold on by herself. Therefore, most of the time, once a man appeared, even the strongest woman would break down instantly. She would scream in pain and cry like a little girl. However, Han Yunxi wasn't like that. When she was enduring the pain and pressure, Long Feiyi's arrival didn't make her cry in pain. Instead, it made her stronger. This kind of woman was a true powerhouse. Han Yunxi drank very quickly, and Long Feiyi also fed her quickly. God knew if Long Feiyi often fed Han Yunxi in private. The two of them cooperated very well. In a short while, Han Yunxi finished the entire bowl of hot chicken soup. After Han Yunxi finished drinking, she held Long Feiyi's hand tightly and immediately let go. She said seriously, "Long Feiyi, can you wait outside?" Long Feiyi didn't know that Han Yunxi was in labor. He was a little hesitant, but he quickly nodded. He lifted the hair that had fallen on Han Yunxi's face and kissed her forehead heavily before immediately leaving. Han Yunxi immediately lay down. She didn't know if it was the bowl of chicken soup or Long Feiyi that gave her strength. She said, "Fourth young Miss Ren, I have strength again. It's starting to hurt again. Let's do it again." Fourth young Miss Ren had seen many strong women, but she believed that Han Yunxi was the most admirable one. She had the two female medical attendants come over and began to adjust Han Yunxi's breathing to match the contractions. Zhao Mama's gaze followed Long Feiyi out the door until Long Feiyi shut it behind him. Only then did she recover her wit. She muttered to herself, It's still the princess who can treat His Highness. Long Fei Yi was naturally calm in front of Han Yunshi. But as soon as he left the tent, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Everyone in the rear camp knew that the princess was about to give birth, but no one dared to approach. Only Chu Shifeng remained by Long Fei Yi's side. As Long Fei paced back and forth, Chu Shifeng grew nervous as well. He followed closely behind him as he paced back and forth. Suddenly, Long Fei Yi stopped, scaring Chu Shifeng into backing away. "Why didn't I hear her scream?" Long Fei Yi asked. "Don't all women who give birth yell and scream?" Chu Shifeng finally noticed the problem. He stammered for a while before admitting, This subordinate doesn't understand." Long Fei Yi started pacing back and forth again. Soon enough, he heard a clear cry from inside the tent. She'd given birth. Long Fei Yi stopped in his tracks. He felt as if the entire world had turned silent except for that cry. She'd given birth. Han Yunshi had given birth. She's given birth. He muttered to himself. Excitement, nervousness, surprise, and all sorts of complicated emotions flooded his heart. Chapter 1180. Long Fei Yi couldn't wait to rush into the delivery room, but he stopped when he remembered that Han Yunshi had asked him to wait outside. At this time, Zhao Mama rushed out with a face full of excitement. Your Highness, the princess gave birth to a, is she well?" Long Fei Yi anxiously interrupted. Zhao Mama was stunned again. She had been in the palace for so many years. No matter if it was the empress or the concubine giving birth, the first thing the emperor asked about was the gender. In the imperial family this was a big deal. Who knew that His Highness would interrupt her and ask about the princess? Zhao Mama quickly replied, "Fourth young Misrin said that everything went well, but to be safe she still needs to be observed for a while." "What about the child?" Long Fei Yi quickly asked again. He was only concerned about the child's safety and didn't care about the gender. She's well. Zhao Mama was so excited that she was about to cry. She quickly reported the good news. "Your Highness, the princess gave birth to a son for you. It's a son." Long Fei Yi was so excited that he was at a loss. This was probably the first time in his life that he was at a loss. He didn't even know what to say or do. One moment he frowned, the next he smiled, and paced back and forth in front of the door. Until Zhao Mama reminded him, "Your Highness, it's cold outside. The princess won't let you take the child out. You should quickly go in." Long Fei Yi then realized that he wanted to rush in just now. According to the rules of the palace, Han Yunshi's tent was the delivery room. The delivery room was not to be casually entered. The child had to be taken out for His Highness to see and then handed over to the wet nurse to take care of. The princess would be transferred to another room to prepare for her confinement. Zhao Mama had just been glared at, so she didn't dare to mention any rules. She only ordered the servants to quickly prepare clean bedding. She knew that His Highness probably wouldn't sleep in a separate room from the princess. Long Fei Yi nervously and helplessly entered the room. As soon as he entered, he was touched by the scene in front of him. He saw Han Yunshi lying on the bed with a pale face. The little fellow, who had been washed and wrapped in swaddling clothes, was sleeping in the crook of her arm. The mother and son were lying in the clean bedding. The little fellow had stopped crying. Han Yunshi looked at the little fellow and smiled. Unknowingly, there was a feminine charm that Long Fei Yi had never seen before. Seeing Long Fei Yi enter, fourth young Mistress Ren dismissed the nurses and maidservants. She whispered to Han Yunshi, "Princess, there's no major problem. I'll be right outside. Call me if you feel any discomfort." After she finished speaking, she quietly walked around Long Fei Yi and left. After everyone left, Long Fei Yi finally couldn't help but laugh. He almost rushed to Han Yunshi's bedside. He looked at her, then at the little fellow, then at her, then at the little fellow. His gaze moved back and forth, as if no matter who he looked at, he couldn't get enough of it. Han Yunshi didn't say anything at first, thinking that he was excited. However, after a while, Han Yunshi hugged his face with both hands. Long Feiyi, are you stupid? What are you doing? Long Feiyi was excited and helpless. I'm just happy. Happy? Han Yunshi couldn't help but laugh. As long as you're happy. Long Feiyi leaned over and kissed her forehead gently. He said seriously, it's been hard on you. It's my pleasure. Han Yunshi spoke from the bottom of her heart. Long Feiyi didn't reply other than kissing her again. His gaze finally fixed on the little fellow's sleeping face. The little fellow was really small. His little face wasn't even as big as his palm. Although he was just born, the little fellow's skin was especially clean. It was just a little red. His forehead was broad, and his hair was black and dense. His eyes were still closed. Judging from his eyeliner, he must have a pair of big eyes. His nose was very high, and the shape of his mouth was most like Long Feiyi's. Overall, the little fellow looked 70 to 80% like Long Feiyi, and only 20 to 30% like Han Yunshi. Long Feiyi carefully studied his son's appearance. The usual coldness in his dark and deep eyes was really gone. Instead, it was filled with love and doting. He carefully took the little fellow's hand and placed it in his big palm. The contrast between the big and small made his hand look bigger and the little fellow's hand look smaller. My son, he muttered to himself. No, our son, even though he had conquered the country, holding this little hand felt a sense of responsibility that was heavier than the country. From now on, there was one more person in his life, a child that he needed to take care of for several years. Long Feiyi held the little fellow's hand and kissed it carefully. He asked Han Yunshi seriously, "Can I hold him? Do you know how to hold him?" Han Yunshi asked in return. Such a small child, she was a little nervous and at a loss to hold him, let alone Long Feiyi. Those who said that one would be able to do everything after giving birth were pure lies. She had to learn. When Han Yunshi asked, Long Feiyi realized that he had never held a child before. Not to mention such a small one, he had never even held a 6 or 7-year-old child. How to hold him? Long Feiyi hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he still called Zhao Mama over. There was no need for Long Feiyi to say anything. When Zhao Mama came over, there was no need for Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi to say anything. Seeing that Long Feiyi did not hold the child, she skillfully picked up the little fellow. Your Highness, quickly hold the little master. The little master must like you very much. Long Feiyi reached out with both hands to receive the child. Zhao Mama immediately corrected him. It's not like that, Your Highness. Let the little master's head rest in the crook of your arm, and support his body with the other hand. Yes, just like that. After Long Feiyi held the little fellow, Zhao Mama adjusted him again. Long Feiyi's movements were stiff, and the sound hurt the little fellow. In fact, Long Feiyi's hands were big and strong. The little fellow would definitely be more comfortable in his arms than Han Yunshi and Zhao Mama's arms. Your Highness, look at the little master sleeping so soundly. Zhao Mama said with a smile. Han Yunshi looked at Long Feiyi's proud figure. Holding such a little fellow, she could not stop smiling. She only felt especially happy. Long Feiyi held his son and could not bear to put him down. After a while, the little fellow slowly opened his eyes. Long Feiyi was surprised and happy. He opened his eyes, he opened his eyes. His voice was especially soft, for fear of startling the little fellow. He quickly sat down with the little fellow and let Han Yunshi look at him together. Zhao Mama also came over and was extremely excited. Oh, how strange, how strange. How long has it been since he was born? He actually opened his eyes. In the future, he will definitely be amazing. Long Feiyi was wholeheartedly focused on his son, and did not hear what Zhao Mama said. Han Yunshi was too lazy to explain to Zhao Mama. Children could open their eyes in the mother's womb. after birth, because they had to adapt to the light and because they spent most of their time sleeping. Most children would only truly open their eyes after 1 or 2 days. It was very normal for them to open their eyes at birth. Long Feiyi moved very close. Han Yunshi also hurriedly moved closer, hoping that the first person her son saw when he opened his eyes was his father and mother. The little fellow's eyes opened very slowly. At first, it was only a small slit and he stopped moving for a long time. Is he asleep? Long Feiyi could not help but ask. Wait a little longer. Han Yunshi also did not understand. However, after a while, the little fellow continued to open his eyes. This time, both of his eyes were open. He truly opened his eyes. Long Fei's smile grew wider as he scooted closer. Unexpectedly, the little fellow gave a whimper at the sight of him and burst into tears. Long Feiyi hurriedly picked him up to coax him. Who knew that it would be fine if he did not hug him, but when he hugged him, the little fellow cried even louder. This made Long Feiyi feel helpless and awkward. Hungry. He must be hungry, Zhao Mama hurriedly said. Han Yunshi carried the little fellow over to feed him. As soon as the little fellow was in her hands, he immediately stopped crying. That pair of eyes that had been washed by tears were especially clear and flawless. It was so clean that it could cleanse the heart of an extremely evil person. Such clean and pitiful eyes made Long Feiyi's heart, which had been cold and hard for more than 20 years, melt in an instant. Besides smiling, he did not know what to do. He was Cloud Realm's #1 expert, unparalleled. However, this little fellow, who had not even been born for a day, had completely defeated him with a single look. Han Yunshi fed the little fellow, while Long Feiyi stood guard at the side. Zhao Mama asked timidly, Your Highness, this servant has ordered someone to make a bowl of noodles for the princess. Shall I bring it in? Only then did Long Feiyi remember that Han Yunshi hadn't eaten yet, so he hurriedly had Zhao Mama prepare it. Long Feiyi accompanied Han Yunshi in the tent, while news of Han Yunshi giving birth quickly spread throughout the rear barracks, then to the Yuning army camp. Long Feiyi didn't deliberately announce this news, but he didn't give the order to conceal it either. Thus, on the day the child was born, the news spread out of the Yuning army camp and to all parts of Cloud Realm. Gu Beiwei and Gu lived in the mountains behind the rear barrack. When Gu Beiwei returned from the county town, he brought back the good news to Gu. Gu had originally been curled up in his black robes, sitting in front of the door and basking in the sun. As soon as he heard that Han Yunshi had successfully given birth, his head popped out. He immediately poked his head out of the black robe. He was incomparably pleasantly surprised, and his smile was even more brilliant than the winter sun at noon. Gu Beiwei, I'm a godfather. I have a godson. Ha ha. Poison Lass gave birth to a son. Ha ha, I have a godson. No one had promised him to be a godfather, but he was so happy to accept it just like that. He stood up and was about to head down the mountain in excitement. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped in his tracks. He stood there for a moment, then turned back with a smile to sit by the door and continue basking in the sun. Seeing Gu Beiwei staring at him, he pursed his lips and said, What are you looking at? Just now I wanted to go to the thatch, but now I don't feel anything. Gu Beiwei didn't expose him. He took out a seed and handed it to 7th young master. I sent someone to Northernly to collect a few plague-infected corpses and nurtured 2 medicinal poisons. Although it's different from the one you used back then, you should at least give it a try. Gu was very obedient and immediately planted the seed in the little bit of flesh left on his leg. The thorny vines immediately flowed along his leg and out of his black robes. Gu Beiwei applied the medicine he needed to concoct, and the two waited quietly like they had done countless times before. In the end, the thorny vines were still fine and didn't move at all. Gu Beiwei, if the thorny vines can bloom, will they bloom purple flowers? Poison Lass likes purple, Gu asked indifferently. At this moment, an eagle landed beside them. Gu Beiwe didn't answer Gu, but took the letter from the eagle's leg. Mu Ling had arrived at Medical City. Chapter 1181. As soon as Mu Linger received Gu Beiwe's letter, she immediately rushed to Medical City. In the hearts of doctors and pharmacists, patients were the most important. Gu Beiwe didn't tell Mu Linger about Gu. He only said that he had a patient who needed several kinds of plague poisons. He had already searched for all the poisons he could find, but he still couldn't make them, so he could only ask her for help. He also told Mu Linger that his patient's time was limited. At most, he could only be alone. As soon as Mu Linger arrived at Medical City, Su Donglin gave the key to Gu Beiwe's study to Mu Linger. In the study, Gu Beiwe left a pile of thick handwriting and a pile of medicinal herbs for Mu Linger. Mu Linger didn't understand. She kept asking Su Donglin and Gu Beiwe what kind of illness the patient was suffering from. Why did they need poison from the plague? Su Donglin said that he didn't know anything and pushed all the blame to Gu Beiwe. Mu Linger then asked about Gu Beiwe and the patient's whereabouts. According to Gu Beiwe's instructions, Su Donglin said that a famous doctor who went out to visit a reclusive world. It would have been better if Mu Linger hadn't asked, because now she only grew more perplexed. She didn't even know that Gu had an immortal body. How could she know that Gu Beiwe's patient, who was in critical condition, was her beloved Chi brother? She had been in the medical industry since she was a child, but many patients with status would ask the doctor to keep it a secret. The patient who could invite Gu Beiwe to treat him in person was probably not simple, so it was normal to ask him to keep it a secret. Mu Linger didn't ask any more questions. Following Gu Beiwe's request, she began to think of a few ways to concoct the plague poison. When Gu Beiwe received the news that Mu Linger had arrived at Medical City, Mu Linger had already stayed in his study for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 4th day, Mu Linger finally came to the study and stretched herself. Su Donglin had been waiting at the door for 3 days and 3 nights. When he saw Mu Linger come out, he quickly asked, "Miss Linger, how was it? Is there a way?" Mu Linger raised her hands above her head. She tilted her head and looked at him. Dr. Gu asked Brother Chi for help, right? Not only was Mu Linger a genius pharmacist, she was also one of the top pharmacists in Cloud Realm. After reading Gu Beiwe's notes and herbs, she was very certain that Chi brother had interfered in this matter. Otherwise, Gu Beiwe wouldn't have been able to study it so deeply with his medical skills. A trace of sorrow flitted through Su Donglin's eyes. He didn't even dare to look Mu Linger in the eye. Isn't that so? This Gu clearly promised Dr. Beiwe that he would definitely be able to concoct the poison, but he ran off halfway. I don't know where he ran off to, so Dr. Beiwe had no choice but to ask you for help. This was also what Gu Beiwe had told him to say. Gu Beiwe was such a thorough person that he obviously knew those handwriting and herbs couldn't escape Mu Linger's eyes. Mu Linger put her hands on her hip. She wouldn't side with Chi brother when it came to matters of medicine. She huffed, "This person is about to die. How can Chi brother do this? He's too irresponsible." Yes. Su Donglin resisted the urge to agree with her, almost choking with sobs. Mu Linger said seriously, "Bodyguard Su, I'll tell you the truth. Dr. Gu has given me a huge problem this time. Without the outbreak of the plague, it's almost impossible to concoct the poisons he wants from other poisons. Actually, Chi brother has already studied them thoroughly. Dr. Gu asked me to come here at most to find out what he missed." Su Donglin panicked. "Then what should we do?" "Gu." Su Donglin almost said, "Dr. Gu is about to die." However, when he saw Mu Linger's strange gaze, he changed his words in time. "Dr. Gu is very anxious. That patient." When Dr. Gu was still in Medical City, he said that the patient only had 2 months to live. It's already been a month. Su Donglin felt like his heart was being crushed by a huge rock. He almost couldn't breathe. For the first time, he realized that lying was much harder than telling the truth. I know that. Mu Linger looked serious. She patted Su Donglin's shoulder and said seriously, Bodyguard Su, as doctors and pharmacists, even if we know that the patient will die tomorrow, we can't give up hope tonight. I'll do my best. Su Donglin nodded repeatedly. This one thanks you on behalf of Dr. Gu. Mu Linger raised her eyebrows and looked over. Then, she punched Su Donglin's shoulder. Why are you being so polite? Su Donglin was very sad, but Mu Linger mistook it as excitement. She smiled and said, You really don't have to be so polite. Just treat it as me cleaning up the mess for Chi brother. Later. Hee, I'll ask him for money for the medicine. Mu Linger still added, but the hope is really not high. Su Donglin just kept nodding. Mu Linger hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Bodyguard Su, where did Chi brother go? Did he go to the Yuning military camp? My sister is about to give birth. Medical City was too far away, and the good news of Han Yunxi's delivery was still on the way. I guess so. However, he definitely won't stay in the military camp. His Highness won't allow it. Su Donglin forced a smile. Mu Linger sighed helplessly. Just as she was about to turn and enter the room, she suddenly stopped and looked at Su Donglin suspiciously. Something's not right. Su Donglin's heart suddenly hung in the air. What's wrong? Mu Linger looked at Su Donglin from head to toe. You. Why are you staying here instead of serving your master? I. Su Donglin, who had always been quick-witted, stammered for a long time and panicked. Mu Linger became more and more suspicious. Who's sick? Why are you staying here to wait for news? Su Donglin hurriedly said, It's a friend of His Highness, Miss Linger. His Highness doesn't allow me to say, so please don't make things difficult for me. A friend of Long Feiyi? Mu Linger pondered for a long time and asked seriously, Does Long Feiyi have friends? Su Donglin was speechless. This time, he really didn't know how to answer. Mu Linger was also not very interested. She hadn't slept much for 3 consecutive days and was very sleepy. She had already thoroughly studied all the notes left by Gu Beiwei. She had to catch up on sleep first and then start seriously pondering. No matter who was sick, she hoped that she could find a solution. Su Donglin watched Mu Linger close the door and let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had survived a great calamity. Gu Beiwei also didn't reveal the news that Mu Linger was in Medical City to Gu. As the days passed, Gu Beiwei had already sent several groups of people to the plague-stricken areas in northern Li to look for new medicinal poisons. Gu was actually the one who knew his own physical condition the best. He curled up in his black robe all day long and didn't even let Gu Beiwei examine his body. Most doctors would be fierce to their patients, be it to intimidate them or be impatient. However, Gu Beiwei was the most gentle doctor in the world. Gu didn't let him examine him, so he didn't force it. He didn't need to examine Gu Beiwei's deteriorating condition to know in his heart. Moreover, looking for medicinal poisons and examining Gu's body had no direct relationship. On this day, Gu Beiwei personally cooked and brought over a bowl of hot yuan shao. Try it. It's my first time cooking it. Gu Beiwei smiled faintly. Gu raised his head from his black robe and looked up with a pale smile. So it's the Lantern Festival today. Poison Girl is almost halfway through her confinement, right? Yes. Soon. Gu Beiwei hadn't gone to rear camp yet. If it wasn't necessary, he basically wouldn't leave this room. He was afraid that Xiao Qi would be lonely. Can Poison Girl eat yuan shao during her confinement? Gu asked seriously. It depends on the fillings. With Granny Zhao and 4th Miss Rin taking care of her. Before Gu Beiwei could finish, Gu muttered to himself, Yes, I can rest assured. Gu Beiwei still smiled faintly and nodded. Is there a lantern festival in town tonight? Gu asked again. There is. It'll be very lively. Do you want to go? Gu Beiwei asked. But Gu Qishao simply lifted up his robes to reveal his feet. More accurately speaking, he had no feet at all. Gu Beiyue had expected this, but when he saw Shao Qi's feet become roots that dug into the ground with his own eyes, he could no longer hide the sorrow he had hidden deep inside. He looked away and said nothing for a very, very long time. I don't want to go. Gu lowered his black robe and looked at the sky. He smiled. North Moon, it's pretty nice to watch the moon from here. The moon is the brightest lamp. He smiled more and more happily. It's not like Poison Girl can go to the Lantern Festival. She can watch the moon at most. Yes. Han Yunshi, who was still in confinement, could not go to the Lantern Festival. She could not even see the moon. Although Granny Zhao had tried to persuade her time and time again, she still insisted on raising the child herself. As a result, in just a dozen or so days, the little fellow had tortured her to the point where she was close to dying. Let alone her, even Long Feiyi, who insisted on sleeping in the same room, suffered from a lack of sleep. Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi's son had basically come to demand payment from them. He was especially difficult to take care of. In the dozen or so days since he was born, he was especially noisy during the day and even noisier at night. He would eat once every hour every night. If he was fed too slowly, he would cry. He was so young, but his cries were especially loud, enough to wake up the people in the 2 tents around him. Finally, Long Feiyi could not take it anymore. It was not that he could not take it, nor was it that he did not dote on his son. Instead, he was reluctant to see Han Yunshi go through so much trouble during her confinement. Long Feiyi ignored Han Yunshi's objections and got Granny Zhao to find 4 experienced grannies and 2 wet nurses. During the day, he let the little fellow and Han Yunshi stay together and sleep separately at night. When Han Yunshi fell asleep in the middle of the night, Long Feiyi would secretly get up and check on the little fellow's condition before he could rest assured. Everyone knew about this matter, except for Han Yunshi, who was kept in the dark. On the night of the Lantern Festival, under Han Yunshi's repeated pleas, the poor little fellow was finally able to sleep in the same room with his parents. Han Yunshi was so tired that she had to catch up on sleep. Long Feiyi had to take care of his wife and child while dealing with matters in Northernly. It was only tonight that the family of 3 gathered together that Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi remembered to give their son a nickname. Long. Han Yunshi thought for a long time and finally said a very vulgar name. She said, Long. Granny Zhao and the group of maidservants and nurses could not hold back and all laughed. Long Feiyi said with a serious expression, My surname is not Long is the surname of Tianning's imperial clan, while East Qin's surname is Xianyuan. My real name is Xianyuan Yi. Long Feiyi. Fei. Han Yunshi muttered to herself. Only then did she realize that the Fei in his name was full of mystery. The name Long Feiyi implied that the Yi was not the Long. Chapter 1182. If Long Feiyi hadn't mentioned the surname of the East Qin imperial family, Han Yunshi had forgotten about it. This matter also directly affected the naming of her precious son. In view of her own naming skills, Han Yunshi was very conscious and didn't dare to give her son a formal name. She only discussed with Long Feiyi about his nickname. After all, according to the rules of the imperial family, a prince's name couldn't be casually given. It had to be given by Long Feiyi and then be divined by a divination master. Long Feiyi hadn't officially returned to the family yet, so the naming of his son was naturally delayed. Han Yunshi thought for a while and suddenly smiled. Today is the 15th, so let's just call him 15th. On the side, Zhao Mama and the others had been completely defeated by this female master. Everyone looked at the swaddled little master sympathetically. The little master didn't understand what his parents were discussing at all. That pair of ignorant and clear eyes turned to the right to look at his father, then to the left to look at his mother. Occasionally, he would move his little mouth. He was clearly silly, but he gave people a feeling of a ghost horse, as if he was thinking of something. Long Feiyi had basically given up on Han Yunshi's naming skills. He was about to deny it when Han Yunshi laughed. In the future, he will know that this nickname was given by the Yunshao festival. How about Yuan Shao? Little Yuan Shao? Long Feiyi suddenly thought of Gu. Gu's real name should be Shao Qi because he was born on the 7th day of the 7th month, so he was named Qi. During this period of time, Long Feiyi didn't take the initiative to contact Gu Beiwei, nor did he ask about their residence in Yuning Army. However, he clearly remembered the time Gu Beiwei came back last time. It was already the 15th day of the 1st month. How many days did the 7th young master have left? Long Feiyi hadn't received a letter from Gu Beiwei for a long time, apart from Su Donglin's letter from Medical City lying to Han Yunshi about his illness. Most of the time, no news was good news. However, Long Feiyi was very clear that if there was no news from Gu Beiwei, it meant that there was no good news. Long Feiyi whispered, "He is the eldest son and will be the crown prince in the future. Even a nickname can't be casual." Long Fei thought it over, then intoned, "Give him a Rui character, so let's call him Ru." The 15th and Yuan Shao were nicknames. Han Yunshi. When Long Feiyi mentioned the surname, Xian Yuan, she realized that even a nickname for her son couldn't be as casual as a normal person's tea. Rui. Han Yunshi pondered over this word and quickly nodded. "Alright, you can decide." One had to know that the words the emperor used for the prince's name all had a meaning. It symbolized the prince's position in the emperor's heart and also hinted at the emperor's expectations for the prince. For example, the name given to the son of the empress was different from the name given to the son of the other concubines. The word Rei didn't have much meaning on the surface. It was profound and comprehensive. It meant understanding and wisdom. Most people's names would also use it. However, it would be interesting in the imperial family. Rui had a meaning. It was a respectful title for the emperor by the subjects. For example, when the subjects asked for the emperor's instructions, they would use Ming Jian and Rui Jian. The emperor's plans were called Rui Gong and his decisions were called Rui Duan. Long Feiyi bestowing this word to his son had a profound meaning. Once this news spread, the people below would basically understand what it meant, especially those in the southern army who were eyeing the position of the crown prince. Granny Zhao, the nurses, and the servants were all women and didn't understand the meaning at all. Seeing Han Yunshi nod, they all started to praise her. Han Yunshi hugged her son and called softly, "Rur, you have a name. Your father gave you more than a nickname." Hearing this, Long Feiyi knew that Han Yunshi understood his intentions. Little Rur definitely didn't understand what his parents meant, but he could feel their emotions. He was happy and suddenly raised his hands and laughed. Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi were both amused by him. Long Feiyi immediately carried him over. Little Rur looked at his father's face closely and seriously. At first it was fine, but for some reason, he suddenly burst into tears. He didn't know how many times this had happened. Long Feiyi was very melancholy. He didn't believe it and let Rur cry as he asked Han Yunshi seriously, "How did I offend him?" Han Yunshi smiled and shrugged. "I don't know either." It was said that Long Feiyi's thoughts were hard to fathom, but in fact, his son's thoughts were several times harder to fathom. Long Feiyi patiently coaxed him, but no matter how he coaxed, Rur still cried. Helpless, Long Feiyi could only return Rur to Han Yunshi. As soon as Rui was in Han Yunshi's arms, he immediately stopped crying. "Maybe it's because you look too fierce and he's afraid of you. Smile more at him. Smile more obviously. After a while, he won't be afraid of you anymore." Han Yunshi smiled. When Long Feiyi wasn't smiling, he was indeed fierce and serious. Long Feiyi's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Although he loved his son, he really couldn't smile exaggeratedly at him all day long. That night, Rur stayed with Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi and slept with his parents. The little guy didn't know that there was a festival tonight. As usual, he was hungry after an hour and cried when he was hungry. Han Yunshi was very sleepy, but she had to get up. Long Fei also couldn't sleep that night. The next night, Long Fei let the nanny take Rui away. Rui wailed as soon as he was taken away from Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi's heart was about to break from crying, but she still let the nanny take him back. Long Fei had no choice but to continue accompanying him. Granny Zhao and fourth young Mistress Ren were in disbelief. Not to mention Long Fei's noble status, even ordinary men wouldn't accompany him like this. In the middle of the night, when Long Fei was woken up again, he asked, if it was a daughter, would she be more obedient? Probably. Han Yunshi was tired and answered casually, go sleep in the meeting tent. There's still a lot of work to do tomorrow. You're risking your life to accompany him. Of course, I'll do the same with you, Long Fei said faintly. Long Fei lay on his side beside Han Yunshi. He really wanted to wrap his arms around Han Yunshi's waist, but he didn't dare to touch her. He was afraid that he would hurt her during the confinement period and leave behind repercussions. Han Yunshi smiled and reached out to hug him. Lovers big and small, hugging left and right, how blissful. Long Fei fell silent, then murmured, when Rui grows up and you're free, why don't you give me a little lover too? In his heart, Long Fei still preferred daughters. Han Yunshi chuckled. This? I can't say for sure. It was still unknown whether Long Fei favored his son or daughter, but it seemed that Long Fei favored his wife over his son. After Rui stayed by his mother's side for 2 nights, Long Fei had the nanny take Rui away on the 3rd night. Han Yunshi's confinement period passed day by day. One day, Long Fei finally couldn't take it anymore and called Chu Shifeng over. Ask around and find out where Gu Beiwei and the rest are staying. Also, how's Gu doing? In the end, Long Fei decided to tell Han Yunshi the truth regardless of whether Gu was willing or not. Once fourth young Miss Ren confirmed that Han Yunshi's confinement period was over and she could go out, he'd tell Han Yunshi everything. Right now, he didn't dare to hope for anything except that Gu could wait, so he could see Han Yunshi again. Yes, this subordinate will contact Su Donglin right away, Chu Shifeng said seriously. As soon as Chu Shifeng left, another urgent message arrived from Northernly. Again, it was Ning Cheng's handwritten letter. The last time Long Fei had received Ning Cheng's letter, it coincided with Rui Er's birth. Ning Cheng's report had been delayed. Despite the delay, Long Fei had a clear idea of the situation. Ning Cheng was originally planning to send out his troops at the end of spring, but now he changed his mind and wanted to send out troops at this critical juncture. He even asked for food supplies. Long Fei had long spread the news that Ning Cheng was going to send out troops. He figured that plenty of people would come looking for him within the next 2 days. Long Fei opened the letter and glanced at it before breaking into a smile. It wasn't clear what Ning Cheng had written in the letter, but it caught his eye. He didn't wait for the various generals to come looking for him, but came down of his own accord. Someone come, send orders to Bailey Yuanlong. Tell him to gather everyone and say that this crown prince wants to discuss the Northernly battlefield with them. Originally, the people from the various military departments were hesitant. They were all waiting for someone to talk to His Highness about this matter and test His Highness' attitude. When they heard that His Highness wanted to discuss with them, everyone became excited. A few days later, the various generals gathered at the Yuning barracks. As soon as Long Fei arrived, everyone fell to their knees to pay their respects. 2 rows of people stood in the tent. One was made up of the various generals, while the other was made up of civil officials. There were old officials from both Tianning and Tian and who had been recruited because of their talents in governing the world. There were also a few retired strategists who had come of their own accord because of their admiration for Long Fei. Bailey Yuanlong stood at the head of the generals' ranks, while a strategist named He Wenqing stood at the head of the civil officials' ranks. After Long Fei sat down, he got straight to the point. Ning Cheng's changed his mind and wants to send out troops. He wrote a letter asking for food supplies from this crown prince. Everyone, what do you think? Bailey Yuanlong was the first to step forward. To reply, Your Highness, this soldier believes that Ning Cheng's actions have other motives. Long Fei Yi arched a brow and asked, What motives? Ning Cheng's thinking of betraying us. Bailey Yuanlong said seriously. Tianning snow disasters aren't over yet, and the plague is still rampant. Sending out troops now is simply seeking death. It's impossible for Ning Cheng not to understand this logic. If Ning Cheng wants food supplies, then he's definitely not planning a northern expedition. It's very likely that he's planning a difficult descent. At Bailey Yuanlong's words, the generals behind him began to talk amongst themselves. Many of the civil officials began to whisper to each other as well. Ning Cheng really had no reason to send out troops now. He could just keep waiting and wait. As long as the plague and famine in Northern Li continued for another month or two, the Northern Dynasty's emperors would only have two paths to take. One was to surrender, the other was to commit suicide for the country. There was no longer any military strength left to contend with Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng didn't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, but risked sending out troops instead. Setting aside the problem of climate, the plague alone was enough to wipe out Ning Cheng's entire army. General Su of the Southern Generals also stood up. Your Highness, once Ning Cheng's descent is difficult, he can just defend the three-way monastery and declare himself king of Northern Li.